Welcome everybody. We are now live for the virtual open house by Lego Creatives. My name is Tessa Manuello. I'm the founder and the CEO of Lego Creatives, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to this virtual open house. This is a truly unique event, and I'm so excited to see some of you are already joining live. Thank you so much for making the time to join live. And since you're live, I would like to invite you to engage with me in this video and throughout the day by leaving a comment in the chat section. If you don't see the chat section, it's probably because you must click on the video, watch on YouTube, and that way you can leave your comments on the YouTube page. That is probably easier. So let me know where you are watching in, where you are tuning in from. I really would like to know who's watching right now. Also, while you are typing in the chat where you are watching, I would like to also acknowledge our replay viewers. There will be a replay available to all and every one of you. And so I would like to acknowledge as well our replay viewers. So let's get started with this virtual open house. This is the welcoming words. This is where I would like to introduce to you the Lego Creatives approach to Lego design, but also I would like to introduce to you the agenda for the day so you can schedule your own experience and make the most of this event. This is a global event where we have international speakers that are going to be joining me in the studio in order to share their Lego design story, but also to share beyond Lego design, their story in innovation. And with them, we're going to show you how you can articulate Lego design in your practice. That way, it's going to become much more tangible. I see we're starting to have some great engagement from the live viewers. Sandrine is joining from Lyon. Bonjour, Sandrine. Ravi de vous voir avec nous. Sandrine, thank you for being live with us. We have Giuliana watching from Italy. Grazie mille. I'm really excited to see some Italians in the place. Larissa Lima from Sweden and Brazil somehow as well. Both of the countries. Anka from Dijon, France, bienvenue. Julie Boncompin from Montreal. This is so great to see colleagues and friends from all around the world. I'm really excited to have you. I see Rebecca, French Caribbean island, Guadeloupe, amazing. Mauro is joining from São Paulo, Brazil. And to all of you who are going to be watching the replay, I want to acknowledge you because you're going to be learning in this video about the Lego Creatives approach to Lego design. And also you're going to get a better understanding of how you can articulate yourself Lego design in your practice. So let's get started. What is the Lego Creatives approach to Lego design? Well, I want to share some slides with you in order to explain, because we are very visual at Lego Creatives. We love visuals and we love great visuals because we're all about design. And so let me just share my screen with just a moment so you can see a little bit what we have in stock for you. All right? There you go. So let me put this in context. You know me because I am considered one of the world's first pioneer in Lego design. I've been starting my journey in Lego design back in 2013 when I discovered in Toronto, Canada, that creativity was not just for the artist. I thought creativity was just for the arts and theater, music, painting, performance. And I started to do a little bit myself of improvisational theater and poetic performance. So I'm giving you a little bit of my life here. But the reason why I'm sharing this is because in 2013, I discovered creativity was not just something that could be useful for people who are doing artistic work, but actually creativity is, there is a whole set of knowledge. There's a lot of research that has been done, And that informed me that using creativity, we can bring more innovation. Using creativity, we can fix systems that are broken. And through creativity, we can also enhance our personal and professional development. And so when I discovered this in 2013, I started my journey to bring creativity into the legal space because, you know, my first field is the law. I was trained as a lawyer in France and in other countries because I was always so international. And then I realized creativity could be used in the legal sector. And this is how I started my journey back in 2013. At the same time, and I didn't know, in the Stanford legal design started, they brought artists, engineers, and lawyers together in order to do an experiment and to see if by bringing a diverse crowd of people, we could be fostering more innovation in the legal sector. And this experiment that they did in Stanford in 2013 was very successful. Hence, now they are running the Legal Design Lab that is very much access towards ensuring that people have a better access to justice. And so I'm telling you this story because you also have your story. And today it's also about your story. And it's about how legal creatives can empower you to create your own story and to truly live it. At Legal Creatives, we are all about empowering you with the 21st century skills so you can be thriving in this new era. We all know that technologies are being developed at a really fast pace. We all know that in this new era, many tasks are going to be automated. And for that reason, we also know that the number one skill we need to develop, whether we are a lawyer, legal professional, or just a human being, we need to learn how to learn. And that means we need to constantly unlearn and relearn. And you may wonder what I'm talking about here. Well, I think the COVID-19 is just a perfect example of what I mean. Nobody expected we would have a global pandemic this year. Nobody could have foreseen this. Hence, we needed to quickly adapt, adjust. That means we had to unlearn the way we work in offices for most of the time, and we had to learn a new way of working that is home officing, remote work. We had to adapt like this in an instant. This is what is creativity all about. It's about taking action quickly to adapt to circumstances to make the most of it for yourself and for your community. And so at Legal Creatives right now, we are building a totally new approach to legal design through an online academy that we believe is going to help you to acquire the 21st century skills for the law so you can start learning, implementing, and you can start having more success on your path to innovation. And so in this video, I would like to show you a little bit what we've been working on. And I would like to also tell you why it's important for you to understand that this is the new era, not just for the law, but for education. We are breaking barriers through design thinking. That is this beautiful innovation methodology we're using that is placing the user at everything that we do. And so through thinking, using this innovation methodology that we teach, we apply it to ourselves, and we decided to create a totally new experience, a totally new learning experience in order for you to start accessing content that is very actionable, to make learning very insightful, and also to make education affordable. This is really important in this new era that we are making sure everybody is onboarding into this new legal era, wherever they are in the world, whatever the resources they have, whatever the language they're speaking. And so for that reason, we are very much committed to breaking more barriers through legal design to provide you with the best learning experience. And today in this virtual open house, you're going to get a glimpse of what our members have been able to achieve by using the knowledge they have acquired, by making new connections inside the community, and mostly by taking action and using mentoring to create real life projects. Because design thinking and legal design is great when we talk about it, but when we start doing it, you're gonna see it can be very challenging. And for that reason, doing legal design together is always so much better than alone. Before I continue talking a little bit about the approach we have developed at Legal Creatives, I would like to invite you all to ask your questions, to put your comments. Let us know how you find the approach we are developing, and let us know your reactions, your questions. I would love to have an interaction, whether you're watching live or also watching the replay. And so our program is a set of new universe. Every course, every module is a universe. It has its own, it has its own set of knowledge, but also it's going to bring you into another dimension to make learning engaging. Because you may not know, but learning online is not easy. Everyone is excited to learn online, including yourself. I'm sure if you're watching this, it's because you're interested in learning online. You may already be learning online on another platform, such as Udemy, Coursera. But let me ask you, how many people have completed their courses on Udemy or Coursera? I would really be curious to know how many people managed to complete their courses. It is extremely difficult to stay motivated when we learn online, especially when we learn alone. In fact, I've done my research, and you will be surprised to see that only 4% of people who subscribe to an online massive opening course, a MOOC, only 4% actually finish the course. Only 4%. And so we would like to break barriers to make learning engaging, for you to stay motivated on your journey, for you to become a legal design ninja, or for you to get your legal design superpowers switched on. So anytime you need, you have creativity accessible on demand. Anytime you need, you have colleagues and friends around the world that can help you on your legal design journey, that can help you do innovation, collaborate with you, or just inspire you or help you. We believe that legal design superpowers are something that we all have within us. We believe that legal design is truly about making you a better human being. It's really about being more empathic. It's about being more creative. It's about being more courageous, more bold. And it's about taking more action instead of just talking about legal design. And for this reason, in today's virtual open house, you're going to see real life examples in the virtual art gallery that is coming up right after this talk. And I'm really excited for the art gallery. And I know many of you have been writing to me on social media and emails. You've been telling me you really want to see what is legal design truly about. So you're going to see exactly what members have been able to produce. Because litigation by design is also something you can do. I mean, it's just the beginning of the way for legal design. And there's still a lot of opportunities for you. Who would have imagined that you could do legal design in litigation? Well, you can. Dorra and Harrar is going to talk about it in the panel discussion today. So all of that is meant to empower you to start making bold proposals in the legal field, whether you would like to start your own legal technology company or platform, whether you would like to do legal design as a consultant, whether you would like to use legal design in order to bring more value to your customers or to serve new customers. We have a program that is made to help you kickstart your project and take it to the next level. I see Eric is asking if there is a difference between the old courses and the AI courses in the 4%. I am not sure there has been research done as to the engagement of students for AI-based course, But Eric, I would love that we stay in touch and that we discover if actually AI courses bring more engagement. It would be kind of scary if we realize that AI-based courses are bringing more engagement. But I think there's probably a good reason for that, is because the way we design courses, the way we deliver education is actually very dry. We have to be honest. It's very dry, especially legal material. And in today's world, life goes really fast. We're all busy. Businesses need to go fast. The speed of things is just accelerating. We need to make education available in micro content. We need to make education available in a very actionable way. And we also need to make education affordable. I'm pretty sure some of you have heard the new Google initiative for education. This is a new era where we're going to have to probably work more hands and hands together in order to create this new type of education. And we're very happy to be taking the lead at Lego Creatives in order to bring you this new learning experience of Lego design, where you can learn Lego design creativity. You can get peer reviews, expert reviews, enhance your superpowers, get feedback, do users interviews, and do everything that is related to Lego design in a more practical way. Because we believe Lego design should not just be about the theory. It should be very practical. So this is my 20-minute introduction talk as to what is the Lego Creatives approach to Lego design. I don't want to take too much of your time with this because we have the entire day together. And so I would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about the schedule for the day, because we have the art gallery that is coming up in actually 40 minutes exactly, starting now. In this art gallery, I'm going to have a very special co-host. Her name is Sabrina Goerlich. She is the founder of the Design Sprint Studio based in Germany. She's been doing design thinking for decades. She is truly one of the pioneers in this innovation methodology. I got to recently meet Sabrina at a virtual meetup. She's been organizing virtual meetups for, I believe, years now, but I've only recently discovered her and her work. And I was totally hooked by the work she's doing. She's a great leader, bringing the community of design sprinters all around the world together. And recently, she invited me on the podcast. We had a 2-hour conversation. We just couldn't stop sharing and talking. And I'm pretty sure you're going to really enjoy Sabrina's input and insights and experience in the Lego Design Art Gallery. With me, we're going to be commenting work that has been produced by Academy members so you can see real life example of Lego design. And so this is coming up really soon. Then we're going to have an international panel discussion. And this is where things are going to get really interesting, because after the art gallery, after you see all of those great projects, you're going to be able to interact with thought leaders from all around the world, Brazil, Argentina, Tunisia, and myself. And this is going to be a panel where we're going to discuss about how Lego design can help you innovate and do the creative revolution in the Lego sector. And in this panel, Dorra from Tunisia, she is the founder of Lego. She's going to talk about this litigation by design experience she has built. And Alejandro is going to talk, Alejandro Temporetti Olivera from Argentina, he's going to talk about how Lego design helped him create one of the most famous online platform for helping people solve claims online. And this company, this platform is called Reclamador, based in Argentina, but also available in Peru and probably in other countries in the LATAM region. Also, we're going to have Mauro Martins from São Paulo, Brazil, who I have seen him in the live here. And Mauro is going to be presenting also his innovation journey as an engineer, an IT specialist, and now a legal designer, fostering innovation in order to enhance capacities in the legal sector and beyond, to encourage the new proposals of projects. And I'm going to be here to facilitate the discussion. So this is happening at 11 a.m. New York time, 11 a.m. Montreal time. And if you're on the other side of the Atlantic, it's going to be at 4 p.m. London. If you're in Paris, it's going to be 5 p.m. And this panel is going to be delivered in multiple languages, because I told you, we are breaking barriers through legal design to make legal design skills and knowledge accessible worldwide. And for that reason, we are going to make the content available in multiple languages, because we understand that English is the main language to learn and to do business. But we also know that not everybody is perfectly comfortable learning in English. And for that reason, we would like you to be extremely comfortable when you learn with us on the platform, to do that in the language of your choice. And for that reason, this panel is going to be in French, in Spanish, in Portuguese, and in English. And so we're bringing diversity into the equation. Diversity is key for innovation. If we are only seeing a problem from one specific lens, we are gonna miss a lot of insights. And so I'm really excited to be announcing that the Lego Creatives platform is gonna be available in all of those languages: English, Spanish, Portuguese, and French. And that today, this is the beginning of the journey, and I'm really excited that my guests are part of this: Dorra, Harrar, Alejandro, Temporetti, Olivera, and Mauro Martins. Then we're gonna have a podcast interview. You may have listened to the Lego Creatives podcast. If you have, I would love for you to let me know in the chat what you think about the podcast. And if you have not listened to it, well, you will be able to join me on the podcast and to discover our universe. This is a podcast where I am giving my real life insights in legal design. I am sharing with you tips and strategies that you can implement in order to start your legal design journey. And in today's virtual open house, we decided to do a recording of an interview. And this means you have the opportunity to ask all of your questions. You have the opportunity to present your projects. You also have the opportunity to share your legal design story or your design thinking story. And so if you would like to contribute with me on the podcast, to share your story, to share about what you do, to share about your projects, your up-and-coming workshops, whatever you're doing, we would love to feature you on the podcast. And so this is happening at 1 p.m. New York and 6 p.m. London. That means if you're in Paris or in Madrid, it's going to be 7 p.m. Perfect for the beginning of a Saturday evening. And after, we're going to finish the day with our social commitment to access to justice. At Lego Creatives, we are very much committed to working on one of the pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, that is access to justice. You may know that 5 billion people in the world do not have access to justice, meaning whenever they have a legal issue, they don't know where to go. They don't know how to be heard. And so that means that the rule of law is in peril in many countries of the world, and not just in some countries, but in every country. Every country in the world is trying to improve the access to justice rankings. But for some reason, the progress is still quite slow. And we hope that through legal design and with creativity, we can help significantly improve the access to justice in the world. And for that, at the end of the day, I'm going to be talking about what we call the 1 billion challenge. And that is our social commitment at Lego Creatives is to work in order to make access to justice possible for 1 billion people across the world. And so if you are interested in taking part, well, I really encourage you to tune in at 2 o'clock New York time, 7 o'clock London time to know more about the 1 billion challenge. And right now we are live streaming the Legal Creatives approach to legal design. And this is going to be a time for Q&As, live discussions. I see Eric has been really active in the chat. I really appreciate that. That cognitive diversity rule, absolutely. Eric, oh yes, the course. So the Academy is going to be available in multiple languages in this format starting the 1st of November. And so for that reason, we are making the announcements today. We are building the momentum, and hopefully by November 1st, you will still want to join this amazing platform with us. Leonardo is asking, where do we find this information about the billion people that do not have access to justice? Well, actually, there's a couple of resources. First, I would encourage you to check out the UN. If you type in UN access to justice, sustainable development goals, I have no doubt, Leonardo, you're going to find a lot of resources. This is where I found them. Also, you can look at the Access to Justice Index. There is an organization that I believe is based in the Netherlands, and they are doing a lot of advocacy for access to justice. They are doing incredible work in terms of measuring access to justice, and they are the ones that are providing the rankings. So if you type in access to justice metrics, I'm probably sure you're going to find it online, Leonardo. If not, you also can send me an email for making sure we can follow up on that to provide you this information. This is my email. If you would like to send me an email, Leonardo, happy to do so. All right, so let's have time for questions and answers. And yeah, I'm really excited for today's virtual house. The art gallery especially is going to be a hit. We have so many people from everywhere that are going to be tuning in to watch this. I see we have Martina watching from Italy. This is great. The registration for the session, all of the sessions today are going to be live streamed right here. So whatever session you would like to watch, all you need to do is come back to this page or come back to this YouTube page, and you're going to be able to watch the live. Also, we understand that although we cover most of the time zones, some of you may be a bit unfortunate. I'm thinking about the people in Australia. Some of you have wrote to me. In Australia, we are now probably around midnight, and it's not ideal. So you're going to have access to the replays. All of you are going to have access to the replays. All right, so any other questions? Leonardo is saying, you just found it. That's great. Thanks, Leonardo. This is good. Julie, thanks for the question. What do you mean Google is getting into education? Actually, yes, Google is getting into education. It's not Wikipedia. Google has started an initiative that is designed to provide skills in the fields that they need. So all of the technological skills like data science and probably AI and all of those really technical skills that they seek in the people they hire. And they started a new school. I don't know if it's called the Google School, but probably. And so they are starting to do education that is shorter and much more accessible than regular education. And so whether we like don't like this kind of initiative, we can have critics against those initiatives. What we see happening, though, is that we see that education now is just too long because we need to constantly adapt to the new world. And so who has time to invest 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, when in 5 years from now, the world is probably going to be very different. And we don't know what the world is going to be like in 5 years from now. We had no idea if we told each other in 2015 that in 2020, everyone in the world would be doing forced remote work, we would never have believed it. And so in 5 years from now, what is going to happen? Is it going to be more robots? Are we going to have more AI? Are we going to have more flying cars? We don't know. And so for that reason, learning needs to be very actionable, very accessible, and very fast so we can adapt to the new world. I hope this helps Julie answer the question. And so Juliana is asking if there is an approach to graphic web design in the legal era. Well, this is a very interesting question, Juliana. Yes, there is an approach for graphic and web design in the legal era. In fact, at Legal Creatives, we started to systematize a set of templates in order to help the community come up with visual contracts much faster. Because we know it's not always easy for us and for you to learn about graphic design. And it's not always easy for you to find a good designer or to hire a good designer. And for that reason, we are providing within the community, within the academy, we are providing templates that have those graphics, like the basics of the graphics you need to do great legal design. That way you can start using those templates in your contract in order to create visual contracts. Now, is there now, if we want to take this to the next level, I think it would be really interesting that we come up with real legal design and not just design thinking for law. Don't get me wrong. I love design thinking. Design thinking is an amazing innovation methodology. But when we talk about legal design, what we really talk about, or what we really do today, is design thinking for the law. But we, as I said in this week insight video that I shared in the newsletter, and if you haven't received it, I really encourage you to make sure you're going to subscribe to the newsletter to receive every week our legal design insight. There has not been such a thing as financial design, environmental design, agriculture design, hospitality design, banking design. Although we have applied design thinking in finance, in banking, in for environmental issues. So we don't have a specific word. If we do come up with a specific word for legal design, then we need to walk the talk. If we talk about legal design, we need to walk the talk, and we need to start merging design thinking into the law. And this is what we aim to achieve with the new academy format, to provide you with very actionable content so you can do IP by design, to also provide you with actionable content so you can do compliance by design, also to help you do litigation by design, online dispute resolution by design. And so we are starting to consolidate our research in order to provide you with this very actionable learning format. I'm happy it was useful, Julie. Health Loan Nam is tuning in from Namibia. Wow, that's amazing. I almost visited Namibia when I was living in South Africa back in 2009. A beautiful place. Any other questions before we take a short break and get ready for the virtual art gallery with my special co-host, Sabrina Goerlich, and my guests from the Academy? Please let me know. I'm going to give you just a couple of minutes to ask you questions. And if not, I just want you to remember that we have the art gallery that is coming soon. And let me just go back here. Yes, the art gallery is coming up in just 25 minutes. 9 o'clock New York, 2 p.m. London. And after, we're going to have the panel discussion and after the podcast. And I really encourage you to not be shy. Please take a leap of faith and join me to do this podcast recording. It's going to be so much more fun once you participate. And you will see I'm very accessible. We're gonna make it really fun. So please do not hesitate. If you have a good story to share, if you have a dream you would like to achieve that you would like to share, if you have a project in legal design or innovation, please do not hesitate to join me on the podcast recording so we can feature you. We can have a discussion. And if you have more questions, do not hesitate to also do that on the podcast. All right, so we're going to be starting the art gallery in just 25 minutes. If I don't hear any questions, we're just going to let you go for a short break and come back for the art gallery. I see Eric is asking an interesting question here. Legal design can be misinterpreted. How do we handle this? This will create a totally new legal argumentation. Thank you, Eric, for the question. This is a great question, Eric. I really appreciate you are so engaged in the chat. There's a couple of strategies that you can use to handle this issue, because it is true, legal design can be misinterpreted. First, we can picture very well that legal design is extremely challenging to implement in the legal sector today because of the fact that in the legal sector, we tend to work just amongst lawyers. So there is very little multidisciplinarity. There is very little little diversity. And so legal design is going to incentivize lawyers to collaborate and to co-create with other experts from other industries. And that can be very difficult to implement because we have not been trained to work with other experts. We've been trained to do law. We've been trained to understand the laws. We've been trained to provide legal services to clients. But we haven't been trained in entrepreneurship. We have certainly not been trained in innovation. And so it can be difficult to implement legal design. And the other reason why it's difficult is because of the business model in the industry that is very much based on the billable hour. So most law firms, although this is starting to change now because clients are asking for a new way to be charged for legal services, but most of law firms are billing by the hour. And legal design is going to create efficiencies that is going to make the business model by the hour totally irrelevant. And so that is a big threat to the legal sector, because that means if you truly apply legal design, you're going to save time, you're going to increase efficiencies, and that way you're going to be able to serve more clients, but maybe charge in a different way. So legal design is going to help have a bigger client base for law firms. It's going to help. It's already helping actually legal departments do more for their organizations with less, but it's a challenge. And so I see Eric is asking if the legal design is not accepted as a legal matter. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, legal design is not a legal matter. It's not like IP. It's not like business law. It's not about contracts. Legal design is a methodology that is helping bring more innovation into the legal industry. And this methodology is very structured. It's about starting with defining the user, and at the end, it's about prototyping and testing with the user again, because we put the user at the center of everything that we do. And so legal design is not per se a legal matter, but it is an innovation methodology made for the legal sector to foster innovation, to bring creative solutions in different fields of law. And what we advocate at Legal Creatives is that what we advocate at Legal Creatives is that we need not just to do design thinking for law, but if we talk about legal design, we need to merge design thinking with legal subject matters, such as IP, such as compliance, such as business law, such as contracts. A bit like what Juliana was asking, are there any web design, graphic design methodologies for law? Well, that's exactly what needs to be created if we talk about legal design. We need to create those graphics, patterns. We need to create those templates to truly do legal design faster. Because believe me, from my experience of running sprints in legal design, every time the insights we get in the sprints, they are very similar. It's about making law more understandable. It's about making law easier to access. It's about also empowering lawyers to do more with potentially less resources as well. And so if those insights come across different sprints, then why don't we systematize a new approach? I see Eric is saying, so law firm sectors and not in-house segments, yes, much more open. Do not like the billable hour model, of course. And it's crashing for lawyers too, because it's bringing more competition between lawyers in the same law firm. It's not fostering collaboration. It's certainly not is fostering co-creation. And so it is possible to misinterpret that legal design has become a subject matter. All right, so we have 15 minutes until the virtual art gallery. I really encourage you to stay with us for this next event. Eric, we should go on the podcast together if you have time later today, if you can make time, because Eric is asking now if there is a meta perspective to subject matter law. I love those questions, but they're really tough questions. If you have time, join for the podcast and we can discuss more about all of that. Rebecca from Guadeloupe is saying creativity must not take anything away from the integrity of the law. It's a quick and playful alliance between the two. And this is why she appreciates the concept. Absolutely. Creativity is about coming up with new ideas. Yesterday, I was giving a course at the university virtually in Canada, and it's about creativity is there's a set of criteria, but truly creativity is about novelty and relevancy. So whenever you come up with a new idea, well, it has to be new first, and second, it has to be relevant. And it's about finding this balance between being creative in the law, but also preserving the integrity of the law. And I think you're going to see great examples in the art gallery that is coming up in just 15 minutes. So I encourage you to stay on this live so you can watch the real life legal design examples by Academy members. You're going to see visual contracts. You're going to see online dispute resolution platforms. You also gonna see projects that have been introduced in the courts as well. And so this is your time to see how legal design can be articulated to create real life projects. And so it's starting in 15 minutes. I invite you to take a short break, maybe take some sun, grab a cup of coffee, take a pen and a paper in order to take some notes, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. And if you have any other questions, you can continue to add those questions in the chat. We'll be able to watch them. And remember, the podcast interview is the place to have longer conversations. So do not hesitate to come back for the podcast interview. So thank you again for being live. I'm really excited to see so many of you. And we'll see you for the art gallery that is coming up with Sabrina Goerlich from the Design Sprint Studio. Stay there. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Welcome to the Lego Creatives virtual open house. As you know, I'm Tessa Manuello, founder and CEO of Lego Creatives. I will be your host with a dear colleague and friend and innovator from across the Atlantic. She's based in Germany. I'm going to bring her on the show in just a moment. But before I do so, I want to ask you to first stay engaged in the chat. Continue to put your great comments and questions. We've been discussing in the behind the scenes, and we truly love your questions. We find them very insightful, so do not hesitate to continue staying engaged. And also, the second thing you can do is you can tell your friends and your colleagues to join the art gallery. All you need to do is share with them the link of the website where you are watching this video, or just share with them the YouTube link. And feel free to bring them in, whether they are Lego professionals, innovators. We want to bring in everyone to see the great work that has been produced by our Academy members. So you get to see real life projects of Lego design. So let's bring in first my co-host to the show. Her name is Sabrina Goerlich. She is the founder of the Design Sprint Studio in Germany. She's based in Stuttgart. She is truly an impressive leader in the Design Sprint community, and she's going to talk a little bit more about that. And so let's bring Sabrina to the show with me. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, Tessa. So
Great to have you on the show.
Everything is working. I'm so glad to be here and to co-host this amazing step here, this amazing art gallery. I'm really curious and excited to learn more about these prototypes and these projects. So yes, I'm Sabrina. I'm located here near Stuttgart in Germany. And let's say my mission is to help people, not only designers, because I'm a designer originally. My mission is to help people to learn about the design sprint and to use it for their individual needs. And therefore, I'm doing boot camps. I'm helping them with my design sprint boot camp. But on the other side, I'm also on a mission to help, let's say, people to find a great new company to work for and to help companies to find great talents. So this is the talent sprint, which is also made with the design sprint, but it's a special, let's say, recruitment tool, a new way to do recruitment. So actually, wow. I'm also doing design sprint, but and I want to do design sprints for only good projects, only good sustainable
projects that are going to potentially change the world, because Sabrina is also working on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and she's very much involved into bringing the design sprint community to work on that topic. And I believe recently, Sabrina, you have been running a design sprint for the Earth. I believe the Earth was the user. And
actually, so that was with teenagers, and I think we can create much more impact if we address the young generation, the future generation, our future leaders, and we enable them with a design sprint in a summer camp, let's say in a virtual camp. It was also globally to work on sustainable development goals. So it was the topic.
All right, Sabrina. So as you can see, Sabrina is a dynamo. She is super active and engaged in using design thinking for good, using design thinking for change, using design thinking for innovation. She is truly a pioneer in the design sprint movement, and she's truly my counterpart when it comes to the design sprint community. And I see Cardozo is watching from Colombia. We're happy to have Colombia in the place as well. And so this art gallery, you're going to see a series of real life projects. We're going to start with some visual contracts. We're going to show you some platforms. What we would like you to do is to stay attentive because the presentations are going to be fairly short. This is going to last for 2 hours. We may not be able to take a break because we have a lot to cover. So as much as possible, I really encourage you to stay engaged in this live because it's going to go really fast. Sabrina is going to give some extra insights as to the prototypes, some extra tips and strategies. And so together with Sabrina, we're going to be engaging in the conversation with our members and also engaging you in the conversation. So without further ado, I would like to bring you the first project that is actually it's a great project because it's a project that has been designed using the legal design methodology, of course. But what I really like about this project is that it's a project that by Julian. I'm going to bring Julian to the stream right now. Good morning, Julian. Maybe, Julian, you'd like to briefly introduce yourself, and then I'm going to tell the story. It's going to make more sense this way.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Tessa. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to let me present my projects today. Nice to meet you as well, Sabrina. I'm Julian. I'm a lawyer from Ireland, and I'm qualified in the US as well. But I'm actually currently out in Brazil. So I'm here for the last 5 years. I came out of law practice and kind of worked more with law firms in the consultancy area here. So I started working I started doing work on legal design earlier this year together with Tessa and Legal Creatives. So it's a really great fit for me and the work that I'm doing because I'm a little bit outside of my profession, but I'm able to really find niches that I find interesting in, and it's been a lot of fun so far, I have to say.
And so what was really interesting is that Julian and I had a lot of discussion inside the academy as to the implementation of legal design. And I remember we had a lot of well, yeah, you have to apply legal design. You cannot just listen to me speaking. And I really encourage Julian because I really saw the potential in all of his creativity. He's also trained as a mediator, I believe, or at least he's very knowledgeable of negotiation, ADR. And with his international background and the fact that he works in IP, I said, like, there's a huge potential. And so eventually he managed to make his way through and found a client to work with using legal design, and this is what he's going to be sharing in this presentation. So Julian, we really look forward to see what you have to present, and so it's for you now to let us know. We're going to be probably backstage watching you, and then we'll come back with Sabrina to comment.
Perfect, thank you. So the first thing I'd say is also, I was going to say, my company is the Legal Beagle here in Brazil, and I started working I started teaching English for lawyers at the very beginning, but I've moved more and more into the area of plain language and document review and helping law firms structure their documents in a better way in order to deal with the international community. So this kind of was a natural fit for me to get into legal design as well. And as Tessa said, she really encouraged me on the execution part. I was full of ideas, but the execution is critical, and that's one of the main takeaways that I've had from Legal Creatives. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to share my screen.
Sure, please take your time, Julian. Perfect. And to everyone who's watching, do not hesitate to leave a comment. Also, let us know if you are doing legal design. We would love to know if you are doing legal design or if you are interested in legal design. And yeah, please let us know in the comment section. Julian, if you need some assistance, I can help. If you send me the material, I can share the screen, if that could help.
It was working perfectly 2 minutes ago. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. All right, we're just going to have a little intermission while we wait for the magic to happen. Yes, I see the screen here.
But it's not showing my... Sorry.
No problem. So this is the beauty of the live. We're going to have to just stay with us for a moment. Julian, take your time. It's going to work. There it is. Great. Amazing.
Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can see that. That's
fantastic.
Great.
Sorry,
We're
guys.
Sorry
about
that. No problem.
Okay, so this was the first project that I was working on in legal design with legal creatives. And as you can see, it's a contract for a web development firm. So this was a client, or should I say a partner of the Legal Beagle, because we worked together on website projects in the past for law firms. And basically, I got really interested in this area of contract from the work we were doing at Legal Creatives. And I asked Sam, who's the founder of the Legal Creative, if he could show me what he's currently using to talk to communicate with his clients and to close the deals with his clients. So I was very lucky in the sense that he was very open to being a creative business. He was very open to the user experience and working on the user experience and to try and come up with something that was good for his customers. So we spent quite a lot of time together talking about what our goals were, and we really wanted to do things differently. We wanted to take a modern approach. We wanted to make it quick and painless for the client, and we really wanted it to be about communication. So this is, I have some quick facts here about the project. So when I had a look at the contracts that Sam was currently using, actually it was a mix of 3 different contracts that he had put together, and it was about 10 pages long. And funny enough, he had really picked terms that he needed in his work. So, you know, the legal message that was in the contract was very important to him. It was very important to him to be protected for specific situations that he was involved with. But at the same time, the way that he was presenting all this information, it was disorganized, it was lengthy, there was a lot of excess information, and the language was quite hard to read. So we both found that, you know, the user experience with these contracts would not be a good one, in the sense that people probably didn't understand, and in some cases he didn't understand what the terms actually meant. So we spent quite a lot of time together going through these terms and deciding what he actually needed for his business before I came up with a new approach to the contract. We went through, you know, what actually was the point. Was he ever going to go to court with this contract? He's an international business. He has clients all across the world. Or was I mean, it has to be both, of course, but was the purpose also to have a contract that will last its time, you know, to keep the relationship going, to keep the client happy, to keep the client coming back for more projects? So we spent quite a lot of time on this, and we also played around with the design elements in the contract. So what does the contract look like? Can we make it part of the user experience to incorporate his branding, which he was really open to doing, obviously, given his background. As Tessa mentioned, I used quite a lot of the design methodology. So I also used the sprints that we did as part of Legal Creatives to try and get feedback from people within the community on the project that I was working on. And, you know, we came up with things that we wanted to change. We wanted to use more white space. We wanted to incorporate a questions and answers format, use headings, design elements, and also make it a quick process. So incorporate some sort of a tech solution to make it easy to sign up to the contract. Okay, I've said 50% here. we're on a quest to do this, and at the moment we're tracking the success of the contract. So we're sending out customer surveys and trying to figure out how people feel about using the contract. So some of the key features that we incorporated in the contract, one thing that's very important to me, I work with plain language, is conversational tone, so that it makes it easier to read for the customer. So we front-loaded the contract with the information that we thought was most important to the client, so that the client didn't have to go to the very end to find what they're looking for. I mentioned branding already. We made sure that the branding reflects the Creative Donuts visual background. And in the end, we also incorporated a sign function online, a tick box and sign function online, so that people could sign up easily and quickly. So what we ended up getting from a focus on the client personas, the profiles of Sam's typical clients, we ended up being able to reduce it from a 10-page document to a 4-page document, containing, and I feel genuinely containing the information that Sam needs, the contractual terms that Sam needs, and all that excess information fell away. So you can have a look at how it looks here. Just to show you very briefly, the milestone chart is the very first thing that people will see, so they know exactly when they have to pay the fees, and they know exactly how the project will progress. So it's probably, in our opinion, we both felt that it was the most important thing. And also here, it's a very conversational way of speaking to the client. So we've put things in question format. We've used simple, plain language. Also, we've used personal pronouns to make the contract more readable. Then in the kind of the main part of the contract, it becomes a little bit more contractual, because this contract, I still believe, was baby steps. We're not going to change everything from one day to the next. And I think it was important to maintain a lot of the legal structures that were in the contract already. However, I think what we've managed to do is make clearer headings, be more to the point, and use better language throughout. And then this final part is this tick box signature that works through hello sign. Okay, so I hope you guys really, I hope you like the contract. It's what we do at the Legal Beagle. I hope to be able to do more of these kind of contracts. I think one of the things that stood out for me was that I was lucky enough to work on a contract from the very outset. I mean, I didn't have lots of precedents to follow. I had to look at what was previously there, and I was able to create something new. But I am aware that in the industry, what's very difficult is changing contracts that have been there for generations and generations. So this kind of thing can be a lot harder to do, you know, when you're within the oil and gas industry or the IP sector and things like that. So I was very lucky to have a project that gave me the possibility of being creative, but also I could work closely with the client to come up with a contract to meet all their needs. So I think that's all I'm going to say about this one. So if Tessa, maybe you want to open to some questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. That was great. Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation.
Perfect.
And Sabrina, maybe you would like to comment a little bit. I mean, this is the first time you are seeing legal design in action, Sabrina. And so I'm very curious to know a little bit how you feel about it now that you see it in action. Sabrina, you're muted.
First of all, congratulations, Julian. It's amazing just so that you have your first start and you're helping these companies to make this easier. And what is really impressive that you reduce that more than 50%. So it's really only four pages. And I also like So when I heard you talking, I felt like if you would be a designer. So you're a lawyer, but you just talked like a designer. And I love that. Not just, okay, design is making something pretty, but really design useful things. So that was amazing. And a question from my side, I was thinking of how did that work? So how did you do that together with what kind of team? What was the process?
Thanks very much for the question. It's a great question. Yeah, I think the team, well, I think I was lucky because in this particular instance, I got to work with Sam, who I have worked with on various different websites in the past, who I'm quite close to anyway. And we've worked together with the creative and the legal aspects before, creating specific websites for specific types of firms and consultancies and things like that. So it was a great first project to have because I got to work, I got to see this design in practice, the sense of, I'm not, like you say, I'm not a designer, I'm a lawyer. But legal design, one of the first things we learned was that you have to learn to work with people with other skills. And for me, that was why it couldn't have been a better project for me, because I got to work with Sam, who was a creative person and was able to give his input. So if I had been doing it alone, it would have been much more difficult. But I also think I can give a lot of credit to the legal creatives community, because I think, in our sprints, that's how the sprints are set up, is like, do you have a project? Do you want to discuss a project? What can you talk to? And I managed in the breakout rooms to talk to people who gave me really good feedback at that point. The project's not finished, I think the contract's going to keep evolving with Sam for the next years. And it's great to have that because it will be an insight for other projects as well. But I think the quick answer, the community and also Sam himself, who contributed in a great way.
I would have, can I have another question? I hope we have the time, because what would be really interesting, so this is a real contract on paper, I guess. Do you also imagine that on, let's say, in a digital environment? So is there, I think this should be the future, that we have everything digitalized. Is there, I think, another step to make that digital, so that you need to, let's say, have some other elements that so that it can work, just also being binding? And maybe and a second question would be, what could you eliminate from these? You told us, okay, in the end, you still left some text, just making baby steps. But what could you imagine as a next step to eliminate and still make it binding, legally binding?
So the first question, yeah, I think I do believe, in my opinion, that the work that I've done on that contract already makes it more, it takes a step towards the digital, in my opinion, because as we're seeing, I work a little bit with IP and privacy and data protection. As we're seeing the type of contracts that are being created, I believe are, in my opinion, for some companies, of course, it varies a lot, but from what I'm seeing is that we need to create contracts online that are, in my opinion, more like the one that I created than what we had before, which was a client who had various different contracts thrown together, and he needed that help. It was a legal step, but it was also the design step which helped him. So definitely I could see myself taking that as another step with this contract or with other contracts.
Absolutely. And let me just add something to this, because this is exactly what we recommend to do, to start simplifying the contract, to at least streamline the contract, to use plain language as much as possible, to start including visuals in the contract. And that is the first step to move towards the digital process, the digitalization of the contract. And so I think this is what Julian has been mentioning, that they're going to continue working together on this contract to improve it with user feedback, continuously collecting insights. And then probably within a couple of months or maybe a year from now, this contract is going to be ready for digitalization. And so I think to everyone who's listening, very often I hear people say that legal design is just fancy, that it's just about adding visuals and colors and graphics. And I say, it's not just about adding visuals and graphics and colors. It's the first step of the digitalization of your documents, your contracts, and your legal policies. There is no way you can digitalize contracts the way they are drafted today. Full legalese, very long, very technical. It would be a nightmare to digitalize this. And so I think this is a great example, and Rebecca has been sharing in the chat that exactly people can read this, and it's great because it's reducing the amount of documents, it's reducing confusion, it's streamlined with the customer experience as well. So
I would like to can I add something to that? So I'm not a lawyer and I don't know anything about, let's say, just from a user point of view about law. But it's amazing to see that. And I think this is a great example just to also to understand how that works. So what are the steps? I think that's a wonderful example where we can also make understandable that to other lawyers. They don't have a clue, what should I change? My contract is already great. Maybe I have to add some more descriptions to it, but that you have to make it different, user-friendly. I think that's a wonderful example. So thanks for that.
I also wanted to answer your second question. So the question was whether it's possible to eliminate more, or what would I eliminate? So, you know, being from the legal, I think my propensity is to be very, very careful with these things, to spend a lot of time carefully saying, what can I take out and why am I taking it out? And so at the moment, nothing. I wouldn't take anything else out. But as the contract develops, I think it's about clearly understanding the relationship that Sam has with his clients, and understanding that the contract has to be an evolving document, so that the contract has to change over time as things change. I mean, we've just had a situation with Corona where lots of people have said that contracts are not sufficient now to deal with the situations that we have. So it's a clear sign that we need to have contracts that stand the test of time. So at the moment, I think it's about getting the feedback and seeing how the customer feels about it as well, about the terms, and being open to changing the contract if we need to. I think I don't believe that it's always about making things shorter. I think in this case it was very helpful to make it shorter because there was a lot of excess.
Yeah, wonderful.
I love this. I really like this conversation. If Julian, you can quickly show your contract for people who are tuning in late, that would be really helpful. And meanwhile, I'm going to answer Julie's question. There were two questions, and then we're going to move to the next presentation. Is there not a fear that this visual contract could be misleading or misinterpreted? So I think the misinterpretation, I'm really going to enjoy answer this comment, because how can you misinterpret something that is more clear, something that is just more visual, where the information that is important is enhanced? It's actually enhancing the clarity of the agreement. So at least from my perspective and from my understanding of legal design, I really doubt that visual design are going to lead to the misinterpretation of the contract. To the contrary, it's going to enhance clarity. And by enhancing clarity, it's going to enhance the understanding And that means it's also going to enhance the execution of the contract. Now, the question that we get a lot is about the legally binding. Are those contracts legally binding? And there is no pre-required format for contracts. The only reason why we have those long technical contracts is because we are used to draft contracts in such a way and to see contracts in such a way. But I'm happy to talk more about this in the podcast. So I think I'm going to leave this for the podcast later today, because we have a lot to cover. I don't know if I can show Julian's contract one last time. I don't see it, actually.
I'm trying to upload it here, but it's the StreamYard is giving, it's just showing me.
Not a problem. I think what we're going to do right now is, Dennis, we're going to bring Dennis, a special guest. And I think what would be really interesting is to have also Dennis' story. He is the founder of Maggiotto. And then we're going to go back to Julian. Okay, so nothing to worry about, Julian. Okay, so let me just introduce to you all our next special guest. His name is Dennis Potenkin. Dennis and I have known each other for just a couple of months, but it seems like it's been for years. He is such a great innovator. He's based now in Milan. He's been working, I believe, as a lawyer or possibly legal counsel in the UK. And he's been on a journey to merge legal design with legal technology to create a contract automation tool that is visually attractive, user-friendly, and effective. And so he decided to join us. Hey, Dennis, welcome to the show.
Hi, Tessa. Hi, and Sabrina.
Hi.
Hi,
Dennis.
Sabrina. Really nice to meet you. I look forward to interacting with you.
Great. Me as well.
Dennis, if you would like to share your screen to show your presentation, that would be fantastic. Meanwhile, I just want to say again, thank you to everyone who's watching live and who's going to be watching the replay as well. We are very excited for all of the comments in the chat section. There's just be so many of them. And I don't know, Sabrina, do you have, while we wait for Dennis to be ready, do you have anything to share?
To share about me, to share about maybe the podcast. We can talk about the podcast.
Yeah, that would be great.
We had a wonderful podcast last week. And since yesterday, the first episode is out. Because Tessa and me, we couldn't stop talking. So we have like 2 podcast episodes now. And the first part is about legal design. So I really asked her all about how it is working, and we are doing a role play. And the second part is, that was really interesting, Tessa, to hear more about your mission and why you are doing that and how you are doing that. And let's say going a bit more into the personal part. So that was great. Yeah. I'm working on the second episode.
If you would like to know more, you can find Sabrina's podcast. It is called Beyond Design Sprint. You can find it on Spotify and listen to this interview. And I see Dennis is ready to present. So we'll give you a quick 5 minutes to present your tool. It's a really cool tool. I really encourage you to watch because I think you're going to be surprised by the presentation. So Dennis, you have...
All right. Okay. So I'm going to try and be really quick. So what I'm really interested in is 2 things: making legal design really work in practical and complex legal contexts, not just in experimentation or B2C or employment agreements, but to really make it work in my day-to-day work as a lawyer and as a consultant. And also to really start to automate it as well. So I'm going to show you a couple of things, and hopefully I'm going to be quick enough. So the first thing I want to show you is a technique that I've been using and developing, which is all about making agreements really more purpose-driven. And why is that good? Because when an agreement is purpose driven, then you know that everything that is in that agreement is in there, and nothing that's extraneous and not important is not there. So I'm going to show you a sort of a canvas that I've been using for this. And then I'll show you how that's kind of implemented in the Mojoto context. So what you see in front of you is essentially you see an upside down triangle. So this is I call this an infinity canvas. It's actually a fractal canvas. And the way it works, and this is something that I use kind of interactively with clients when we're deciding on what an agreement contains and sort of doing that initial ideation. We don't start from templates. We don't start from precedents. We start from this. And the way we do this is that we look at why. So why are we doing this? What is the purpose that this agreement is meant to achieve? And when we look at why, we fill out the key purposes in that first triangle. So in this particular example, this is a software as a service contract, and we want to protect investments, we want to deliver, get paid, we want to protect customer data. So there's a bunch of things. And then out of that, we start saying, okay, well, what are the things that the contract needs to contain? It needs to contain items about project success. It needs to talk about intellectual property, and it needs to talk about service delivery. And each of these things are connected to those core purposes. And then we start building out the detail of that. And because this is a fractal canvas, you can go infinitely deep with more triangles as you go in. And what that allows you to do then is to create an agreement map. So this is an agreement. So once we've gone through that step of mapping out the purpose, that goes straight into an agreement map. So you can see you've got the three core purposes or objectives. And then from that, you can build out your agreement structure and the specific clauses. In this particular case, that then allows you to create a skeleton contract. And eventually, I mean, in this case, this is a complex enterprise level software as a service contract that's meant to be suitable for contracting with multinationals. So it's pretty long and complex. But all that agreement was built using this methodology. And it's a fascinating methodology because I've also been using it to develop complex intellectual property clauses. It's been used in the taxonomy project that you'll hear about soon to develop legal taxonomies as well. So that's kind of exciting. So if you want to know, I will be writing more about this fractal canvas or what I call the infinity canvas in some articles going forward. So if you're interested in this, follow me on LinkedIn and watch out for this article. There's some real interesting information, design, geek, nerdiness stuff that we can really groove on with this infinity canvas. It's really cool. Anyway, what I'm going to now show you is how does that sort of translate into practice.
And I'd like to just make a comment because sometimes we don't see the text so well. Bring us closer. We want to see more, unless it's a secret. Then it's not anything to bring us closer so we can read better what's inside. Even closer.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's much better because people have been asking. That's great. Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah. So as I say, we start with the why. We've got that initial triangle in here. We build in the core purposes, and the beauty of this is that you're really constrained into groups of three. Now that's a very artificial constraint, but that's a beautiful principle of simplification because when you are constrained in that way, you get creative and you make sure that everything is super structured and super minimalistic. So in this particular case, we are forced to make sure that we have three core objectives, not 4, not 5, because 3 is the perfect number. And then everything else behind it is in groups of 3s, and it's completely tied to all of these, to each of these core purposes. It gets more interesting because you can develop proximity relationship, but I'll go into that in the upcoming article. So let me show you how that translates into the actual sort of real world. So what I'm showing you now is a view of my contract automation product, Mojoto. It's pretty unusual. It's built on Google Sheets and a Google Stack. Why? Very simple. When we started, we said we want to build on top of the best and most successful business tools. What is the most successful business tool out there? It's spreadsheets. Everything still runs in spreadsheets out there. And secondly, what is the best collaboration program out there, the platform? It's Google Sheets. It's Google. It's G Suite for us. So we built it on that platform. And we have sort of, kind of web style interfaces here where you can make certain choices and generate contracts. So this is an example. This is the contract that I showed you that had been planned out. Now it's generated in Mojoto. You can see in here that there's basically the titles, and you can basically go in and explore the different sections of it. So, for example, here's the famous agreement map that we had developed. That's now part of the agreement.
Dennis, show us closer. We don't see so well. Can you please bring us to the forefront of the contract? That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Sure thing. Okay. So I'm conscious that I'm already over 5 minutes, so I'm trying to move very quickly. But this is basically the various parts of the contract. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here so you can start seeing it better. But here we have the agreement map, which is now a built-in part of our contract. Right, so that forms one of the first few pages of the contract. What we also have here is a kind of initial module, which basically has a few visual elements. So we can start, and you can do this with Mojoto. If we have time, if Tessa lets me, I can show you quickly how that works. But basically, we have the ability to build in from library of patterns, various visual patterns like this swim lane, for example, which sets out the respective parties' responsibilities. So we can have a pretty serious contract that's for that multinationals are happy to sign with, but that doesn't mean that we can't make it a little bit more user-friendly and a little bit more fun and a bit more interesting than the average. So that's really how that looks. If I have time and Tessa lets me, I can show you a little bit how that visual design piece works in Mojoto. Tessa, what do you think?
Yes, give us a quick demo. I think everyone wants to know how this works. Thank you, okay. Dennis.
Good. So let's. I mean, basically, the way Mojoto works is that it generates this template, this contract from a template. You can sort of go in and start sort of filling in things and providing various bits of information as you would. But let me show you how the visual design piece works. So the way it works is that we have a menu here. I can go into the menu, and I'm going to choose insert a designed item. So what that does, you'll see that in a second, is that it creates a hierarchical agreement map of the entire agreement. So they'll pop up in a second. Just give it a second. Here we go. So now the entire agreement is presented to me here as a hierarchical map. And what I can now do is introduce different items inside that agreement, inside the relevant piece. So let's say I want to add another, macro level section. We call them modules. So I can add a module block, and I can visualize that. So here I get a blank module block, which I can then insert and use that to start building up my contract. Alternatively, let's say I've got we're going to our statement of work, and let's say we want to go in and add. Let's go in here. We'll add a swim lane like we saw before. So we can add a classic swim lane, which looks a bit like this. Or we can add a.
So let's just add a swim lane. Let's just take a look. I'll bring Sabrina in as well.
Absolutely. So here we go. So you visualize the swim lane. Let's go to the end of it's quite a long agreement, so it's quite a big map. We press save, and that will basically insert our map, and we'll see how that looks.
I'm very impressed, by the way.
Let's give it just a couple of seconds.
Would you like to use such a contractual tool, Sabrina? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that looks already amazing. So I like systems. That's also why I like the design sprint. Cool. So I just, I don't know how to create a contract, but when I just look at that, I think it would be easy. It just looks like I would be able to do that. Also, if I'm not a lawyer.
That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do. So look, we had this roadmap, and now behind that roadmap, we've just included an initial draft.
Dennis, please zoom in. Zoom in. We don't really see. I think you have a bigger screen than we do. So don't hesitate to zoom in even more, please. Thank you.
More? Okay.
Yes,
so here
please.
we go. This is the swim lane that's just been inserted. Obviously, it's blank, so we can now start customizing it. So I can say, responsibility 1, that's my responsibility. Responsibility 2, that's the second party's responsibility. Responsibility 3, that's now a joint responsibility. So, okay, but what if I want to add additional responsibilities? Well, that's easy. I just copy and I start pasting it in. So I've got another responsibility for the second party. Let's say I want another responsibility. That's a joint one. And I can start updating that as I wish. So that way I can start.
Can I ask a stupid question? So the responsibilities, are these the contract partners?
That's right. That's the first
parties?
party and the second party. The responsibility are the actions. So action 1, action 2, action 3. So obviously it's completely customizable. I mean, as in you can write whatever you want in here. But doing this, you can end up with the sort of responsibility key activities map that you got here with different responsibilities. So and you can use it even much more smartly than that. Let's say you want to indicate that a certain responsibility is mostly belonging to one party. Well, strictly speaking, you'd want this color. So you want to say that the second party is primarily responsible for this, but the first party supports it. You can actually overlap it, and you can have a little bit of explanatory text if you want it to sort of make that clearer. But that's just an example of how Magento handles visual design patterns.
All right, so there's a lot we have seen, and this is just a magnificent example of how you can combine legal design with technology to create a tool that is going to allow you to automate contract creation, but also possibly that is going to allow you to start monitoring your contracts in a much more effective way, because not only your contract is digital, but you also have a system, as Sabrina said, in place that you can refer to in order to update your contract, or at least to monitor your contract. And so I want to say thank you, Dennis, for presenting your Magento tool. And by the way, if you want to know more, Magento is available on the magento.io website, and you can take a look in order to stay tuned for the development that Dennis is going to do with this tool, because I understand it's still in the beta version, although it's already very advanced. And everyone is very much liking the tool. So this is great to hear. Maybe there was one question from Julie about the cost. And I think this is a great question, because people will tend to believe that this is really expensive to build a legal technology tool. I don't think it can be so expensive. I think it can be much more cheap. So I don't necessarily want to disclose your numbers, but I just want to have a discussion about the cost of developing such tools. What is insights into that, Dennis?
Well, look, let me say a couple of things about it. First of all, this visual design automation that we have in Magento, I believe is a world first. I believe we're the only ones who actually do this. Now, there are most of the contract automation systems that you see on the market have cost hundreds of thousands or millions to build, right? None of them have a visual design capability. Now, because we've built it on the top of G Suite, we've been able to do it at a tiny fraction of the amount that it costs. And the reason is two things. First of all, because we're building on top of G Suite. But the real reason, and the main reason, is that we're applying design. So a significant part of the sort of way in which Magento works is not because it's got clever technology. We're just using design in a clever way to make this sort of stuff. But the technology behind it is crazy simple. It's crazy simple. So yeah, we're talking about tens of thousands to develop a system like this. And I'm talking at the very lower end of the tens of thousands. I think that's obviously we're now building a cloud-based system as well. So we're taking what we've learned and what we've created within Mojoto and putting it into a sort of a full cloud platform. And we believe that we will also spend a fraction of the amount that it normally costs, because this system is essentially a full prototype for a cloud-based system, as well as being a fully functional system in its own right. So, but the key message here is, everyone approaches, maybe not everyone, but the majority of kind of people who work on the tech side approach it from the, well, how do I solve the problem with using the best technology that available, right? Whereas if you say, okay, well, how do I solve the problem with some very constraints, using very simple technology? How would I solve it without any technology at all? How do I solve it using design? You start looking at it in a completely different way.
Absolutely. I really like your honesty and transparency. And I really believe that there is a lot of misunderstanding as to how much it's going to cost for you to innovate. When you use design thinking, you're going to be able to create functioning, high fidelity prototypes for a tiny fractions of what it would cost if you were to start developing a huge technology. And the advantage of that is you get to test the tool with user, you get to build the tool with your users, and you get to build a community, you get to build a pool of potential clients. And this is really astonishing what you can create when you start applying legal design in action. And so I wish we had more time, but we have a lot of presentations. And so this is probably the beginning of even more webinars, because I see so many questions from the audience. But we want to move forward and show you some other great projects. And I think Dennis is probably one of the most advanced. It's probably one of the most advanced projects you're going to see, because, well, Dennis has been involved into this for I guess, years now.
I've been working it for a year and a half, maybe
a
2
year
years.
and a half. And he's been mostly very dedicated. And I think this is the secret to success. He's been very dedicated, very much focused on building this platform, saying no to many opportunities to really work on his platform with his team. And well done, Dennis, for your great work. And we look forward to seeing you in another webinar to talk a bit more and to address more questions from the audience.
Absolutely.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Sabrina. But I mean, really, thank you so much for slotting me in. I know I've taken more time than I was meant to. Really, really appreciate it. It's so exciting to be here and presenting this. Thank you for the plug. As I say, if anyone wants to see Mojoto in action, just hit us up for a demo, and I'll do it for you. And thanks again.
Yeah,
thank you, Dennis.
Amazing. It's
really impressive.
It's so exciting to see that. So
it's extremely exciting to see legal design in action, and this is why we have this virtual legal design art gallery, to show you legal design and not just to talk about it, because we see a lot of events where we talk about legal design, including myself, and now in 2020 is the year to show you legal design. We're going to show you another project. Actually, we're going to bring someone he was presenting already, and he's going to be back, Julian, because he created another project very recently, and we want to bring him back so he can show this great project before we show you other projects from our members. So Julian, welcome back to the live. I believe you're going to be talking about dispute resolution now.
Thanks, Tessa. I hope everybody can hear me okay. The second project I want to share with you guys is it's about ODR, online dispute resolution. This one is a little bit more raw than the last one, in the sense that I think it's quite an early phase. So one of the big things I'm looking for at the moment is lots of feedback, lots of suggestions, lots of ideas. So, totally feel free to that's why I'm here. It's in a very early stage. So I'm just going to share my screen again.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking forward to listening to you.
Yeah, and can I, while you are sharing your screen, just ask a question? So you're talking about the feedback. Did you already get some feedback? So are you doing kind of a test phase where you get where you do qualitative interviews? Tell me a bit about your let's say testing phase. How is that working?
On this project or in general?
Yes, on this project.
Okay, so the answer is at this point, I mean, yes, I have got feedback from, again, within the community and people around me, but I think for me at this point now, it's probably a perfect time to start testing the product. And I'm going to show you the where we are on it in terms of how far we've got. And you'll see that it's still quite raw. So I think it's a perfect time to kind of say, oh, where could you go with this project? Because it's very, very early. So yes and no. I think that the input it really needs input now at this stage. Is my answer. So
got it.
Okay. Can you guys see my slides?
Yes, we can see it. So let's listen to you. Let's see how you can solve disputes in a different way. We're really looking forward to this one, Julian.
Sorry, I just need to go into the slides again.
Julian, we can see your screen. All is good?
Sorry, so I'm not able to move my slides for some reason here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share one more time, if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem. And by the way, I want to say, everyone, thank you for being here, for being live with us. Do not hesitate to share with your colleagues and your friends. It's still an opportunity for them to join and to take part in this virtual legal design art gallery. And so I really look forward to hearing all of your comments and to seeing you also take action, because it's not just about watching other people do legal design, but it's also you, to inspire you to do more legal design and to show you that it's possible, that it's not necessarily complicated or inaccessible. So let's take a look at the ODR platform now. Thanks, Julian.
Thanks, Tessa. Sorry about that again. Are you able to see my screen okay?
Yes, all good.
Perfect. Okay, so the very first thing, I'm going to keep it short, but the very first thing I want to say is that this is a collaboration project, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Arno. And I saw Arno is in the audience today, so I thought he wasn't going to be able to make it, but the next time we present, maybe we can do it together, because this was definitely a collaboration project between the Legal Beagle and Gotan Design. So what's this all about? It's online dispute resolution. We had some modules as part of the academy, and it was one of the areas that I have a background in. So it's really interesting for me to see how legal design plays into this area. And one of the ideas that I had, I mean, I think it's something that's been bothering me for quite a long time, actually, since the very beginning, since I started practicing law, was a particular industry in Ireland, where I'm from, debt collection. And it's the first thing that trainee solicitors, so trainee lawyers in Ireland, deal with when they come into a kind of civil and commercial law firm. And at the very beginning of the process in debt collection, there's this one letter sent, oh, you have the opportunity to pay before we go to court. And normally it's a 7-day letter. And that's the first step. And they define it as the amicable phase of the process. And in my experience, it's anything but amicable. It's very threatening, and it's very, 7 days is a short period. There's no understanding of the process and the pressures that people face. So there's a lot of pressure to go to the courts in these processes. And at the very end of the process, very often what happens is that you end up getting a judgment which is unenforceable, or you go through a process and then you get the same result as you would have had you engaged more with the other party. So I thought about this area, and I said, well, actually, in simple debt collection matters that are not, there's a lot of these cases that there's no need to go to court because they're really undisputed, and really what you're looking for is to explore a little bit more the interest between the parties, and you can solve the problems. So I thought this was a perfect fit to design a very basic and very simple experience of how people can communicate with each other a little bit more. And I started, Arno and I started discussing this. We said, okay, let's come up with something. Let's come up with something very very minimum at this point, and see how it could possibly advance into other areas as well. Okay, so that was my experience with the problem. I put together some quick facts. Again, I've focused on Ireland because it's a jurisdiction that I know well. It's also quite a small legal jurisdiction, so I think it's an interesting study because debt collection in Ireland is a small case study. So I like to start with the small and then see how the project can be tailored for other causes. So what did we want to do? We wanted to kind of help uncover less obvious interest, offer face-saving possibilities for movement, and create solutions for parties that they may have overlooked, that they may overlook in this more basic, in the existing debt collection procedure. Okay, so we want to focus on that what we call the amicable procedure, to make it more amicable, and to actually get a chance to explore before going to court. And here I talk about lengthy, costly, and ineffective court proceedings. Of course, this varies between jurisdictions. My experience in the debt collection area is that it can get quite costly. You know, the higher you are, the higher courts you're in, the more expensive it gets, and the more difficult the procedure is for the lawyers. And very often it's a simple misunderstanding which has brought the parties there, or very often it can be solved in a way that happens in the end anyway. You know, oh, can you pay by installments? Yes, we can pay by installments. So that was our idea. How does it work? So the first feature that I described, it's a simple case generation. So the idea is that somebody can send another party through the platform a notice saying that they want to discuss a particular dispute or a particular, so in this case, a debt. And it's an automatic notice that's generated through the system. So again, it takes a little bit of the personal out of it, in the sense that you're not you're not fighting with people on emails and things like that. You're going simply, okay, can you meet me online to discuss the dispute? And it has the possibility of short and brief descriptions. So what we're talking about is, you generate a dispute, you talk about an amount, you give a little bit of background information. You know, the system, the idea is that you don't go into overly specific detail, but the system focuses you on just what's enough to be able to communicate with the other party, but not enough to allow for these heated disputes to go into the online system. Then the information exchange process. So basically, the party gets the notice, the other party gets to decide whether they want to join the process. So in this case, I'm calling it the respondent, but the participant really basically says, oh, okay, either I agree that the debt is due, but I'm not able to pay, or they say, well, I agree that some debt is due, but actually this is the real amount, or there's been some problems here. So the parties are able to share their interests with each other rather than just fighting about sums. Also, the parties have a chance to submit proposals throughout the process using the buttons. So there's a button there going, oh, I simply want to deal with this matter quickly, and I want to make an offer to the other party. So there's this option of quickly trying to resolve disputes without the parties actually having to give any reason. So it takes a little bit of this the personal out of it, because okay, I'm going to make you an offer, and then it's done, you know. And I think the aim of this application, this process, is to allow people to do that kind of communication as well, to find a way of dealing with disputes without the pressures that legal practice and debt collection, the debt collection industry places on people. For certain matters, of course, some cases are a lot more complex and might not be suitable. So the design is based on simple debt collection matters, or what I call simple debt collection matters. Also, the agreement, it allows parties to generate a very simple ODR agreement. Again, it uses the buttons, and you can generate the agreement online. So the parties can put in the key information online and come up with an agreement. So that's part of it, and you can generate it as a PDF as part of the platform. The other feature that we thought was interesting to include was to have an ODR report. So maybe the parties don't reach a settlement, but at the same time, they want to know more about the position that they're in with the debt. So they're able to go, okay, I want to generate this report to have more information about my portfolio of debts or whatever. Again, we believe that it's something that might stop parties from aimlessly running to the courts if they have more information. And we're 100% aware of the some of the difficulties that might be associated with sharing of information, discovery in common law systems, privacy, data protection, and all that. At the same time, these kind of platforms exist. So depending on where it's placed, we would have to deal with those legal issues within the specific jurisdiction, within the specific industry, to make it work in a way that it's safe and complies with all the relevant legislation. And that leads me to scalability. So we believe that this does have a lot of scalability. We've developed a basic platform, but it could potentially work in different jurisdictions and in different industries by building different elements on top of it. So, you know, we could go back to the traditional ODR model for other types of disputes, where we have new buttons that have different functions in terms of how you move through the dispute, how they guide the customer through the dispute. And we could include, for example, an ODR meeting, a meeting with an ODR, so online dispute resolution professional, or a mediation process. So we see this very much as a basis to look at where it could fit as well in terms of other projects.
And so this is great that you are sharing about all of the scalability as well, because again, it's a bit like what Dennis has been sharing earlier. It's through legal design you are able to create a functioning prototype that you can test with users, and then using the feedback, you can grow the platform into a more robust tool. And I think this is what you are sharing now. This has a huge potential. It's still in the very, we're still in the beginning of this project. Is still it's just this beginning of this project. And so there's a lot of questions that are very technical, very interesting though. But before, Sabrina, maybe now you may, I don't know, have had some disagreements, maybe. I don't know how you deal with that, but do you believe this kind of platform could be useful? And how do you see the scalability of this platform as well?
I see it exactly like Julian. So when you talked about that, I try to frame kind of a use case in my mind. So where could I use that? I think that's always very important. You explained it in a, let's say, more structural, more abstract way. But when there's a real problem, I bought something or I ordered something and I cannot pay it and we cannot just make that, reverse that, but I have to pay and I don't have the money. I think that is amazing to bring that into a more personal level. So how you also frame that in a more friendly way. So it's not, oh, now we are enemies, but there is a problem. I have to pay money. I don't have the money. So what should we do? Should we wait until I have the money? Do you want the money now? So, there are so many opportunities and possibilities, not going in to court, but just to talk about it. And I think our nature, or how I see in Germany, so I have to talk about Germany, then people are very hesitant. So it's against the rules, so door is shut. So this is a no-brainer. You have to pay. We go. I take my lawyer, and you get a letter from my lawyer. So that's, I think, the default situation. And I like that because also with this tool, you can make that in a more human way, so that just what you write there, what kind of possibilities you give, what you write on the buttons, brings you in a certain mood and shows you positive possibilities how to solve that problem. And I think that has a lot of applications. So I see a lot of scenarios, just from my point of view. And I like also the possibility to make that online dispute or online moderated conversation about that.
And what's great about this tool is that they built it with Arnaud Cervera from Gotten Design. They built it so it's responsive, so you can have it on your phone as well. So it could be a really great dispute resolution tool that companies could be using it with the clients. Whenever clients complain, then the clients get a notification on the phone about the complaints, about the status of the complaints. They can engage, so they can feel they are empowered to take action and to do something about the dispute. And I think that really brings this new dimension that we talk a lot in Canada, and I believe in other countries, that is participatory justice, that people would like more and more to participate in the case, in the file, in the legal project. And so I think this kind of tool is giving an experience that is very user-friendly, not so threatening as the traditional legal letter you would receive in the mail, and much more effective and much more in line with new consumers' needs and new consumers' habits. So it's been great to have you, Julian. There's been a lot of questions in the chat, and I would love to answer them all. But I think for the sake of time and for giving the opportunity to other projects,
say goodbye.
What, Julian?
One final comment?
Yeah, really just quickly? A second. I'm going to give you the final word, but I would like to invite all of you to connect with Julian on LinkedIn. And then he will be able to follow up with you on your questions, because there's been a lot of questions as to, is this following the model clauses, and what's happening once you file the dispute there with the courts? How do you make money with this platform? They are great questions. I invite you to connect with Julian and to stay engaged in this community, because we talk about this like every single week when you are in the community at Lego Creatives. So if you really want to have more insights and more questions, I really encourage you to consider joining the community and be more active, so you can participate, you can get mentorship, you can get feedback, and you can get to do legal design. But I'm going to give the last quick word to Julian, because we have a lot of other projects to present with very limited time.
Perfect. No, I just wanted to say to Sabrina, that I had the same experience with working with German clients in cross-border disputes in Ireland. So I had that debt collection experience in the cultural context. And you're absolutely right in the sense that it was a very quick process to get into the, okay, you haven't paid, I'm going straight down the line of court proceedings. And I can tell you from the side of the person who's being sued, I mean, the letter passes very quickly. And if you receive the court proceedings, which are not comprehensible in the mail, they just shut down. They say, okay, well, now I'm already being sued. It's too late to even engage with this. So that's kind of where I found this was particularly interesting, to allow parties even just to exchange the basics. And I want to say, just really quickly, I want to say thanks for having me on today. I want to say thanks to Arno for help, or for being involved with me, for collaborating with me on this project. And thanks to Legal Creatives for all the help that they've given me.
Keep on going.
Thanks, Sabrina. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much, Julian, for your great presentation. Thanks, Sabrina, for your insights. I hope you're enjoying this art gallery experience. It's probably very new to you. I mean, you are expert in innovation, but legal innovation is kind of, it's kind of a weird thing when you are not in the legal sector.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's exciting to just see how that with this example, how it breaks down to real use cases, how you can imagine where it makes sense. So that's wonderful to see what is already happening there.
We're gonna continue with another great member who's based in the USA. She has a lot of interest in legal design. She's just starting to implement legal design, and so she's gonna show you a glimpse of the project she's working on. She's a lawyer that is based in Virginia. She's especially doing work for non-for-profit and startups. And so she's going to talk about how she's using legal design for nonprofit, but also for education, because she's also an adjunct professor in the University of Virginia. And she's starting to use legal design in her own teachings and also to consider teaching legal design. So welcome, Cameline, to the show. We're very excited to have you with us.
Okay, can you see me? Because I'm sharing screen now and I can't see myself.
Yes, we can see you, and now we can also see your screen. So thank you for being with us, Cameline.
Great. Well, I'm honored to be here, and I'm really a beginner. I mean, this is A, the letter A, and we've seen some projects from Julian and from Dennis to which I aspire, and I think it's completely possible. The thing I'd like to say about legal design and legal technology, the US, I think, is behind the curve. There is absolutely no visual literacy education in law schools, except for a few. There are a few law schools that are embarking on this, but I teach at University of Virginia, and my students have never seen anything like this. So I have two projects to show you. One is
can't wait to see it.
For my private practice. This is a very simple before and after. Here is on the left side of my screen, you see Virginia Nonprofit Organization Toolkit. And this is just the first page of a very long guide of how to form a nonprofit in Virginia. With the Academy's help and with Tessa's help and encouragement, I embarked on designing the process so it's more visually appealing and the customer can see the steps and break down the steps. And eventually what I hope to do is put this on my website and have it so the customer or the client would click on each of these boxes and get the documents that they need, and perhaps even a video about the steps of forming a nonprofit. I used Canva, which I learned about through the Academy, and Tessa did a demonstration. And I found it very easy to, although Canva is a little tricky, I found that using a template was a great way for me to embark on this legal design process. So once again, I'm at the very beginning. I probably need to collaborate with someone like Julian, or Arnaud, or someone who has a much stronger technical understanding of the tools in order to get to the point where I can have customers click and have things pop up for them and make it easier. Okay, I'm going to try to go on to the next slide. So, like I said, I teach, and I teach a clinic where my students have nonprofit clients, they have real corporate clients, or NGOs as nonprofits are called in other parts of the globe. We spend a year with the nonprofit client to strengthen their governance, to make sure they have the correct policies to be a strong nonprofit, and we also address their client-specific issues, which could be anything, intellectual property, real estate, employment policies. So here's an example of a policy that every nonprofit needs. It's called a conflict of interest policy. Here's the standard, standard 12-point Times New Roman, lots of little letters and numbers, and non-lawyers and even lawyers just glaze over. So I've encouraged my students to use simple design concepts to customize these policies so their clients want to read them. And here's an example. We just used Google. This is a Google template. And the client, I've changed the names to protect the identity of the innocent, but this client actually has blue in their name. And so why not use blue in the design process? And just using the Google templates, this is something that students have been able to share with the clients of the Nonprofit Law Clinic. Simple design concepts, more white space, headers. Let's see what else I have. The last page of the conflict of interest policy, it's a best practice to have a board member or a volunteer or a staff member sign a few questions and answer a few questions. And eventually the client wants to take this online. So the next step is to use this template for this client and make it an online process, especially now in this virtual world, which the US is still coming to understand because of the pandemic. So those are my two beginner projects, and I'd love to hear everyone's comments, either typed in. Sabrina, it's just so great to meet you. I'd love to hear what you think.
Yes, that looks really amazing. And I'm so impressed, Camille. So I would like to say at the beginning, you said it's an A, so you started right now, but this is the hardest step. So now you are in the process and everything will come. So I really congratulations that you did it. And it's wonderful to see that it's also taught in university. So at least now in one more, that's wonderful. And yeah, I really like the approach, and already these simple steps, like you explained it to us, is so helpful. And yeah, I think you should just make them doing more and make more students getting the approach to that. And what I now read also in the chat, maybe this is something I would like to emphasize on. Take whatever you did and ask 5 users. So 5, because it's the lowest, let's say the lowest number of interviewees. You can already read a pattern. So this is the, with 5, you have the lowest rate of user interviews. And if you have like a similar kind of users, ask them, but it should be the ones who really use that in the end. Ask them, listen carefully, and you will get a lot of answers you didn't ask anything about. So you get a lot of insights and you will learn a lot. So I think that will also push even the process even more, and what you can do beyond that. So because these students, they learn about all these about the law, how to create a contract, but to be more with the user, to know more what would be something that should be simplified or that should be explained in another way, you will learn if you ask them.
Okay, I'll do that. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, for those great additional tips and insights. It's truly helpful to have your extra input into this work that we're doing in legal design. And this is also what Legal Creative is all about. It's really a community, and we're very excited to start bridging more with the design sprint communities as well, to get, to refine our understanding of legal design, to refine also the way we apply it, so we can do better and create new proposals, just like the ones Cameline is creating right now. So thank you also, Cameline, for accepting to share your work in progress. And I think this is really important, that we need to first get started and also not be shy to share, even if the project is not final, because legal design is an iterative process. So you're never gonna be finished, ever. You're always gonna be improving. So in this case, you're never gonna be sharing. So I think, Cameline, you have really shown us that it's really important to share. And I see Eric is really appreciating the feedback. Thank you, Eric, for being so active. If you have extra questions, do connect with Cameline on LinkedIn. You can find Cameline there. And thank you again for being with us, Cameline.
My pleasure.
So well, let's continue with other presentations. We have now Marina, who is going to be presenting. She is going to present a project that I'm really a fan of this project for a couple of reasons. First, because it's about enhancing communication between law firms and clients. And also the other reason why I like this project is because there's already technology involved, but you will see that technology does not solve all of the problems. And sometimes you need to use legal design to enhance the communication. And so we're going to bring Marina to the stage with us. Hi, Marina.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Marina.
I don't hear you so well. I don't know if it's only me. Can you put it louder, maybe?
Now it's okay?
Yes, I can hear you better now. I can hear you better. Sorry. This is great. Thank you, Marina, for being with us. She's going to be presenting about improving the user experience, UX, user experience in law firm communication. And we really look forward to this presentation, Sabrina and I.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so hello, everyone. I'm going to start by presenting.
And also, Sabrina, maybe you'd like to present yourself. She's a young lawyer based in Brazil, in the south of Brazil. And so we were excited you're doing this presentation in English as well. We know it's a stretch, but I'm sure you're going to do a great job. And I'm here if you need any kind of assistance.
Okay. Thank you, Tessa. Thank you so much. So, as Tessa said, I just graduated and I work in this law firm called Isenta app. That is an app that is all online and has we have a lot of like challenges to get to people because they mistrust lawyers and they mistrust like an online platform sometimes. So we needed to improve our communication so people could like understand the process, clarify the process. So the app is mostly for elderly people. It's for people who pay, so they are retired and they have serious illness, so they have they are exempt for paying income tax. So it's like really a specific part of the Brazilian law. And as I was saying, the platform is all online. So we have like a chatbot, so people can can answer the first questions, and then we interact with them. So it's different from traditional law firms because people, they come to us and they come to us online. So our profile, as I was already saying, sorry for the nervous stuff. So people, they are over 60, they are retired, that's the word. They really don't understand the process. So they, mostly the judicial process, they don't understand how it works, how to get access to justice. They have serious illness, so we need to have empathy to like really understand that person and we can't be aggressive on our communication. And people, they usually mistrust lawyers because they have a bad history with lawyers. Here in Brazil, sometimes there's a lot of bad history. And my project tries to respond to this question. So how could we help our clients better understand the process, the judicial process, and the steps that we are going to take them through our legal work. So right after the person responds to the chatbot, they get an email. So first we had this email that had a lot of text and a lot of information, and then I worked on this infographic. It's like an infographic that shows the steps of how Isenta works, what we need from people, like what documents we're going to ask them, how much we charge, and how is going to be the judicial process in a nutshell. Like I only put here the steps that are we need them. We need the clients to be there. So like the first decision, or sorry, I passed. The first decision or the final decision, that they are really, they change something in the process. So sorry, it's in Portuguese, but I guess it's okay. I don't need to explain it all, but the steps are this. So since a lot of people come to us and we talk to them by WhatsApp, I did a little pocket version. So I can, right from the beginning, we can like send them, and not like this whole infographic that we send by email. We can send them this pocket version, and then they can they don't need to open to really understand what's going on. They just download and it's okay. So they can like see it upfront what are the steps and how much we charge, because these are like the most people really want to understand this, how it works and how much we charge. So this really helps the understanding and the clarifying of the communication. So some feedbacks from the infographic, and this one is really nice. That, sorry, it's in Portuguese, but I guess I can translate that. I believe that the infographic, I don't know how to translate planilha, but sorry, I guess infographic works, clarifies a lot how it's going to be the process. So we had some really great feedbacks from it, and for us it seems that people can trust us better after that, because they are sending documents without the same mistrust they had before. So they like really understand what they need to send us. They really understand what they need to do. So passing on, so I did this infographic with the UX metrics from Legal Creatives, and really changed for us like the cost predictability. People really know how much we charge, and changed also the process clarify, because now they can see what steps we're going to take and what documents and what is the durability of the judicial process, how long is it going to take to get any decision. Yeah, that's it. And so the expertise is trying to have user experience, trying to improve user experience. I mean, as Cameline was saying too, every time I look at it, I see that there's some things that we need to change and we need to improve, and we always need to improve. And also, the communication is easier if we go visual. So that we used linear language, so anyone can understand. And also, the platform uses online signature through this platform called assinador.online, that we don't need to send documents by email. We can send a link through WhatsApp. So all the communication is really easy for the client. He can open the link in WhatsApp and sign the documents. So for me, sorry, for me, legal design really helped with this process. It really clarifies it, and really, I was really afraid of having to do traditional work. So making law more fun, more user-friendly, more accessible, it's just really something that really means a lot to me. And I guess clients, we need to have clients as a result of it, because I blocked a little bit my English. We are doing this for them, and they are using our services. So we need to help them to understand that. That's what I was trying to say.
Absolutely. It's about placing the clients at the center of your work.
Yes, and now they get to know their rights, and they have a change of perspective from the lawyers. So if we are a little concerned, if we are just a little bit concerned about what the client needs, it just changes a lot of their perspective. So if we do a whole communication about it, it's just a really big thing, and it's really good for them. So that was for me. Sorry for the English. Sometimes I get a little blocked, and that was
amazing. Everyone is loving your project. We've got great feedback.
Wonderful.
Yes, we've got great feedback from everyone. You're doing such a great job as a young lawyer to start using legal design and to start practicing law in a new way. I mean, it's very brave, and I really encourage you to keep going, because legal UX, this is the user experience. So Marina has been using the matrix we have developed that is called the legal user experience matrix, that combines 3 elements: processes, value, and cost. And she's been using this matrix to design this infographics and to help also improve the experience of the app. I think the app was already pretty innovative, but you see, you can always improve. Again, legal design is an iterative process. You're always improving, trying to understand how you can make better. And this is how you can, as a lawyer, a law firm, or in-house department, start to really come up with pretty interesting solutions, because you don't stop in the first idea, but you keep embellishing, you keep refining. Sabrina, what did you think about Marina's project?
Oh, I love it. So it's really nicely designed, and it's very clear. And what I like is that so the elderly people, so the let's say the target group, I think they need it, because and what I saw, and that was just one thing I would add to your presentation, you create trust. I think just getting the understanding, and also see it very transparent, because you also show them what are the costs and what are the steps, and just through these interactions you create trust for them. So I think that's the most important thing, because then they also are opening up to really complain in front of court, or to use a lawyer to let's say get money back, or to complain about something, just to be brave enough to go to use that their possibilities. And I think that's amazing. So this is one of you have now some more from your billion mission, Tessa, so to help to get access, to help people getting access to justice. So yeah, I think that's wonderful.
This is true. This is so true, because you're going to see at the end of this virtual open house, I'm going to talk about the 1 billion challenge. because at Legal Creatives, we are very much committed towards contributing socially to reducing the access to justice gap. And so we have in our mission statement, in our social mission statement, that we are on a mission to provide better access to justice for 1 billion people. And to do that, we are empowering you to actually reach out to more people, so together we can contribute to reduce the access to justice gap. And I think it's true, Marina, this is a great project that is specific for elderly people. There's been a lot of questions again in the chat, and I would encourage you to connect with Marina so she can answer your questions on LinkedIn. Here is her LinkedIn profile. And again, I want to say congratulations, Marina. I think Marina definitely has an inner talent for visual design, and the fact that you are able to combine it in your field of expertise, the law, I think it's very promising for the future. So we're very excited.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I hope just continue doing. And also, I would encourage you to spread the word, to show others how it works, because then again, it will help so many people. That's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Tessa.
Make sure to connect with Marina on LinkedIn to get your questions answered. And thank you so much for all of the good words, for encouraging the young generation to take more action that are not necessarily mainstream. I mean, when I started to work 15 years ago in Paris, I just couldn't see myself doing what we do today. But now, with the accessibility of knowledge, with the maturity of technology, we can do incredible things. And when we collaborate, when we come together, it's just exponential, the impact we can have. And I see Cameline is in the chat congratulating Marina. Thank you so much for the great work. We're going to have another project now. Yes, Sabrina?
I would like to thank you, Tessa, because you also enable all these people to talk about it and to see that it's possible so that they can take action. So congratulations to you as well.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. We're going to have another very special member who she's got a very interesting profile because she is working in the judiciary system in Brazil. She is also reinforcing her knowledge with, I believe, a master program in Sweden. And on top of working in the judiciary remotely and learning in Sweden, she's also a member of the online academy at Legal Creatives. And so she is going to present 2 projects. One that is a visual type of project for kind of visual contracts. So you're going to see this first project. And then she's going to bring a colleague of hers for a pilot project she is doing in the court system. So I'm going to bring to the screen Larissa Lima, live streaming from Sweden. Hi, Larissa, welcome.
Hi, Tessa. Thanks for having me.
We're happy to have you.
Hi, Sabrina. Well, I hope you guys are hearing me well. Like Tessa said, I'm here in Sweden. I'm studying, but I'm also working at the labor law court in Brazil. And I'm a clerk. And some of the ideas I'm going to show you in the future here is for this job at the court. So for now, I wanted to show you guys.
Great. So we don't see your screen share. So just so you know, if we don't see it, so we'll give you a second to maybe refine it. Okay. And yeah, she's going to present in English first, and then the other project possibly in Portuguese, and we're going to help with the translation. There you go.
Okay.
Amazing.
Great.
That's great. The show is yours.
Yeah, so I joined the academy a couple of months ago. So like the others were saying, we are beginners. I consider myself a beginner as well. I'm learning a lot about legal design. I still have a lot to learn. And we had a workshop a few months ago about visual law and contracts. And for that workshop, I came with an intern contract, which is here. As you can see, so for this contract, I had a mock-up situation. So the situation is we want to hire an intern, and this intern is not a law student. So I wanted to make this contract with a very accessible language for this intern. Because if it's a company or even the court, we have already a legal department. So I was more focusing on the user, which is the intern in this case. I tried to do a sidebar on the left side here, as you can see. So he can get the information very precisely about when he starts and when his contract will end, when he needs to be at his job from Monday to Friday between 9 and 1, and also how much he's going to be paid for that. So I wanted to make this information very easily on this sidebar on the left. And for the rest of the contract, something that I am a big fan is the use of icons. And since it's a contract for an intern, I could play a little bit more with this mock-up situation. So I put some icons here. So the contract is in Portuguese, of course. So I put some icons here to show the objective of this contract, the commitment of this intern. Here we have the possibility to terminate the contract before the end date, the fact that he has vacations, the commitment that he has to do reports as well, and also in case of any problem, the parties can solve the problem together in a friendly way. And if it's not possible, they can go to court as well. So I was trying to do this. I don't know if you guys like it. I tried to use yellow. I read a little bit about psychology of colors, and yellow means creativity, academic. So that's what I was trying to do for this. And it was really fun to do this because it was my first attempt to do a legal design contract, for example. And also I want to show you guys some of my drawings for Inktober. So Inktober is an online challenge that happens in every October. It's a challenge to enhance creativity, so we can exercise our creativity. And what we do is every day we choose a word and we sketch something. So this is an example. I used the word justice for this, and this was my sketch. But what I wanted to show you more was the storyboard. So the storyboard, the word was the law. And I had this idea of doing this draw. I don't know if you can see it well. I hope so. So we have this machine. We have some people that needs to find a solution for the problems, and we have this machine where they can go there, type some information, and they are waiting. It's loading. It's freezing sometimes, so the machine apparently doesn't work so well.
Yes, maybe show us a bit closer if you can, so we can see a bit better, even closer. Yes, closer, closer. Don't be afraid to move closer, even more. Yes, and we can see much better now. This is great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. And so here we are, he's putting his information, and the machine is working, and the machine comes with a result for his issue on how he can solve his problem. But the solution for this person is not so good because he's not a lawyer, for example. And it turns out that he was using the wrong machine, because we have a newly improved machine with bugs fixed, and it's using the concepts of legal design and UX, and we can see here that we already have a better document, and he's happy. He understands the possibilities and how to solve this problem. And for this storyboard, I was having in mind that the machine can be a representation of lawyers. How lawyers they provide their services, and how they can do better using legal design and UX concepts. So that was my my storyboard for this story. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And here we go. Yeah, okay.
It's great
And,
work. We don't
thank
hear you
you.
perfectly, so I'm going to stay here. If you can maybe speak closer to the mic, but I know your internet connection is not the greatest, but at least we having Larissa Presents, which is a great design she's been doing. And I think you have another project you would like to share as well?
Yes, so for my next project, the one I was doing with my friend, unfortunately he couldn't be here today, but I'm going to explain his process of work as well. So here we are talking about the user experience and legal design and taking that in consideration.
So we're talking about another project that is, I believe, in the court system, right?
Yes, exactly. So
tell us more, because you're working in the court. I think this is interesting.
Yes, I am a law clerk at the labor court here in Brazil, and I assist judges. But sometimes I have the possibility to do some working with the population when they come there, when they want information, and they want to know about their cases, how they're going. So what the thing is, we found a gap in our system because sometimes the court allows some people to have their cases going on without a lawyer in certain situations. So we were worried about those people. We wanted to have these people to have a better service from the court. And the way that we are doing our service nowadays, we are not doing that because most of these people come to us and they don't understand a thing that is going on. So our project, and I showed this project recently to the court. I'm waiting for the big guys to tell me what they think. Some people, they are already like it. So it's to, first we need to understand how our communications are being done. And here I have an example of how we do it now. So we have this communication and it's just playing and
sorry to interrupt. Do you mind bringing it closer once again so we can see better, because it's very small on the screen?
Okay.
So even closer. Yes, that's yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. So as you can see here, we just have some information about who's the author, the other person, the other party, more or less how we write those communications, and after that, there's nothing. It's plain. And to make this more user-friendly, we decided to do a few changes here. And my friend is the one responsible for this graphic words here and designs. We sketch it together.
Do you mind mentioning his name so we know who is your secret friend working on this secret legal design project?
Yes, his name is Rodrigo Caides. I'm going to share his LinkedIn as well.
Yes, and, so we can put it in the chat. Thank you.
Yes, exactly.
So show us a little bit this redesigned document.
Yeah, so for this document, we kept the writings that we do on the official papers we do, but after that, we put some icons and some more friendly language. So here I explain the text that is written in the official way. And after that, I explain to that person that they can actually have access to their case on the court. They need a login and a password. They can do that. And in case they don't know how to do that, because one thing I must say here, some of the people who goes to us to ask for information, sometimes they have lawyers, sometimes they don't. But most of these people, they don't have access to proper education. So, and some of them doesn't even know how to use internet as well. So it's nice to put here an information that if they don't know how to do that, to log in and check their case, they can go to the court and we can explain and show them and give them the information. And here we put the time the court opens, the address, telephone, email, these are just mock-ups. So, and this way we can have a better communication. And another part of this project is to have, we can change the way the court communicates with these people. So we can have pamphlets around the court. We can have this sent to the people on their WhatsApp when they are filing a lawsuit. And this way we have a different way to communicate with them, to say that if they don't have a lawyer and you have a case in the court, here what they need to know. For the first step, they need to know that they have a hearing, and they must know that they cannot miss this hearing because we don't want his case to be on archived, and what he can expect from this hearing. And after that, if it's not possible, because on labor court in Brazil, the first hearing is to try to have people solve their issue in a friendly way. If it's not possible, then we have different procedures. So in this case, we are pretending here that they didn't reach an agreement. And we say here that it was not possible to have a conciliation. It is okay, but you need to understand what's going to happen now. And we are going to clarify some stuff, and that they have a second commitment to the justice, which is another hearing where we need to hear the people who is going to testify, and we explain what this person can expect from this hearing. So that's more or less the project that we have for the court, and it's based on the user experience and legal design that we are studying. There's a lot of it to go on. I know there's a judge in Brazil that is already doing this kind of notifications with those icons, and we want to have him in touch as well at the court. And for my friend Rodrigo, he was very excited to participate on this project. He's in advertising and marketing, and right now he's working as a product designer at a Brazilian telephone company. And he was explaining to me about when the design comes in with the mission of mapping the legal process, and that's me reading his statement because unfortunately he couldn't be here. The journey and the pain of each of the parties, the customer's point of contact with the service, the institutions, and other variables. We need to map all of those. So there are 3 steps to do that. The discover, where the objective is to make a general understanding of the problem and its connection with the surroundings. The definition, where the scope of the project is defined with the most critical problems that we need to solve. And the development, the time to seek solutions and create prototypes and performing tests. And the deliver, which is the time to develop and deliver the solutions. The graphic piece or any other delivery artifact is just the tip of the iceberg of this whole process, what becomes visible and tactile. The goal of design is to develop solutions that meet the triad of what is technically possible, financially viable, and the main thing, which is desirable, a premise that guides all of our work. So that's his statement for this. And this is what we had for this second project.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Larissa. Thanks, Sabrina, for being with me on this art gallery show. What a journey.
That's really amazing. I like these visuals. And I like the approach, what you read also from your friend. This is just to the point. It's about making these people understandable, just to understand what they need, what are their needs, and that it's only these visuals we are seeing now, that they are the tip of the iceberg. So I really like that. And it's, I think, already a big step. It's of understanding. And if I would get something from court like I saw now, that would be just blowing my mind. And also the possibility, and when I heard that, I thought that would be so great to have the access digitally to everything what I'm just discussing in front of court. So if I have a case, that I can have a digital access, what a revolution. So wonderful. Yeah, good to hear that.
Yes, it's great to see that another young legal professional taking action to bring legal design in the courts this time. This is, again, a great example of bravery in action. And this is just, I'm just so excited for you, Larissa, because I believe this is the beginning of a very promising journey for you in legal design, in order to bring it in your work, in order to also show through design, through visuals, in cartoons. I mean, I didn't know you were a cartoonist. I think we can say you are a cartoonist. And it's just amazing because it's enabling people to understand better how the system works. And so there's been some comments in the chat discussing the topic that we hear a lot. Oversimplification. Is there a risk to oversimplify the law with cartoons and visuals? But at the same time, I think it's not either cartoon or traditional legal document. It can be a mix of both. We tend to think in a very binary way. Either it's cartoon or it's law. Why not a combination of both? Why don't we use more cartoons in order to explain some sections of the legal proceedings, so everyone can be on an equal footing? Everyone, irrespective of the language, the background, the education, can understand. And even for complex issues, using visuals can be extremely relevant. In fact, we're going to have on the panel discussion a great example of the use of visual in litigation in order to speed up the process and to enhance clarity for the judge to understand the disputes, to make a ruling. And so that leads me to talk a little bit about the panel discussion that is scheduled actually to start now. So if you are joining because you would like to join the panel, well, you're going to have a glimpse of other real-life projects. If we can take an extra minute, I don't know if Sabrina is able to stay. If Sabrina, you can't, that's fine. If you can, with just a break.
I can.
That's great, because I believe we have two last projects, and they're very interesting projects. You're going to love them. And then we're going to continue with the panel discussion. So I appreciate your understanding with the scheduling. Those live events are really interesting to bring engagement. And so we've just so excited to see so many of you engaged. By the way, if you have questions for Larissa, please make sure to connect with Larissa Lima on LinkedIn. This is the link. And so she can answer your questions and you can continue the conversation.
Maybe just a quick question and a quick answer. How did the justice or the court, how did the people there react?
Well, I showed this to two people. They are in the communication department. They love the idea, and they are showing this to the big people, the authorities, and we are waiting for that. Because
okay.
This is just a pilot project, and we decided to start in a specific department. But this can be broader, can be bigger in the future with the use of legal design.
So basically, Larissa has said the feedback has been positive, in case you couldn't hear so well, because the mic, we know, is not great, Larissa. But she's been telling you that so far the response has been positive and the communication is working on it. So it's great news. It's great news to see that we see legal design in the court system and that the judiciary is interested. Thank you again, Larissa, for presenting.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
And so now we're going to have two more projects before the panel discussion is going to start. So make sure to stay with us to watch another great example of legal design for a project that was created in Brazil. It's a project that is related to architecture, and it makes total sense to do legal design for architects. Since architects are doing design and applying design thinking, it makes total sense to use legal design in this field. And so our next guest is a young lawyer based in Brazil. She's been learning legal design with great colleagues in Brazil. And she is very active in the legal design space. She's truly made it a mission to bring legal design in her practice. And so she's going to be sharing about this project. Welcome to the live streaming, Katsurin Machado. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi.
We don't hear you, Katsurin. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
And Katsurin is going to do the presentation. We're going to do it together because Katsurin is going to be presenting in Portuguese, and I'm going to be sort of interpreting for you all to understand. And so for the Brazilian people listening or the Portuguese people, it's a great opportunity for you to get to meet Katsurin, to see her work. And for the international audience, you're going to have my English interpretation and as well as Sabrina. And so let's get started. Let's show this great project of yours, Katsurin, and let's discuss about this.
Ok. O legal design, para mim, é muito mais do que a aplicação de técnicas de design a documentos. Eu sempre penso em todo o ecossistema que está envolvido, em todas as partes que estão envolvidas no projeto. E esse projeto de arquitetura, ele aconteceu porque havia uma queixa por parte do escritório de arquitetura na comunicação com seus clientes.
So before you go, I'm going to translate a little bit because there's already a lot of interesting stuff. She is a firm believer that legal design is not just about the use of visual techniques, but is more about thinking in a systematic way, thinking of the ecosystem, thinking of the stakeholders. And so she's going to present this project in order to show you how she is applying legal design. And Katsurin, if you want to also zoom, if you can zoom so we can see better, I think it would be helpful because it's very far from here. Even a bit more if you can.
Ok.
Thank you. Perfect.
Essa é a capa do documento. Esse documento é a proposta de orçamento. É o primeiro documento que o cliente tem contato após procurar o escritório de arquitetura. Então, é o primeiro contato do cliente com a empresa.
So this is the front page of the document she's created. That is a document for the architect, her client, to make the proposal to his or her client. So she's going to be presenting about this proposal that she has been building using legal design.
Logo na capa, nós colocamos a validade da proposta para uma maior segurança jurídica para o escritório de arquitetura. Achamos importante já...
So she's adding here the validity of the proposal right on the front page to sort of signal, the time that is left for the client to make a decision with this proposal.
Na segunda página, nós usamos recursos visuais de design da informação, de design gráfico, para tornar o documento mais agradável e mais compreensível para o cliente.
And so as you can see, she's using visuals in order to make the document easier to understand, in order to capture the most important parts of the contract for the client to really understand what are the services being offered.
Aqui nós não só colocamos cada serviço oferecido, como também explicamos cada um deles. Porque para algumas pessoas pode parecer confuso lidar com alguns termos complexos do universo da arquitetura. Então, além de mencionar todos os serviços que estão inclusos nessa proposta, nós explicamos de forma clara e objetiva cada serviço oferecido.
So as you can see, this is really interesting because she is explaining each of the service of the architectural services being offered, but also she's providing sort of a very short and concise explanation. Because what Katsurin is explaining is not everybody really understands architecture. Not everybody really understands what is a structural project or an electrical project. And so she's making sure to describe in a very concise way each of the services to make it easier for the client to understand. And I think we can all relate. This could be a great also something great to do for legal service proposals. I think we should all get inspired by this idea from you, Katsuran.
Na próxima página, nós sentimos, após realizar as pesquisas quantitativas e qualitativas, entrevistarmos clientes e arquitetos, entendemos que era uma necessidade criar um fluxograma para explicar cada fase do processo e os prazos aproximados, para que o cliente entenda como funciona desde a apresentação do orçamento e da assinatura do contrato até a entrega do projeto aprovado pelo órgão municipal para a execução da obra. Tudo o que acontece nesse período.
This is a great example of how you can use visuals to create a process timeline. So the client really understands. We are now reading the proposal, and then those are the steps, and also those are the days that are going to be required to complete each of the steps. So that gives a lot of predictability from the consumer experience as to what are the next steps and also what is the timeline.
Então, além de colocarmos cada etapa do processo, também explicamos para que o cliente possa tomar uma decisão com mais clareza.
So it's about really helping the customer making a decision with more clarity.
Na parte final desta página, nós colocamos os itens que não estão inclusos na proposta, para que o cliente tenha consciência de que, caso solicitado, esses itens poderão ser cobrados à parte.
And in the bottom, they are detailing the things that are not included in the proposal. So the client knows exactly what's included, what's not included. It really brings more clarity as to what is the client buying.
E na última página, nós organizamos as informações de modo a ficar extremamente compreensível como funciona as formas de pagamento, dando opções para que o cliente possa pagar de diversas formas.
And this is about the payment plan. So those are the payment options and the payment plans available. So again, to make sure that the client knows exactly how much this project is going to cost and what is the timeline.
Outra coisa que incluímos foi a estimativa de custos, porque muitas pessoas pagavam pelo projeto arquitetônico, mas quando estavam com o projeto em mãos, aprovado para a construção, chegavam à conclusão de que não possuíam recursos para executar a obra, porque não tinham consciência de quanto ia custar a execução dessa obra. Então, nós, conversando com vários clientes, entendemos que eles ficavam frustrados quando estavam com o projeto em mãos e não podiam executar a sua casa ou apartamento, o que também não era interessante para o arquiteto, que gostaria de ver o seu projeto sendo executado. Então, nós colocamos na parte final do documento uma estimativa de custos para que o cliente possa tomar decisão, tenha o poder de tomar uma decisão com uma clareza sobre os recursos que envolve tanto a contratação do projeto quanto a execução da obra.
And so this is the estimate for the total project, right?
Isso, a estimativa de custos para executar a obra, para pegar o projeto e torná-lo concreto. O projeto arquitetônico.
So they are including also at the end of the document an estimate of the total project, because what she said is from the users interviews they have been doing with the clients of her clients, people were confused with the total cost and sometimes frustrated with having to pay more. And I think, again, we can totally relate to that story because in the legal world, this is something we hear a lot. Clients are very frustrated with having to pay more to get their legal work done or their legal project finished. And so they are making an estimate at the end of the document in order for the clients to know exactly how much it's going to cost, to avoid frustrations also for her client, the architect, that sometimes get involved in projects that are never completed because the client is not able to fund the project. And so the beautiful house or project is never finished. And so that is meant to avoid this to happen.
Eu elaborei esse documento após conversar com muitas pessoas envolvidas em projetos arquitetônicos, clientes, arquitetos, pessoas de todo o ecossistema da construção, e elaboramos esse documento pensando na experiência do cliente, para que ele possa ter um maior poder de escolha, de decisão baseado em dados, e também para aumentar as chances de sucesso na contratação por parte do escritório de arquitetura, para que eles possam fechar mais contratos, já que a experiência do cliente, após muitos feedbacks, é muito positiva com esse documento reelaborado.
So what Katsuren is saying to conclude is that the objective and the intention with this document is to help the architect close more deals with this new designed proposal that is bringing a lot of clarity for the customer, from the customer perspective, that is, also helping building a relationship that is based on trust, on clarity, and that is really driven towards achieving the outcome. And any last words or any feedback you want to share from your client or the users?
Muitos clientes para o qual eu enviei esse documento disseram que a experiência seria totalmente outra caso eles tivessem tido esse documento antes. Recebi muitos feedbacks positivos e as pessoas se sentiram mais confiantes e mais seguras para tomarem uma decisão com essas informações tão claras e precisas, né? Auxilia na tomada de decisão com certeza. Obrigada, Tessa.
Absolutely, thank you. Katsuren is saying that the client's feedback, so the end user feedback, and this is a great way for me to just talk about the fact that when you do legal design, you don't just design for your client, you design for the end user. And very often it's the client of your client. In this case, the architect has clients, and Katsuren has not just been designing this document for the architect, but thinking of the end user. There are people like you and me who may be willing to build their own houses or, whatever you would like to get built by hiring an architect. And so the feedback from the end user was really, really positive. People say they were very surprised in a good way about this document because it brings more certainty. They feel more safe, they feel safer, and they feel that they can trust the architect much more.
I also like that you start with asking the users. In the design sprint, you also start with that. It depends on how much you know about the project, but specifically you do that when you finish the project, that you ask 5 users, like I already told. But I like that you already start just to, how can we start this project? How can we make this contracts better, understandable? And also what you found out, I like this part, that they are very, that it's a big pain point. What is the estimated amount of money for the whole project? So that in the end they don't know, and then it will never finish. So I like that you find out these real specific and crucial pain points, and you ask that in advance before you started the project. So I think this is also key, and I think this is great to learn for everyone. Start the project with knowing more about your users. So yeah, and everything else is amazing, but I just wanted to point out this one.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, for the great feedback. Thank you, Katsuren, for sharing with us. We're very happy to bring diversity in legal design, to give the opportunity to everyone to present, irrespective of the language, the background, because we believe, once again, legal design is about diversity, multidisciplinarity, and so we're very excited that Katsuren accepted my invitation to share. Any last words before we go, Katsuren? We have one last project before the panel discussion officially starts. But before, Katsuren, any words of wisdom you would like to share with our audience?
Gostaria de agradecer a oportunidade, estou muito feliz de participar desse evento, foi um prazer conhecer você, Sabrina, e eu estou em todas as redes sociais, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, é só me acompanharem lá, Katsurin Machado, e a gente pode continuar esse debate sobre legal design e sobre projetos desenvolvendo inovação jurídica em todas as áreas. Obrigada.
So Katsurin is saying that, well, she's grateful for this experience, and she's really inviting you to connect with her. And I'm just pasting the LinkedIn profile. You can find Katsurin on LinkedIn, Katsurin Machado. You can find her on Instagram. And stay in touch with her, because I believe she's doing a great project. She's now working on a new project for in the dental industry, for dentists. So it's great to see legal design being used for the service industry. I believe it's a very promising field, especially architecture. I really look forward to seeing more legal design in architecture. It makes total sense. So congratulations.
Obrigada.
And now we're going to have one last presentation before the panel discussion officially starts. And then I'm going to be able to release Sabrina. She's been so invested in this art gallery with me, Sabrina. I'm really appreciative of your time.
I'm learning so much. Thanks for this opportunity. So yeah, it's great to hear all this, and I get a better understanding for the whole legal design space, and it gets more tangible now as well. And I think that's great, because I would like to spread the word. So I think this is something not only the German, but all lawyers and, let's say, the whole legal industry should know about. And also not only the legal industry, but let's say the customers of the lawyers, you know. So like you said, architects, dentists. So we have a lot of examples. You're muted.
Oh, thank you. We are still in the beginning of legal design, and this is why it's exciting you are part of this virtual open house, because you get to see what's possible when you apply legal design. You get to see how to articulate legal design for different aspects, whether it's visual contracts, whether it's dispute resolution, contract automation. And we're going to see one last project before the panel discussion is starting with Antonella, who is, yesterday, actually, she was invited to give a lecture on legal design for privacy, for policies, public policies. That was how can you enact public policies using legal design. And so Antonella is going to be talking about her experience. Welcome, Antonella, to this show.
Hi, Tessa. Hi, Sabrina. It's a pleasure to be here. Also, welcome to all the people who are watching us by YouTube. Yes, I'm going to talk about the application of legal design in the designing of public policies. Thanks to the Academy, to Legal Creative, I have been doing some research of how this methodology can be applied also in the public sector. Here in my country, I'm from Peru, I'm Peruvian. Unlucky, my government is not using so much this methodology in the designing of public policies. Worldwide, we have great examples that I'm going to show in my presentation. I promise I'm going to be really brief, because also I can wait for the next panel, because it's going to be awesome. I'm going to share my...
All right, so we let you present, and with Sabrina, we'll be watching in the behind the scenes, and we'll come back to comments before we close this virtual legal design art gallery.
Perfect. Let me just open this. Okay, now it's open, and now
while
I can share
Antonella is sharing, while Antonella is sharing her screen.
Okay.
And
now
so I'll leave it to you, Antonella.
Perfect. So now you can see my screen, right?
Yes, absolutely. We can hear you, and we can see your screen, and we can see you.
Great. So this is a really short presentation about the application of legal design in the designing of public policies. I'm gonna not talk about the definition of the methodology, because it would take me a lot of time. I'm not going to explain also the stage that you have to follow to fulfill with the methodology, because it would also take me a lot of time. But I'm gonna talk about real examples of the application and why I'm focusing in the public sector, especially in the designing of public policies, because now it's the time for the public administration to meet again with the citizens and their needs. It's important that the governments, not only the national governments, but also the local governments, stop creating public policies and stop creating laws from their desktops. Because when you create and when you design a law or a public policy without talking with the citizens and without knowing exactly their needs, the impact of this public policy or the impact of the law is not gonna be so realistic, no, for the to cover the needs of the citizens. So as we have all we know about the design lab of Stanford University, for example, I would like to talk about the Public Policy Lab of New York. By far, they are doing a great work using the methodology of design thinking to create better public services. But also, I have more international examples. For example, here in America, we have Novagop. This is like an association, a network who connects countries here in the region to use these methodologies to create better public services. In Finland, you have Sitra, that belongs to the parliament. They are doing also a great job using this methodology. They have really interesting projects about the climate change and also about democracy. In Denmark, for example, you have MindLab, that is focused on public innovation. It also belongs to the government. I think it belongs to the Ministry of Business in Denmark. And in UK, you have the well-known Design Council. They use actually their own methodology, that it's the double diamond, that it's really similar to design thinking. I'm going to talk about a Peruvian example. It's not a public example. It has been doing by the private sector, but they have used this methodology to improve the educational system in Peru. This has been done by IDEO. IDEO has been founded for Tim Brown, one of the well-known worldwide applicators of the design thinking, and also by Intercorp, that it's a Peruvian group of companies here. So the challenge that they faced up in the moment was redesign the educational service in Peru. This was focused in the middle class and then wanted to offer a really good educational service just for $100 per month, that it's really, really affordable. The goal was to change for the very first time the focus of what I teach to who I teach. As we know, legal design, it's a methodology focused on the user. So this is what they have done with Innova School. They focus on the student. They didn't focus on the teachers. The impact they have 10 years in the market, and now they have 52 schools in Peru. They have more than 52,000 students, and since the last year, they have also now a school in Mexico, and they have many awards, worldwide awards, because now Innova School is considering between the 15 better schools around the world. They have a huge waiting list students to be part of this new system. I would love that my government could do something like this to improve the educational service in Peru that needs to be improved. And just to finish, I would like you to, talking about public policies, what I'm going to show, it's not a public policy by itself, but it's a way that the government can improve the communication using legal design. Let me share my screen.
It's been great to hear the story of Antonella.
Thank you. Let me.
Yes, I like it. What amazing impact that has.
Absolutely.
Sorry that I'm not so quickly
Not a problem.
showing my screen. It's my very first time using this tool.
So, not a problem, Antonella. Let me just see if I don't see you screen share. I don't see it yet.
Now I think it's open.
But yes, I think it's time to integrate legal design into the public sector, especially with the COVID-19. It makes total sense to have streamlined processes to ensure people really understand what are the measures that needs to be taken. And I think there's a big window of opportunity. We've even talked recently in the academy that there are COVID-19 compliance officers. That is the new job that has been created. And I mean, the future is now. We've been talking about the future of law, the future of education, the future of everything, but I think the future is now. And there are great opportunities for all of you to take action, to make proposals. And so when Cameline is asking, are there any governmental legal design associations who are integrating legal design? I am not sure those associations exist. They are yet to be created. And who are going to create those associations? I think Cameline, Antonella, Sabrina also.
Now you can see my...
Yes, I can see it. We're going to show it. This is for us to create those initiatives, or need to contribute, or to co-create, or to instigate. Because we often think the world is not happening to us. We are active creators. We are active instigators and creators. And so this is for us all to start implementing more legal design into the public sector. We'll stay with you, Antonella, to see this document you're sharing with us. We can see the document now.
Mm-hmm.
Antonella, it's a bit small again, but
yes.
We can see it.
Maybe if I...
We could see it, Antonella. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, you could see it. Perfect.
Yeah, we could see it. It's gone
Perfect.
now.
Okay, now it's open again. This is the before and after.
But we don't see it, Antonella. It's gone. There it is. There it is. We have it now. But we don't see nothing.
No. Oh.
It's black. It's a dark hole. We are entering into a dark hole.
I don't know why technology it's not of my side today.
If you can unshare and reshare, we saw it for a moment and then it's gone. So if you can try one more time.
In my
and then we're gonna start with the panel discussion.
Okay. Now,
and by the way, I want to get a little bit of feedback from everyone who's watching. I would love to hear a bit. Oh, there it is.
Now?
There it is, Antonella. We can see it.
Perfect.
All right, we're listening to you.
Perfect. This is a new design that I have done, El Peruano. It's our official newspaper in which the government launched new laws. And when they launch, when they publish a law, it's just about text. But the problem is not the text. The problem is the way they write. Because they write for no one. Like, I mean, they don't focus on the citizenship. They even for lawyers, I'm a lawyer, even for me sometimes when I read a new law, it's difficult to understand easily. So I have done this design. Last week, the government have launched a new law to reschedule the credits, because here in Peru, due to the pandemic, 7 million people have lost their work. So people, it's really worried about paying their credits because they don't have money. If they don't have work, they don't have money, so they cannot pay the credits. So the government has launched this program to be a warrantor for the credit entities. So in this way, they can allow people to reschedule the credits. So what I have tried to do in this design is completely change the writing, and also try to include some graphics in order to do the understanding of the law more easily, and of course user centric. No, so here, for example, you have the objective of the law. The application is national application. Sorry, it's in Spanish because then I want to share this with my network. For example, here you have what kind of credits you can reschedule, and I have tried to use questions and answers method, because I think when you use Q&A, it's even more easy to understand what you're reading, and also it's really easy to find what you are looking for. So, for example, here I have written who can apply for this reschedule, who cannot, for example, how I can apply to this, do I have to present a warranty, what if my credit is in dollars, can I apply? Then, for example, what percentage of my credit is going to be covered by this warranty of the government. So this has been a way to do more easily the understanding of this law that have a general impact in Peru. Thank you. That was
that would be great if all the laws would be presented in that way. So maybe just the first question. So you
Yes.
re-elaborated to make it more understandable, this law. Did you present it to the government?
No, yet. But I really want. I really want. Maybe could be kind of utopic to pretend that the government could use this methodology for all the laws that they launch every day. But I think they should do an effort at least to use this methodology for the laws who has a general impact, especially now in this moment in which we are talking about a law that allow you to reschedule your credits, taking into account that we are facing an economically crisis. So I think it would be really useful for people.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think
I really can't wait for. I can't wait to see all of you now that you have first taken the step to do legal design, and now that you are sharing with us legal design. Now the next step, as Sabrina said, is to go and to share with the institutions, to talk to the governments, to talk to stakeholders, to associations, and to show them the work you have been creating so you can really be involved in the creation of a new legal era. That's what I've been talking a lot since the beginning of Legal Creatives, is that my intention is to empower you to do legal design, to do more legal design, to do great legal design. And for that, you need to implement legal design. And it's very difficult to implement legal design. It's very challenging because you need to acquire new skills, such as a little bit of graphic design, or at least to find people that can help you with the graphic design. Possibly you need to learn a little bit of technology. Or again, you can find people like Julian has been collaborating with Arnaud. Arnaud is an engineer, and he's also very much knowledgeable of contracts. And so it was a great way to kickstart the platform together. And once you have this, then you can talk to people and have, you know, something to show. It's not just an idea, because everyone has ideas. I have a ton of ideas every day, and I'm sure Sabrina can relate. I'm sure Sabrina has a ton of ideas every single day.
Too many.
But then you have to make decisions as to which one you act on. And so for those of you who are listening right now, if you have an idea, or maybe you have, like me, you have a ton of idea, it's just one idea is just enough. Just one idea, and to start doing something, to apply design thinking for the law, or to do legal design, and to do a sprint, or to join the academy, to get the support you need, the feedback you need, and to, you know, have this safe space where you can prototype and then feel confident and proud to share with the world. And this is why Legal Creatives exist. We are here to empower you to make those proposals. And we are here to support you and to guide you and to coach you and to make sure you are on track. And I'm getting really, you know, very passionate now, because again, it's about the 1 billion challenge. There's 5 billion people in the world that do not understand their rights, that do not know where to go when they have legal problems, that do not able to resolve a dispute because they cannot access a judge. So the 1 billion challenge, which I'm going to talk later today as a way to close this virtual open house, is about empowering you to contribute. And so some of you will want to create non-for-profit, others would like to create startups or businesses, whatever. The new businesses will have to be socially impactful. And I think this is where Sabrina and I get along so well, because we are about making an impact together. So thank you so much, Antonella, for being with us, for sharing the project. Make sure to connect with Antonella here.
Yeah, thanks, Antonella.
Last word before we go, Sabrina, or at least before you go, because I'm going to stay here for an incredible panel discussion.
So it was an amazing journey here. I learned a lot about legal design. I'm really excited about that. And now with everything we talked the first time, but also with the podcast, that was really enlightening. And now here, seeing these use cases, seeing this in this art gallery, seeing the prototypes, I think that gives a broad understanding how legal design can be implemented. I see that is here and there already, let's say, realistically implemented. There are here and there, let's say, ideas and prototypes, first prototypes, but they are all very promising. And I think, like you told me already in the podcast, it will be a revolution, like industry revolution, industry 3 and 4 in one time. So that's very promising for us users, because I just think now as a user, because I use lawyers as well. And I think this is a big step for us. And I'm so glad that with my design sprint and also design thinking mindset, that I can support that and spread the word. And I think this will be very important. Yeah, and the podcast, wow. Just look at
you can listen to yes, please listen to Sabrina's podcast. It's available on Spotify. It's called Beyond Design Sprint. Make sure to listen to it on Apple Podcasts and all of those great platforms. And also make sure to connect with Sabrina on LinkedIn. She is leading an incredible community of design sprinters. She's been doing design sprints for many years now, and this is how we got to meet. And so I'm sharing with you here her LinkedIn profile, so you can connect with Sabrina Goerlich, founder of the Design Sprint Studio. And I think there's just so many ways we can continue collaborating, supporting each other, Sabrina and I. And we are very excited for what's happening, because Sabrina is also on a mission to help with the Sustainable Development Goals, empowering especially the young generation with design skills and design sprints. And by the way, it's just allowing me to invite you, Sabrina, to join in next year. We're already planning the program for next year. We're going to have a legal design challenge. And the challenge is going to be a great way to solve some tricky problems that needs to be solved in a creative way. And so it's going to happen next year in May. And you have time to schedule it in your agenda.
Sounds very promising. I like challenges.
So thank you again, Sabrina. I want to really thank you for making the time on this Saturday. And now we're gonna smoothly move towards the panel discussion. We are late on the schedule, but I think you're gonna forgive me and forgive us. You have been seeing great real life projects in legal design. You have asked a lot of questions. I really encourage you to connect with the presenters, to continue those conversations. This is also a way for you to do networking. I have promised to you, when you join live, you get a great opportunity to do international networking. Also with the attendees, make sure to connect with each other and find yourself in LinkedIn, share your LinkedIn profile in the chat. This is a space for us to get to know each other and to expand our network. So thank you again, Sabrina, for being
Thank you.
Me. Really.
Thank you,
and
see you soon. See you soon here in the cloud. And have
Sabrina,
a nice
have a great afternoon in Germany. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you very soon in the podcast. So make sure to follow Sabrina.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
And so now we're gonna have a very short intermission, just so I can grab a glass of water and be fresh for the panel discussion that is coming up. We have a panel discussion with Mauro Martins from Brazil, with Dorra Harrar from Tunisia, with Alejandro Temporetti Olivera from Argentina. And so we are, again, a bit late on schedule, but I hope you're going to forgive me. Let's just take can we just take a 4-minute break so we can start in 4 minutes, just 4 minutes, just for me to just refresh a little bit. And just stay here, continue talking to your colleagues and your friends in the chat, and we'll be back in 4 minutes for the panel discussion. So just stay here. Just stay here and we're going to continue, okay? So I'll see you in just a moment for the panel discussion. And I'm also going to be putting here this. Hi, Mauro. You joining us? We are here in the studio. Hey everyone, so we are back for the panel discussion that is going to start in just a moment. I want to say thank you so much for your patience. I understand we are not exactly on schedule. However, I also believe you have seen great projects, and I have no doubt you are feeling more inspired, more energized than ever before with Lego design. And so I would like to welcome all and every one of you for this panel discussion that is about to start in just a second. We're going to have great speakers from everywhere around the world. But before that, let me know in the chat, how are you enjoying this event? Let me know a little bit in the chat section how you're enjoying this. I really want to know. And as you do so, I'm going to be also asking Mauro. Mauro is here. That's amazing. We have Mauro Martins, who's going to be presenting from Brazil, Alejandro Temporetti from Argentina, Dorra Harrar from Tunisia. So please be active in the chat. Let me know how you like this virtual open house. I'm truly excited, and I want to say thank you, everyone, for being a part of this. This is going to be a before and after October 17, and I'm so excited that you are part of this. Thank you, Rebecca, for your great comment. Thank you, Eric, as well, for being so engaged in the chat. I think, Eric, you're going to connect with Cameline. The Virginia non-for-profit help is Cameline. You can connect, and let's just continue. So now we have a panel discussion. I'm going to bring 3 guests. We're going to be talking about how Lego design can help you in your Lego innovation journey. We're going to have this panel discussion in different languages because, again, we would like to make Lego design accessible worldwide. And for that reason, everybody is going to speak in its native language, and you're going to get an executive summary from me, and possibly also with the help of Antonella Putriano that you have met. Possibly also I can have a bit of help with the Spanish translation, because my Spanish is not yet as good as my French or my newly acquired Portuguese skills. All right, so let's get started with the introduction of my first guest. My first guest is based in Argentina. He has created a platform that is called El Reclamador. El Reclamador is an online platform that has been designed in order to help people understand the claims and make claims online. He has been using Lego design in order to create the platform. That means to create the experience of the people who would be using the platform. And so I'm really excited to have Alejandro Temporetti Olivera from El Reclamador, Argentina, and with me on this show. Thank you. Muchas gracias, Alejandro.
Buenas tardes, Tessa.
Would you like, Alejandro, just to say a brief presentation of you? We don't hear you.
Now, ahora sí.
Yes.
Primero, muchas gracias por la invitación, por la oportunidad de participar en este gran evento mundial, el mundo legal, el arte y el diseño. Que seguramente después de esto no va a volver a ser lo mismo nada. Mi nombre es Alejandro Temporetti Olivera, soy de Argentina, soy CEO y fundador del Reclamador.com.ar, que es la primera plataforma digital de Legal Tech con una fuerte impronta en acceso a la justicia y justicia social de Argentina.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, for being with us. He has just been sharing that he has been working, and this is what he's going to be sharing with you. He's been working on making sure design and technologies can be used to improve access to justice and to create a new experience of the law. Also on the show, we are going to have a very dear colleague of mine and friend now, who is based in Brazil. He has an interesting background because he's not just a lawyer, but he also was trained as an engineer. He's been working in IT for many years in big companies. And when he was working in those big technological companies doing legal work, and also helping the legal department do, serve better the company, he realized the huge gap between the legal world and the IT world in the way that we think about delivering delivering technological products. That we all know technological products need to be very easy to use, otherwise users are not interested. And this is why we all get so hooked with those social media platforms. They have been designed to make sure that users are going to enjoy using them so they can use them more. But in the legal system, we don't really think so much about the user experience. We think about legal content, and so he was really intrigued about how can we reduce this gap. And so his name is Mauro Martins, and Mauro Martins is now the Chief Design Officer of an innovation hub based in São Paulo that is called PK Hub. And he's going to be presenting with you, to you, his journey and how you can do the creative revolution using legal design. Welcome, Mauro, to the show.
Oi, Tessa, muito obrigado por me receber hoje aqui. Estou muito feliz. Vou falar em português para o nosso público do Brasil. E é um prazer estar aqui com você, com o Alejandro, e poder compartilhar um pouco da minha experiência, que veio, como você falou, de um mundo onde eu tive a oportunidade de ver como os serviços estão sendo desenhados e projetados agora, e comparar isso com os serviços jurídicos atuais que a gente tem. Tá bom? Na verdade, como você falou, eu comecei minha carreira em 1994, já há bastante tempo, estudando a parte de eletrônica. E aí eu trabalhei alguns anos na parte de informática, outros bons anos na parte de telecomunicações, e então fui fazer direito. Quando eu terminei a faculdade de direito, eu uni as duas coisas, então tecnologia e direito, para trabalhar com direito digital. Em 2012, eu tive a oportunidade de entrar no escritório aqui em São Paulo, Brasil, especializado em tecnologia e inovação. E lá eu fui enviado para trabalhar como secondment na Microsoft. Eu fiquei na Microsoft por 4 anos e trabalhei em diversas áreas nesses 4 anos. E foi lá onde eu tive a oportunidade de ver essa mudança de mindset. E eu lembro exatamente no dia, porque nós estávamos em Seattle, na sede da Microsoft, e houve um evento para o jurídico do mundo todo, global, e eles pediram exatamente assim: o departamento jurídico tem que ser diferente. Vocês têm que ser mais simples. Vocês têm que ser mais ágeis. Vocês têm que ser mais be bold, mais arrojados. E isso ficou na minha cabeça. Eu fiquei pensando realmente como uma empresa tão inovadora tinha tantas áreas pensando diferente e o jurídico continuava como há séculos atrás. Então, desde lá, isso aconteceu em 2015. Desde lá, eu comecei a repensar os nossos serviços jurídicos. E eu vim, num primeiro momento, redesenhando esses serviços jurídicos sem a ajuda do legal design, porque eu não conhecia o legal design ainda. Então, quando eu conheci em 2018, me ajudou muito. Por quê? Porque a Tessa mostrou para a gente que existe uma metodologia que você consegue desenvolver um serviço jurídico melhor, gastando menos dinheiro e em menos tempo. Porque, assim, o que aconteceu antes de eu aplicar o legal design é que alguns dos serviços novos que eu criei não deram certo. Ou eu gastei muito dinheiro e o mercado não...
So I just want to...
Sim,
Sorry, Mauro, I just because I want to just everyone to follow, for those of you who don't speak Portuguese. And so I just want to quickly share what Mauro, because it's very interesting. He said that, so you have heard the story. I started to share his story. He was working in this big IT company. He really was surprised to see this huge gap between the way we design and do innovation for IT and the way we work in the legal departments. And so he started to do this journey to understand how we can innovate using the mindset of innovation in the legal space. And so he's been sharing that he started to do that without the use of legal design. And then he's going to share after legal design. So you're going to know exactly the difference. But before Mauro, before maybe you continue explaining, let's bring our other guest as well, because we have another guest that has been using legal design in order to create her own legal design consultancy firm. So she's been first learning with me back in 2018, I believe, just like Alejandro, in the academy. And eventually at the time she was working in a big organization. And by the way, I do remember at the time she was using legal design and everything she was learning inside the academy in her organization, in her legal department. She even won a communication prize with her team, which is quite surprising to think that there was a communication contest, I believe, in the organization, and the legal department is winning. Who would believe the legal department would be winning a communication contest? You would think marketing, sales, but certainly not the legal department. And they won the prize in the company. And then she decided to start her own consultancy firm. She's based in Tunisia. The name is Dorra Harrar. She's now the founder of Legal D, her new consultancy firm. And so this is what she's going to be talking about as well in French. And so you're going to be able to listen to Dorra in this panel in French. And also, don't worry if you don't speak English. You're going to get an executive summary from me and from Antonella, who's going to help for the translation of Alejandro's speech. Dorra, would you like to say a few words to present yourself to our audience?
Bonjour Tessa, bonjour tout le monde. Salut à tous ceux qui nous regardent. Bah, tu as tout résumé. Tu veux que je fasse la traduction là?
Dorra is saying I've summarized everything. So then in this case, it's great. We're going to dive into the topic immediately. So today's panel, and I'm going to maybe bring Antonella with us as well. Antonella, because she's going to be helping with just making sure we're all following Alejandro's speech for those of us who are not speaking Spanish. So thank you, Antonella, for accepting to assist with a bit of translation. So this panel discussion is about how legal design is going to help you innovate and do the creative revolution in the law. And we're going to start with Alejandro, who's going to be presenting his experience, how he articulated legal design to create his platform. And so he's going to be sharing, I believe, some slides as well. And Antonella is going to help a little bit here and there with the translation. So I'll leave it to you to decide. Maybe Alejandro, you can present, and sometime Antonella jump in and just translate so we follow you. That would be amazing. So let's start with Alejandro. Alejandro, would you like me to share your screen?
Perfecto, voy a compartir pantalla. ¿Se ve? Bueno, como bien decía Tessa recién, nosotros teníamos un desafío por delante. En Argentina esa es una realidad que muchas personas cuando sueñan con el auto propio deciden comprarlo en cuotas. Nosotros estuvimos hablando de esta situación durante mucho tiempo, pero teníamos que pensar una manera diferente de cómo íbamos a ofrecer un servicio para una situación que no estaba contemplada. y toda la experiencia, todo el centro de esta innovación que realizamos fue en base a las personas. Tessa decía recién, un gran acierto, que muchas veces cuando se desarrolla o cuando se es creativo para el desarrollo de algún servicio legal, se piensa en tecnología, se piensa en los sistemas, pero no tanto en la experiencia del usuario. Nosotros quisimos dar vuelta a esa situación y generar nuestro contenido para el usuario. Vuelvo a recordar que todo este desarrollo se hizo para brindar un servicio jurídico a aquellas personas que están damnificadas por los planes de ahorro automotor.
Okay, what Alejandro has said is that El Reclamador is focused on providing legal services to the ones who have been affected by collective funds, vehicular collective funds, but the most important is that El Reclamador is not just focused on technology, but especially in the user experience, because he wants to improve the legal experience that have to face someone who needs legal help.
Muchas gracias, Antonella. Entonces, en esa tarea nosotros teníamos que lograr varias cosas. Primero, toda esta gente que venía en la imagen es gente que estuvo casi 2 años reclamando al gobierno, a profesionales, a entidades, a asociaciones, buscando una respuesta a su problemática. Y esto es muy claro, que lo diga con énfasis Antonella, que no había antecedentes concretos de resoluciones favorables para esta gente.
One day to other, these people was affected because they saw an increase of the 300%, 400% of the mensuality that they have to pay in these collective funds. But the most important thing that Alejandro has mentioned is that was not any historical situation to be applied for this.
Entonces, teníamos un desafío inmenso que era que la gente crea que nosotros podíamos darle una respuesta a su problema cuando todo el mundo le cerraba la puerta y que sea un servicio jurídico serio. Pero que lo que nos propusimos fue cambiar esa realidad, cambiar la lógica de cómo la gente interpreta el derecho y el profesional del derecho y hacer una propuesta superadora para este caso en particular.
They wanted to focus this legal service, but improving the experience of the user, but also giving a really good quality legal service for those affected.
Entonces la pregunta era, ¿por qué esta gente que hace 2 años venía peregrinando en busca de ayuda y nadie le daba una propuesta iba a confiar en nosotros? Teníamos que hacer algo que sea totalmente diferente. Entonces nos basamos en la experiencia del usuario y ahí es donde, y voy a contar esto como anécdota, Antonella, que empecé a buscar información porque necesitábamos más herramientas para poder lograr lo que pretendíamos. En eso, investigando, consulté a 3 personas que no eran de mi país y las 3 me refirieron con Tessa como la única en el mundo que me podía dar esta solución o ayudar en este proceso creativo de mirar de otra perspectiva los servicios jurídicos.
The first challenge that El Reclamador faced up was to figure it out why these people who have been fighting to get justice for 2 years should trust in Alejandro and El Reclamador. So in his journey to find the right tool to be able to provide this legal service, he asked to 3 different persons, not Argentinians, and these three persons referred to Tessa as the one who can help him to launch this new service.
Luego de esa experiencia de haberme anotado en la academia, vi que había otro mundo. Entonces ¿quién era Tessa? ¿Quién era esta persona, esta profesional que hablaba de que a través de la creatividad, el arte y el diseño, yo podía decirle a mi cliente que confíe en el servicio que yo le estaba brindando cuando culturalmente había otra concepción del profesional?
culturally, well, another challenge that they have faced up was that culturally in Argentina the mindset was difficult. So so Alejandro was looking for how Tessa, who says that creativity and design can be applied to the law, could help him.
Entonces, este desafío era trasladar que nosotros podíamos resolver el problema que estaba planteando cuando nadie se lo decía, y en todo eso empezamos a ver junto a un equipo de jóvenes emprendedores, varones y mujeres, de qué es lo que estaba hablando. Estábamos ante una situación extraña y extraordinaria, donde mensualmente las personas veían que la cuota se disparaba al infinito y no podían cubrir ya. Esa cuota estaba ocupando la totalidad de los ingresos de una familia. Y era una preocupación. Lo que hicimos fue diseñar de manera amigable una propuesta para los planes de ahorro automotor. Y en ese desafío de, primero, que la gente entienda que puede reclamar. Segundo, que confíe en nosotros. Tercero, y el desafío más grande, era lograr una resolución favorable para la resolución de este conflicto, la cual no tenía antecedente, vuelvo a recalcar.
So the first challenge was that to let the people know that they had rights and they could do these claims against the Argentinian government. The second challenge was to get these people trust in el Reclamador, to be their legal partners to can solve these problems. But that also the third and the biggest challenge was to get a favorable judicial resolution from the government, because they were no sorry, I have forget this word in English. Tessa, how you say it when you antecedente, when you don't have
there was no precedent.
Precedence, that's the word, sorry.
Thank you.
Entonces generamos esta propuesta de plataforma con la consigna básica, sencilla, muy ágil, donde la gente podía ingresar la información, todo esto lo que también fuimos diseñando, que qué información le podíamos pedir, cuál convenía, cuál no, pero detrás de esto hay mucho de lo que mostraron los expositores anteriores. También cómo Tessa nos enseñó a sistematizar la información. Recordemos que el reclamo era contra las grandes empresas multinacionales, Fiat, Chevrolet, Volkswagen, actualmente, Citroën. Son corporaciones muy grandes que tienen mucha información, y los reclamos son, los contratos son contratos de suscripción, donde teníamos que evaluar toda esa información para poder determinar con precisión cuál iba a ser nuestro reclamo.
They have worked a lot in the UX experience. He has mentioned the presentation that we have had in the art gallery, saying that as we have mentioned in the art gallery, the UX experience is really important to offer a good legal service, and that also Tessa teach him how to systematize all this information in a really creative and easy way.
En la propuesta se hacen este tipo de gestor que de cierta manera nos ayuda a los reclamos que van ingresando, cómo irlos procesando. Este es el reclamo en particular, uno de los que elegí al azar. donde vamos completando la información que nosotros necesitamos para elaborar posteriormente la demanda o el reclamo.
The technology that they are using, it's really friendly, but they have to figure it out how this technology could help el reclamador to process the claim and to get all the information that is needed to present the claim.
Seguíamos hasta esta instancia con la misma preocupación por lograr esa resolución favorable en favor de los damnificados por planes de ahorro. Realmente trabajamos muchísimo, cada vez era tener una expectativa mayor sobre la resolución. Nuestro equipo de jóvenes profesionales prácticamente no descansaban, teníamos que innovar incluso en la relación con el profesional, que después fue lo que también se generó a través de la creatividad de procesos diferentes, de pensar qué herramientas tiene que contar el nuevo profesional. Y yo hablaba recién, y a fin de no extenderme demasiado, te dejo, Antonella, hasta ahí para que pases, así no me extiendo mucho.
Perfecto. No, Alejandro was mentioned that all the team of El Reclamador, that actually it's a really young team conformed by lawyers, female and male, have been really hardworking to get a favorable judicial resolution to could help these people who have been affected for these collective funds.
Perfecto. Y finalmente llegó, luego de muchísimo tiempo, muchísimo trabajo, muchísima creatividad de los procesos, de cómo aplicar la tecnología, de cómo segmentar la información, de cómo sumar también a los profesionales que tengan una expectativa real y concreta de resolución, logramos la tan ansiada medida cautelar, la primera de Santa Fe Capital, que tiene como objetivo defender los damnificados de planes de automotor.
After so much hard working, creativity, and after systematize all the information that they were receiving, for the very first time, they got a favorable judicial resolution in Santa Fe Capital, a city of Argentina.
Después de eso, realmente cambió todo. Hicimos 2 viajes a Perú a presentar nuestro proyecto. En ese camino Tessa nos acompañó muchísimo, ella estaba atenta a todo lo que iba generando en el viaje. Seguimos trabajando, seguimos sumando profesionales, seguimos cambiando. Después la primera medida, te lo dejo hasta ahí, Ando.
After this favorable judicial resolution, the growth that the company have had has been exponential. They have also visited Peru in twice opportunity to present the project. And Alejandro has mentioned that Tessa has been a key person to get this achievement, because Tessa has been helping him a lot during the process.
Luego de eso fue otra realidad. La página de plataforma explotó, había días que ingresaban 150, 200 reclamos, teníamos que atender a los clientes de esta manera, haciendo reuniones masivas para poder explicarles, para poder procesar esa información, para preparar las demandas.
The growth has been so exponential that they have received 150, 200 claims by day through the platform. So it was such a big amount of information that they should done even massive meetings to attend all the clients.
Luego fuimos haciendo acuerdos con socios estratégicos en otros puntos de la provincia y del país que se sumaron a esta nueva lógica que de repente se mostraba diferente, tanto para los profesionales como para el cliente. El cliente no entendía al principio si era una empresa, si era un banco, muchas veces nos preguntaban, pero porque lo principal que hicimos fue crear una empatía con el cliente que tenía un problema. Y eso no se logra más allá de todo teniendo procesos que te permitan llegar a esa persona, entender el problema, saber, como decimos acá en Argentina, dónde le aprieta el zapato, saber que esa problemática lo está afectando.
They have worked a lot to empathize with their clients. They have worked a lot in a process to know better their clients, their needs, their problems, and they have closed several key agreements to a lot of partners around Argentina in order to be more helpful for the clients.
En enero del 2020 cumplimos un año. Fue una tarea que llevó muchísimo tiempo, muchísimo esfuerzo, pero sobre todo muchísima vocación y muchísima creatividad. Con todos jóvenes profesionales que se sumaron a este movimiento también de pensar, repensar y reinventar la ley en pos de las personas para lograr, mediante el uso de la tecnología e innovación, un real y efectivo acceso a la justicia.
The last January 2020, they have celebrated their first anniversary with all its young team who belongs to El Reclamador, after working a lot of redesigning and rethinking the law in Argentina.
Quería hacer esta exposición de manera práctica y como si fuera en primera persona para que vean que de los prototipos que se presentaron antes tienen estos resultados. Hay realmente una vocación, cuando hay pasión para hacer las cosas, que eso es lo que transfiere Tessa, se pueden lograr aún cuestiones que parecen imposibles, como es esta historia que estoy contando de lo que primero fue un emprendimiento y hoy es una empresa.
He says that passion is the key to get your goals, but also it's important to prototype, to investigate your market, to figure it out the best solution.
Y lo primero que hay que interpretar en esa transformación es que uno mismo debe hackearse como primera medida para poder otorgar servicios jurídicos con otra perspectiva más humana, más sensible y con justicia social.
He's also saying that the key is social justice. ¿Qué más mencionaste, Alejandro? Perdóname, justicia social.
Más humana y más
more
humana.
Human and human-centered.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Alejandro, for presenting El Reclamador. But mostly, thank you for doing the work, because it has been an incredible journey to do legal design for solving this very important problem in your country and making it accessible. So everyone who's listening, I really encourage you to connect with Alejandro. What is the best way to connect with you, Alejandro?
¿Se escucha?
We're going to provide the email address so you can contact Alejandro. And also want to say thank you so much, Antonella, for providing live interpretation to make this available to everyone. And this leads me to talk a little bit about the fact that at Legal Creatives, we have this big community from everywhere around the world. We grew it to more than 10,000 followers, which is pretty amazing in less than 2 years, about 2 years. And we have a lot of people who are interested, who do not necessarily feel comfortable to learn in English. Alejandro joined in 2018. He was one of the first members inside the academy. And I didn't know I didn't know he was not so comfortable in English. I had no idea. And then I realized, oh my God, Alejandro has been learning consistently every week with me in English. And it's not his native language. And I thought, wow, Alejandro must be really motivated. And it just made me think that, we need to make this available in other languages. And this is also the reason why this panel discussion is multilingual, because this is also a way to announce that the Academy is going to be available in more than one languages. And so you're going to be able to learn with Alejandro to do legal design, to use legal design for technology, and to create the projects that you are very passionate about. So we are very excited for this new era. And now we're going to talk a little bit in another language. We're going to talk with Mauro about his profile and his experience, so you can learn more how to do legal design for more innovation and how you can start doing the creative revolution in the law using legal design. So Mauro, I'm going to be I know you could do that in English, but we're going to do it in Portuguese because that's what we plan, and we want to make this available in Portuguese. And maybe from time to time, I'm going to add to the conversation with you, if that's okay, Mauro. We don't hear you.
That's okay. I'll talk slowly so you can translate my presentation. So,
I'm not sure.
My Alexa answered to me. And yeah.
I'm not quite sure how to help you.
Okay.
Bring Alexa to the webinar. She wants to join.
Yeah, yeah. She can translate me. Primeiro, eu gostaria de parabenizar o Alejandro, porque, nossa, eu me identifiquei muito com o que ele falou, porque é exatamente essa sensação que parece que ele teve foi a que eu tive também, de que o mundo está mudando e o direito está ficando obsoleto, que o direito está ficando para trás, que o direito não está acompanhando a sociedade e que a gente precisa fazer um direito que seja mais humano, um direito que seja mais focado no usuário. Então, isso eu gostaria de parabenizar o trabalho do Alejandro.
So Mauro would like to really talk in this session about the reinforcing the message of thinking of the user experience. And a bit like what Alejandro has been doing with this El Reclamador platform that was initially not about technology, it was about creating a new experience for making the claims online. And that's what also Mauro wants to talk to you about this user experience that is something you can achieve using legal design.
Sim. E eu vejo, assim, a gente sabe que existem diferentes áreas de prática no direito, então é claro que o legal design ele não vai ser aplicado de uma maneira igual no direito criminal ou penal e no direito civil. A gente tem diferenças de civil law e de common law, a gente tem diferenças culturais nos países, mas de uma forma geral, todas as pessoas estão buscando por uma melhor experiência nos serviços jurídicos. E foi isso que eu percebi lá em 2015, trabalhando numa empresa de tecnologia, e depois, quando eu voltei, em 2016, para o escritório, que eu senti que quando a gente oferece isso para os clientes, realmente eles sentem a diferença. E eles realmente aproveitam e gostam desse atendimento diferenciado que a gente consegue oferecer com o legal design.
And so what Mauro is saying is that when he started to use legal design to innovate and to think of legal services and how to provide the legal services to the clients, this is when clients started to be more interested, because what he's saying is that many clients have been waiting to have this new experience of the law and couldn't find it nowhere. And with legal design, now it's made possible to do this.
Sim. E como que foi a minha jornada, que eu estava falando antes? Eu comecei a tentar desenvolver essas novas formas de entregar o serviço jurídico sem o legal design, porque eu não conhecia o legal design na época. Isso, em alguns casos, até deu certo. Em outros, eu perdi bastante tempo, eu perdi, às vezes, bastante dinheiro, e muitas vezes eu desenvolvi as coisas que não atendiam a necessidade do mercado. Às vezes eu fazia uma coisa que era legal na minha cabeça, mas não necessariamente que era uma coisa desejada pelo mercado. Isso foi, então, a primeira fase sem o legal design.
And so what he's saying is, when he started his journey to do innovation in the legal sector, because he didn't know about legal design, he actually tried many things. He tried to develop ideas that he had in his mind, but then he didn't necessarily talk to the user. And so he started to develop ideas that he believed could be great ideas. But because of not talking to the user, he ended up losing a lot of time and sometimes also financial resources in starting projects that users were not very much interested in.
Exatamente. Então, quando eu conheci o Legal Design em 2018 com a Tessa, que eu vi que existe uma metodologia que você consegue desenvolver a solução em conjunto com o usuário, conversando com o usuário, entendendo se aquilo é realmente uma dor, se a solução que a gente está propondo resolve aquela dor de uma maneira satisfatória. Nossa, isso me ajudou muito. Então, hoje, eu crio desde soluções sem tecnologia a soluções com tecnologia. Eu crio soluções com linguagem facilitada e eu crio soluções com linguagem complexa. Não existe uma regra única que você pega o legal design como se fosse uma fórmula e aplica. O legal design é uma mentalidade, que é você focar no usuário, mas a forma como você desenvolve o serviço jurídico, ela vai variar de acordo com o problema e a solução que você está construindo. Isso dá muito mais efetividade para o serviço jurídico.
And so what's interesting is that when he started to, once he discovered legal design with me in 2018, and then he started to apply legal design as a methodology for innovation. And then he started to realize that actually there is not just one solution that needs to be developed for all users, but that sometimes the solutions can need a plain language, so simple, very accessible language. Sometimes it requires more technical language. Sometimes the solutions needs technology, and sometimes the solution does not need technology. And so he started to realize that with legal design, it's not just about technology, or it's not just about simplification or plain language. It's just about understanding what is needed in this very specific context for this specific user, and then to create a solution that is very much custom-made for this user to help this user solve the problem.
Sim. Então, agora eu queria dar alguns exemplos de algumas coisas que a gente fez nesses últimos anos. Um exemplo que não envolve tecnologia e que não envolve também você fazer nenhum tipo de coisa visual. Foi só uma organização diferente do serviço. Foi um serviço que nós criamos para apoiar as empresas no desenvolvimento da Black Friday, que inclusive está chegando, né, o mês que vem. E o que acontecia? As empresas nunca tiveram esse apoio jurídico para desenvolvimento da campanha de Black Friday. E a gente viu que isso era uma dor muito grande, porque você montar uma campanha de Black Friday é muito complexo. Tem desde questões envolvendo preços e direito do consumidor, a logística e atendimento, a gente listou 10 itens que, do ponto de vista jurídico, precisam ser analisados antes de desenvolver o projeto de Black Friday. E o que nós fizemos? Nós organizamos um pacote, um serviço jurídico em pacote para ajudar as empresas a fazer isso. Ou seja, a gente só empacotou uma package, o serviço jurídico, de uma forma que nenhum advogado antes havia feito. Então, isso foi um exemplo simples.
And so now he's sharing with you a great simple example of legal design that doesn't use technology, but that is solving a very specific problem that is about the Black Friday sales. The Black Friday sales are coming very soon, and it requires for companies to do a lot of preparation for the Black Friday, a lot of marketing. And when it comes to the legal aspect of the Black Friday, there is no service that has been packaged for Black Fridays. And so they have packaged a service to help companies deal with the legal aspects of the Black Friday sales. And so this means with this package, they are able to provide legal services, but in a format that is more attractive and that is perceived to be much more valuable, and also a little bit like what Katsuren shared earlier today in the art gallery. It's giving more certainty as to how, what are you buying and what do you get for this money.
Exatamente. Outro exemplo agora usando tecnologia mais simples. 2 exemplos. Um foi um chatbot que nós criamos para ajudar a responder perguntas repetitivas. Então, uma empresa tinha um departamento jurídico muito enxuto, pequeno, e não tinha tempo de fazer tudo o que tinha que fazer e responder perguntas que eram repetitivas, às vezes sobre direito do trabalho, labor law, às vezes sobre coisas que se repetem. Então, nós desenvolvemos um chatbot que ajudou a economizar muito tempo dos advogados internos. Isso é muito simples, é uma tecnologia fácil de trabalhar. Um outro exemplo com uma tecnologia simples também. Nós, no Brasil, temos agora uma lei nova de proteção de dados, similar ao GDPR na Europa, e que exige que as empresas sejam mais transparentes com seus usuários a respeito da privacidade. E todos nós sabemos que, até então, as políticas de privacidade, the privacy policies, não eram lidas, porque ninguém entendia. Mas hoje precisam ser lidas. Elas precisam ser mais compreensíveis. Então, nós desenvolvemos uma política de privacidade em vídeo animado, de uma forma que um usuário que não tem formação jurídica consiga assistir um vídeo de 3 minutos e entender o que aquela empresa faz com os seus dados. Então, a gente usou um pouco mais de tecnologia, mas não é uma tecnologia muito complexa.
And so now Mauro is sharing 2 examples that are really interesting because they are using technology, but not necessarily very complex technology. And so the first example is a chatbot that was created in order to start taking information from potential clients on the website about, the legal problems or the legal projects that they need help with. So a chatbot is available on the website to also answer basic questions. And with a little bit of automation, it's allowing the firm to save a lot of time. The second project that involves a bit more technology is a project related to the privacy policy that now in Brazil, there is a bit like in Europe and other countries and other jurisdictions, there is now a new LGDP law, but is a law for general protection of data. And so they have created a more advanced technology this time in order to help the digital privacy officer deal with the request and manage also the request and make sure that using this tool that has a dashboard and different features, the digital privacy officer is able to do a better job to comply with the regulation.
Você até antecipou o exemplo que eu ia dar agora, Tessa, porque o exemplo que eu dei antes era a política de privacidade em vídeo. E o que
sim, that's true. I went a bit too fast because Mauro and we talk a lot, so I went a bit too fast. He said before the tool, he actually created a video before talking about the tool. So this is a great way to show you that when we think about design thinking and legal design for law, it does not always have to be so complicated. But when you start thinking creatively, then you can do like Mauro and create a video to explain the new privacy policy in Brazil, in his context, that is for Brazil. And this video is a 3-minute video, and it explains the privacy policies. But I want to tell you something. It's not a video that explains the privacy policy. The video is the privacy notice for the website. There is no text. There is just one video that explains the privacy policy for the website.
Exatamente. E tudo isso vem do quê? Assim, vem do fato de toda vez que eu olho um serviço jurídico, eu sempre penso, qual é a melhor forma de entregar esse serviço? Eu acho que essa é a mentalidade que a gente tem que ter, que seria a mentalidade de designer. É a gente olhar e falar, será que esse é o melhor, a melhor forma de atingir o objetivo pretendido? Então, por exemplo, um contrato, como o Julian falou, qual que é o objetivo do contrato? O objetivo do contrato é ser o contrato nele mesmo, então, quanto mais cláusula, melhor, quanto maior, melhor, e ele vai ser só um documento que a gente coloca na gaveta, que guarda e nunca lê, nunca entende, só quando tiver um problema, ou ele pode ser um instrumento real de ajudar as partes a entender quais são as regras daquela relação que eles estão desenvolvendo. Então, por isso, por exemplo, eu imagino que o futuro dos contratos pode ser também digital, em plataforma. Por quê? Porque através de plataformas você consegue ter o tracking muito mais seguro do que foi discutido, o que as partes realmente queriam quando elas estabeleceram aquele contrato, e você consegue monitorar os dados do contrato, que é muito melhor do que a forma como a gente faz contrato hoje em papel.
And so what Mauro is saying now is about contracts, that contracts can be brought from the paper contract to a digital contract. And so for that, you need to start thinking creatively to change the format of the contract. Not necessarily the content, but changing the format. Absolutely. Once you change the format, you're going to have to change also the content, because if you start thinking digital, if you start having a contract on your phone, well, a phone has a very small screen, and so you need to make sure that data is going to fit in there. And the overall objective and intention is to empower people to have more clarity so they can really understand what is the contract all about.
Exatamente. Então, para concluir, eu gostaria de dizer isso. Hoje, nós atendemos o nosso mercado exatamente para pensar em como entregar serviços jurídicos de uma forma diferente, mas não fazer legal design só por fazer legal design. Tem que ter um objetivo, tem que visar um resultado. E esse resultado vai ser sempre a melhor experiência para o usuário final. É sempre isso que a gente pensa. Então, nós agora, como um estúdio de legal design, especializado em só fazer legal design todos os dias, a gente não vai fazer só por fazer. É realmente repensar o serviço jurídico com objetivo, visando resultado, o retorno do investimento, porque tem várias formas de retorno do investimento. Você ajuda o seu cliente a ter um maior engajamento, você ajuda o seu cliente a evitar processos judiciais, ações judiciais, você ajuda o seu cliente a ganhar tempo, você ajuda o seu cliente a ter uma previsibilidade sobre quais são os próximos passos, quanto que ele vai gastar. Então, assim, existem várias formas de entregar resultado com o legal design. Então, isso que eu acho importante como, assim, palavras finais que eu gostaria de dizer. É o legal design como realmente uma metodologia que vai redesenhar o direito para melhor e manter a relevância do direito na sociedade. Então, assim, eu imagino que todo departamento jurídico e todo escritório de advocacia vai ter um legal designer nos próximos anos.
So Mauro is concluding his speech by making this prophecy that in a very near future, every legal department is going to have a legal designer. There's going to be one in-house legal designer for every legal department. And the reason for that is because the legal designer in-house is going to be able to help with creating this easier accessibility of legal documents, legal information, legal services, and also is going to be able to measure the return on the investment of the legal design work. Because this is something we hear a lot, and I'm just going to also add to what Mauro just said, that we hear a lot that legal design is just a fancy thing to do, and that it's really about visuals and making beautiful stuff, which is not. Legal design is, before anything, understanding what the user needs. Hence, you need to know who exactly is your user and what do they need, and then you provide a solution to them. And this solution, I think Mauro explained it so well. It can use technology, or sometimes it doesn't require technology. It can use simple language, but sometimes it may require more technical language. And so it's about understanding the context, understanding the user, and providing this solution in a creative way. And so I think what my takeaway from Mauro's speech, and I want to say thank you, Mauro, for sharing with us. It was a very systematized speech. I really like the structure that you have given us, that legal design is really about providing the solutions that is adapted to the circumstances. And then you can really sort of, you can have like a meter and understand how much technology do we need here and how much simplicity do we need. And so, Mauro, you have one last word before we go with our last presenter here.
Não, eu estava reparando no meu background aqui, cheio de coisas, e lembrei de uma coisa para dizer, uma mensagem final. Tudo tem design, tudo tem design. Essa bola tem um design, essa prancha de surf tem um design, tem uma razão para ter esse design. O serviço jurídico também tem um design. Um contrato feio tem um design, só é um design ruim. E o que nós precisamos fazer agora é fazer um design dos serviços jurídicos melhor. Então, não é que a gente não usava design, a gente usava, só que era um péssimo design, um design horroroso. E precisamos melhorar o design dos serviços jurídicos, é isso que eu queria dizer. Então, todos somos designers, só que uns são inconscientes e a gente agora está ficando consciente, com designer consciente.
Absolutely. This is a great conclusion, that everything is about design. There has been someone who has been thinking about the experience you're going to have of your table, of your chair, of your phone. And I think the phone is the greatest example, because this little thing is probably extremely complex inside. But as a user, all you need to do is use your thumb and you scroll the screen and you type in messages and you connect it to the entire world. You can do business with your phone. You can interact with your family, with your friends, and it's a simple experience. And I think this is a great insight that I will leave you with before we go with our last presenter for this panel, and not the least, because she's got an incredible story to share about how she has been using legal design in litigation. This is something we don't see often. We tend to think that legal design is great to do prevention of disputes, and I really am a great advocate for using legal design to do prevention, because once the contract is easier to understand, is more clear for the party, then of course you're very likely going to avoid disputes. But once you have a dispute and then you start a process in the judiciary system, then things can get very complicated and out of control. This is, I think, the biggest reason why people today are less interested in bringing the claims to the court system, because they realize it's going to take a long time. They realize it's going to be much more expensive than expected because the proceedings are very complex. And for that reason, they tend to be disinterested. But Dorra found a solution to this problem, and she has been applying this solution using legal design. And so Dorra is going to be sharing with you all about her personal and professional journey into using legal design for litigation. Dorra, as you know, is the founder of Legal D. She's based in Tunisia. I'm really excited, Dorra, you're with us today. Dorra is going to be speaking in French, and maybe I'm going to provide a little bit of interpretation for everyone to follow your speech. But we want to keep this multilingual because this is the new era for us as well. And this is the way legal design should be done, breaking barriers to make this accessible for all. So Dorra, we're listening to you, and welcome to the show.
Merci beaucoup Tessa. Vraiment, je suis très très heureuse. Je veux exprimer ma joie d'être parmi vous, parce que voilà, on est presque 5 heures de live. Ça veut dire que, et on a fait le tour, hein, on a fait le tour du monde en 5 heures, c'est un record. Et ça veut dire que le legal design, c'est un mouvement international. Dans tous les pays, on voit plusieurs expériences, et que ce que je relève, parce que je pense que je vais clôturer le webinaire, je suis la dernière à intervenir, vraiment, j'ai senti une grande passion. Tous ceux qui sont intervenus ont partagé leur passion de changer les choses, de ne pas suivre une approche classique du droit, parce qu'on vient de se rendre compte que le droit est de plus en plus loin et de plus en plus éloigné de ses utilisateurs finaux, en fin de compte, que ce soit au niveau des contrats, au niveau, comme tu l'as bien expliqué, des litiges, et même dans les entreprises et dans les départements juridiques. Donc, c'est un constat qui a été relevé depuis 2014 en Stanford. Et aujourd'hui, voilà, après 7 ans on va dire, de théorie, les cas et la pratique du legal design, elle est en train de vraiment se développer. Et aujourd'hui, on en a la preuve. Et alors, comme tu l'as dit, pour ma part, j'ai fait une expérience très classique, et je pense que
oui, avant, je vais, before, I'm going to just give a bit of a summary for everyone who's not a French speaker, just to follow the conversation. Dorra has been saying that she has been first very, very gladly surprised to see all of the presentations, but mostly how passionate people are about legal design. And I think Alejandro talked about also being passionate about what you do. We've had a webinar recently with also a colleague who told me, I think it was Angel. Angel was in the live, who is in Mexico. He told me you have to be passionate about the problem you're willing to solve. And so Dorra was just saying she's been really delighted to see so much passion in action. And that after years of talking about legal design, because it's been years since 2013, to the best of our knowledge, when it started in Stanford University. Well, now we are starting to see the results. After 7 years of legal design being born, we are finally seeing more and more tangible examples of legal design. And so she would like to share about her story of using legal design for litigation.
Oui, Tessa, donc il faut se mettre dans la tête d'un avocat classique qui va gérer un dossier un peu compliqué, parce que comme tu peux imaginer, la matière du droit immobilier est en elle-même une discipline très complexe parce qu'on parle de partage de biens entre plusieurs héritiers. La discipline en elle-même, elle a besoin de beaucoup de détails, beaucoup de technicité juridique, et il faut aussi prendre en considération un contexte général. Et je peux confirmer que ce n'est pas uniquement le cas de la Tunisie, qui est la charge importante des tribunaux et le nombre élevé des affaires qu'un juge peut traiter. Donc, non seulement il y a un grand encombrement dans les tribunaux, mais certaines matières, de par leur nature, elles sont complexes, comme le droit immobilier ou le droit fiscal. Donc, je n'ai pas fait l'exception dans cette expérience, oui.
Donc, briefly, Dorra is saying that she had a case to deal with for how do you say
land?
It was property. Is it property? Inheritance of goods in families, and it was a very complex case. And so she's just saying, like, you have to picture, like, Dorra is a lawyer, and so as probably all lawyers, was a traditional lawyer, and now she's becoming a modern lawyer because of legal design. And so you have to think, how to deal with a case in the court that is really complicated. And so as a traditional lawyer, well, what do? You just go back to what you know. So you file a long briefs. You bring all of the documents to the judge. But in this case, it was not enough, or at least Dorra realized it was not going to help her in managing this case. So she decided to use legal design. And so tell us what happened.
Donc, dans mon esprit, on est parti pour 2 ans de contentieux minimum. Et en plus, j'ai eu la confirmation du tribunal en charge du dossier qui a bien exprimé que il n'a pas compris. Il n'a pas compris de quoi il s'agit. Il y a trop de détails, il y a trop de biens à partager, il y a beaucoup d'héritiers en question, et le risque est grand pour le client de perdre l'affaire. Il faut savoir, bon, je veux pas entrer en détail, mais l'objectif du client, c'était obtenir une demande de nomination d'un expert pour identifier sur le terrain ces biens immobiliers entre les différents héritiers. Donc, si on va partir pour 2 ans de litige, ça va prendre du temps et d'argent.
So what she's saying is she expected this to be a 2-year legal proceedings, very complicated, very time consuming. Because it was really complicated. In fact, I believe the judge himself or herself said it was really difficult to understand. And so she pictured herself dealing with this litigation for 2 years. The client really wanted to nominate an expert in order to do an expert evaluation. And so what happened, Dorra?
Alors, il faut, dans l'esprit classique, j'ai remis au tribunal de nouvelles conclusions pour expliquer la demande. Et ça, encore une fois, le juge a demandé des explications. Et puisque je suis en plein dedans du legal design, j'ai eu l'idée d'appliquer la méthodologie. Alors, juste une grande précision. Le legal design, ce n'est pas ajouter du graphique, du design. C'est important, ça aide. Une image vaut 1000 mots, certainement, mais il y a tout un travail en amont et tout un processus. Parce que il faut se mettre dans l'esprit de l'avocat classique qui, comme tu l'as dit, Tessa, il est orienté démarche classique, rédaction des conclusions, et voilà, il y a toute une démarche judiciaire connue par tout le monde. Mais là, il faut changer de mentalité. Il faut prendre en considération l'utilisateur final. Et dans ce cas, c'était le juge. Il fallait que je me mette dans les chaussettes ou dans les chaussures du juge et comprendre sa peine et le pourquoi. Voilà, je devais apprendre à se poser la question pourquoi il n'arrivait pas à comprendre où réside la difficulté.
So Eric is asking, did Dorra use amicus curiae? She used legal design, and that's what she's sharing now. She is sharing the fact that the judge and the clerks received the materials that were produced in a traditional way and expressed their need for clarification. And so as a traditional lawyer, she was about to send clarification memorandums. But instead, because she was learning legal design inside the academy with me, she decided to use legal design in order to make the information easier to understand for the judge and the clerks. And so she started to apply legal design and everything she's been learning in these court proceedings. And so what happened? How did you do it and what happened? We're just so curious about this story. I just love it.
Il fallait tout refaire, hein, tout décortiquer le dossier, identifier les idées principales à mettre en valeur, parce que l'autre challenge pour un avocat en matière litigieuse, c'est de ne pas perdre la qualité, on va dire, juridique et son expertise juridique. C'est pas uniquement simplification, mais aussi garder, on va dire, le format judiciaire acceptable aussi par le tribunal, parce qu'il y a un risque que le tribunal n'accepte pas ce nouveau format, tout en proposant une nouvelle reformulation des idées. Donc, la première chose, j'ai identifié le problème. Donc, mon end user, ce n'est plus mon client, c'est le juge. Ensuite, j'ai identifié les principales idées et je les ai restructurées. Et là, l'intervention d'une tierce partie. Je te laisse traduire.
So what Dorra has been explaining is what was really interesting for her in this court proceeding was that thinking about the user, because legal design again is about thinking who is the user here, and then the user here was the judge. It was the user because the judge expressed the need for clarification, and instead of sending another clarification memorandum, she considered how to give the information in a way that is going to be easier to understand using legal design. But she said she had to investigate how to strike a balance between making the information easier to understand, but also being compliant with the standards, because there are some standards, and she didn't want the memorandum to look, too odd. She wanted to make sure the memorandums are going to be accepted and considered, and that it's truly going to serve the client's purpose instead of disturbing him or her with something that is not admissible because it doesn't look serious enough. And so what was really interesting is, first, the user here is the judge, and second, how to strike a balance between simplicity and also admissibility. So what happened after that?
Donc, comme tu l'as bien expliqué, cette balance-là montre l'importance du rôle du juriste, hein, parce que dans le process du legal design, il va pas reculer. Le juriste, il est en plein dedans de tout le processus. Le juriste, l'avocat. Donc, ce qui est important aussi à noter, que c'est la première fois, pour ma part en Tunisie, que je vais proposer, que je vais faire une nouvelle proposition en dehors des présentations classiques et traditionnelles des conclusions qu'on présente à la cour. Donc, il y a une partie aussi design, hein, parce que aussi c'est important et essentiel de trouver, on va dire, les instruments pour rendre les informations claires, et c'est là que le design intervient. Et je suis pas designer, donc j'ai fait appel à un designer graphique. Et là aussi, il y a tout un processus parce qu'il ne suffit pas de lui donner le document en tant que tel et qu'il le traduit sous forme de graphique, de restructuration ou même introduire quelques couleurs. C'est un travail d'accompagnement, d'explication, parce que c'est aussi pour le designer quelque chose de challengeant. Ils ne sont pas habitués à avoir des avocats ou des juristes clients pour restructurer ou faire une autre conception des documents juridiques, parce que cette matière, elle reste complexe et, on va dire, traditionnelle, entre deux parenthèses. Donc, ça aussi, c'était en tant que tel un challenge avec le designer pour savoir trouver le bon format. Et après 2-3 séances d'explication, et on a prototypé des conclusions. Et pour l'anecdote, par exemple, pour identifier les parties prenantes, les héritiers, parce que il y a des liens de parenté qui sont très complexes, on a juste fait un arbre généalogique entre les différents membres de la famille. Et c'était trop expressif, trop clair, pertinent, concis, et l'information est passée. Et pour la partie des, on va dire, des biens immeubles objets de notre demande, c'était de bien les structurer et de bien les identifier. Le résultat, je te laisse
Alors, je vais traduire. I'm going to translate a little bit for everyone to follow. And also it's going to allow me to answer the questions at the same time. Cameline asked, what is this kind of document that you have produced? So it was a memorandum, but it was a memorandum that included visuals, right? You have produced this memorandum where you included, for instance, for making the information easier to understand, about the people involved. She made how do you say that? How do you say that? This genical. I have to look at the word.
The genical. On va trouver.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a little bit here of Google translation help. And just a moment. And so she has been actually doing this, using those graphics in order to help the genealogic. Let's see, gene tree. It's a gene tree. Genealogic. Sorry about that. It's a family tree. Okay, it's a family tree. Well, that was pretty simple. So she had to do a family tree, and for that she hired a graphic designer because she says she is not a designer. She knows legal design. She's been learning legal design, and now she's applying legal design, but she's not a designer. So she hired a designer, and that was a really also interesting process to actually work with the designer, because designers are not used to work with lawyers to do such kind of work. So there was a lot of, I think there was a lot of learning with the designer, and then they created this family tree and other types of visual graphics to help simplifying the information to make it more understandable, because it was just too complicated to understand with words.
Absolument, Tessa.
And so what happened at the end?
At the end, à la fin, alors, tout le procès, il a pris 6 mois pour, entre 6 et 8 mois pour comprendre ces points juridiques. Il a suffi de présenter le document dans son nouveau format, que l'audience d'après, on a eu, le tribunal a accepté notre demande. Donc, le input, il est clair. L'impact de la reconception des conclusions qui restent des documents juridiques officiels, il est là. Donc, gain de temps. Et le justiciable a pu accéder à ses droits, Et j'imagine que le juge, il a un dossier en moi et qu'il a bien apprécié la présentation. Donc, on voit vraiment l'impact du legal design dans la vie dans notre vie au quotidien, en tant que juriste.
In the end, it took 6 months to resolve this dispute, or at least this part of this dispute, to be more accurate. And the judge was very impressed by the quality of the submission. Also a bit surprised because this was the first time legal design was used in the court in Tunisia. And so this is why it was very important for Dorra to make sure that the submission would be considered by the judge. And it was, which is great because it really helped speed up the process in order to clarify in a faster manner the information. So well done, Dorra. Was there anything else to this story?
Excuse-moi.
Est-ce qu'il y avait autre chose à ajouter sur cette histoire ou est-ce que ça fait le tour de l'histoire?
Ça fait le tour maintenant. C'est un dossier de moi, mais réellement, c'est une révolution d'approche et d'état d'esprit. D'abord pour l'avocat, hein. C'est très important à mentionner. Et il faut qu'il adhère, hein. Il faut que ça soit une initiative de l'avocat ou du juriste, parce que là, je parle d'un exemple litigieux, mais on l'a vraiment presque vu dans plusieurs exemples. Ça s'applique aux contrats dans les départements juridiques avec les administrations publiques. Donc, les possibilités sont infinies. Il faut uniquement adhérer à ce nouveau état d'esprit d'approche du droit. C'est important. C'est le premier pas.
If you would like to have more info, you can connect with Dorra Harrar on LinkedIn. Julie is asking some really interesting questions about what did the opposition say. I don't think we have time to answer that, but Julie, well, maybe just quickly, very quickly, what did the opposition say about this memorandum you have submitted?
En fait, il n'y a pas eu de rejet ou d'opposition. Hein.
All right, so non, ça s'est bien passé. So it went well, so that's great. It speed up the process. So connect with Dorra on LinkedIn, and now we are almost back on the schedule because there was a 1 hour break that was the panel discussion, and so we are back on the schedule almost. We're gonna have in a very short moment, a podcast interview with my really good friend and colleague, Karol, who is going to be joining me in this virtual studio. But before we do that, I want to say a couple of things. First, I want to say thank you to all of my guests. I want to really say thank you to Alejandro, to Mauro, to Dorra, and to Antonella, who has been helping as well with the translation in Spanish. And really, I want to congratulate you for the great work you've been doing. This is now becoming real. Legal design is not just a buzzword. We have just proven through you real-life examples and also with the art gallery that legal design is actually helping making new proposals, sometimes making bold proposals, but also contributing very effectively to making legal services more accessible and also to making to reducing this access to justice gap, which can be very problematic in some countries especially. And so with Mauro, Dorra, and Alejandro, today you have seen that legal design can be really useful in order to help you create platforms that can help people solve the claims, but also that you can use different formats to do legal design, not just visual contracts, but also videos and chatbots and other kind of tools that will help your law firm, your legal department do better. And like Dorra, you can use it in traditional instances in order to speed up the process of the legal proceedings and help advocate for your client in a way that is probably unexpected, but can be relevant. And that's what all creativity is about. I think Alejandro has learned this with me. Creativity is not just about being, finding novel ideas, but it's also and mostly about being relevant. But to be relevant, you need first to allow yourself to think differently, and then to make sure you pick the right ideas to serve your purpose. And so that leads me to say that now that we had this panel in different languages, this is a great opportunity for me to tell you that at Lego Creatives, we are really convinced that Lego design should be accessible worldwide. And so for that reason, we are going to make the Academy available in different languages. So you can be learning in Spanish, you can be learning in Portuguese, you can be learning in French, or you can continue learning in English with me. And the objective is to support you on your journey to do more Lego design, so you can learn in your own language from the comfort of your home online, because that's what we've been doing since the beginning at Lego Creatives, teaching online. And this is also a great way for you to get to know other members from everywhere around the world, whether they are in Tunisia, in France, or in other Francophone countries, or if you're in the LATAM region, you can be learning with people in Argentina, with Alejandro, and others in Mexico, and who knows? The world just got suddenly smaller with the COVID-19. And so now we are all together in this webinar, and we're going to be working even more together in order to make this available in different languages. So again, I want to say thank you to everyone who's joined this session. I also want to say thank you to everyone who's watching live, and to everyone who's going to be taking time to watch the replays. I really hope you're finding this very insightful, and I really hope that you're going to start taking some action. Because as you can see, Lego design is great when you learn the theory, but it's so much better when you start to apply it, because this is where you can have influence. This is where you can have more impact. And also, this is how you can grow your business, because this is also a great way for you to grow your practice. And that's what we're going to talk in just a moment in the podcast interview, which I'm going to be doing with my really good friend. And also, you're going to be able to take part in this podcast interview. So any last words of wisdom from my guest, Mauro, Alejandro, Dorra? All is good?
Yo, Tessa, agradecerte realmente la participación. Creo que lo que estás haciendo es trascendental. Sentirte un creativo legal en un contexto mundial como el que estamos transitando es realmente superador. La idea es unir estos dos mundos. El caso que planteaba Dorra, lo que planteo yo de Reclamador y Mauro también. Así que muchísimas gracias por esta experiencia nuevamente.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alejandro. That's great. I'm just so happy we are doing this together, and I'm just so excited for the future. All right, so let's move with the podcast interview, where all and every one of you are interested. Including my guest. You are very welcome to stay for the podcast interview, which is going to happen right now. I'm going to bring my dear friend Karol to the show. And so I encourage you to stay live, also to invite your friends and your colleagues to join the podcast recording. And for my guests, Dorra, Mauro, Alejandro, well, we'll see you very soon, because all of this great content is going to be available in different languages. So welcome to stay, or if you have to go, I'll put you out of the show and you'll tell me what's happening. Thank you so much for being there. Live viewers, stay with me. Live viewers, stay with me, because now we are going to have a podcast interview. And so this is your chance to ask me your questions. This is your chance to tell your Lego design story. This is also your chance to talk about your projects, your workshops, what you're doing in the Lego design space. And for that, I'm going to bring right now my really good colleague and friend, who is now based in Spain. But I believe she is from the LATAM region. Her name is Karol Valencia Canela. No, it's all reversed. So
How are
introduce
you?
yourself to our audience, because now you're mixing me with the words. So, Karol, please introduce a bit yourself. We have known each other for a couple of months. We got the opportunity to do a workshop together. At least I invited you to join mine with our friend Angel in Mexico. And Karol is doing a lot of legal design. She's based in Madrid. Thank you for joining in Madrid. It's almost time for
dinner.
an appetizer over there.
For wine.
It's almost time for wine over there. And to all of our live viewers, please let me know if you would like to join the studio to ask your questions, if you would like to share your story. Don't be shy. Like today, we've had people that some of them, they have never presented in their entire life, and they did it, and they did a pretty good job. And so you really shouldn't be shy. So let me know in the comments if you would like to join the studio, because if you would like to join the studio, well, it's possible. So Karol, let us know who you are, what you do, and so our audience can know you better.
Well, I mean, I'm Karol Valencia, and if you want to know more about me, you can go to LinkedIn. I think that in my LinkedIn account and in my Instagram, there's a lot of info of me, because this kind of person that it's so coherent between the personal aspect and the professional aspect. So I try to mix like both, right? And of course, I'm originally from Peru, and I studied law. I was in law school, and actually I didn't want to go to law school, but I consider that law school was, I don't know, at least in my university, that is University San Pablo in Arequipa, and a small city in the south of Peru. They have great content in the curriculum, right? Because we have philosophy and anthropology and a lot of things that ends in logic. So I love that. Yeah. And I decided to study law because of that, because of those courses, right? So then when I finished law school, I really enjoyed studying law, but then I started to visualize the context, and I think that the law field was so boring, right? Yeah, so boring, seems to be sad, and not really helping people, right? So you know that a couple of days ago, I listened to Professor Kathleen Moon, who I admire a lot, and she's such an inspiration for me and for us, probably. And yeah, I believe that her perspective about talking human-centered services and human-centered services in legal sector, it's right. But actually, she also mentions that she prefers to call these innovations in the legal sector human-centered services, but I think that it's also available, and it's also good to talk about legal design, right? Because like Mauro mentioned before, I think that everything is design. For example, this mug where I drinking my wine because I don't have a cup to drink my wine. Yeah, it's design.
Exactly.
But, yeah.
So you have presented yourself, and thank you for also sharing about what you are passionate about. I think this is a recurring theme today for this virtual open house. I think everyone who's here, who's watching live, and who's going to watch the replay, I think all and every one of you are very passionate for what you do. And so in today's episode for the podcast, we're going to be recording it right here, live with you all. And so this means you can all take part of it. And I see Kathleen has been asking if the podcast will be broadcasted via our YouTube. We're going to record it here, and yes, there will be replays available as well. And so before we get started, I want to tell you two things. First, anytime you can leave a comment and say, I have a question. You ask your question, and there were a lot of questions today. We may go back to that. But ask your questions now or throughout the podcast interview recording. And also, I'm going to show a little bit what is this podcast all about, so you can get to know more.
Yeah, and also you're gonna be able to answer Tessa too some other questions that if you want to, because I'm not the only one who is gonna talk. I mean, I want to know you better, right? Because you know.
You have a meeting in a couple of minutes, Leonie. So, couple of minutes. It means you have at least 2 minutes to jump quickly.
Yeah.
And maybe you're gonna be 2 minutes late. Send me an email, Leonim, online mediation. Send me an email here, very quick, and I can send you the special link to the studio. It's a one-click studio. You don't have to
register. Yeah.
And so anyone who wants to join, send me a quick email, and I will send you the link. All right. So I'm just gonna make sure my email notifications are on here, so I can see your message. And great. So meanwhile, Alejandro is still behind the scenes with us, which is great. Well, thank you so much, Leonine, for being here. I'm going to be sharing a little bit the podcast first.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to start the interview. You have to know that this podcast has just been relaunched. It's called the Lego Creatives Podcast. This is a new format that I have been developing. That is a format that is really centered around you. In the podcast, I am the only one talking, but I'm talking in order to empower you with my real life insights so you can learn from me. And by learning with me on the podcast, I also challenge you to take some actions, because you have seen what's really important is to take action. And this is a very special episode we are doing today, because we are live streaming for the virtual open house. I am with my really good friend and legal designer, Karol. And Julie wants to join the podcast, which is great. So I'm going to be sending to you the invite. And so you can join the podcast recording. Alejandro is with us. I'm going to also bring Alejandro. I'm going to bring him as well here, because he wants to stay on the podcast, which is amazing. And so while I'm sending you the links, I'm going to just share a quick video so you get a little bit of understanding of what is this podcast all about.
I think we don't listen the sound.
All right. With me. This is going to be... So let's start again. Where's the sound? Let's start again with the sound. Welcome to the Lego Creatives Podcast. My name is Tessa Manuello. I'm the founder and the CEO of Lego Creatives, and I'm really excited to invite you to on board onto the Lego Creatives Podcast with me. This is going to be the beginning of a transformative journey. You're going to be challenged. You're going to be taken out of your comfort zone. You're going to be prompted to take action under my guidance and my assistance. This podcast is not meant to be a series of informative podcast episodes or interviews, but truly this is about you. And I'm going to be here to make sure you're going to be growing, amplifying your impact, and expanding your influence so you can start thinking creatively about the law. Thank you very much. So let's start with Eric wants to join as well. So while I'm sending those very secret invitations, but it's not so secret because anyone can join. I would like to ask my dear friend Karol, just briefly to reintroduce yourself so we can have your introduction for the podcast, a brief introduction of who you are, what you do, and why you decided to join the podcast with me today.
Actually, I think I'm going to start at the end, right? Because actually I decided to join the podcast episode today because I didn't have any plans for the weekend. And because we have restrictions here in Madrid, so we are not allowed to go out to any bar because restrictions, yeah. So
You're
I
telling me you
prefer
didn't
staying
know what
home.
to do, so you said, okay, I'm just going to join the podcast. Well, okay, well, that's fair enough. That's good.
I prefer like drinking a couple of wine with you, and that's it. Yeah.
All right, amazing. Alejandro, would you like to say something? And Karol can help with the translation as well, which is amazing.
I mean, what do you want to say? Yo hablo español, dime.
Perfecto. Bueno, ahí Karol hace no, en particular, escuchando muy en detalle la propuesta, me refleja, ¿no?, a todo lo que hablamos en el panel de recién, ¿bien? Cómo esta asistencia que se da de la creatividad legal tiene un impacto realmente en los servicios jurídicos, cómo tiene un impacto en los profesionales del derecho y cómo parece tan sencillo en un momento si lo piensa de la creatividad, pero al momento de poder llevar esa creatividad a un servicio legal, se vuelve un desafío que no es para cualquiera, que no se permite tener esa experiencia.
Sí, bueno, he's saying that it's difficult to find a match between legal services and creativity, right? And because it's that difficult, I mean, he wanted to explore more that field. So yeah, he finally is finding the purpose in creativity applied to the legal services, right? Because of this podcast and all of the message in the trailer of the podcast that you show us before, I mean, makes a lot of sense to him.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Alejandro. Alejandro has created this great platform called El Reclamador. He is based in Santa Fe, Argentina. He has been using legal design to create this platform because his intention is to create a new experience of the law and a new experience of making claims online. And he's been doing that with legal design. And so I'm really thankful you are with us, Alejandro, for the podcast, along with my good friend, Karol, who is a legal designer. She has been learning legal design for quite some time, I believe. And she's been very active recently in her endeavor to apply legal design and to not just talk about it. And I think she recently joined a great company. I believe it's a startup where she is working at implementing legal design for, it's a legal tech startup, I believe. And you can talk more about it in just a moment. Also, I want to say thank you to everyone who's listening to this podcast. And if you don't know me yet, I'm Tessa Manuello. I'm the founder and the CEO of Legal Creatives. I'm considered one of the world's pioneer in legal design. And in this podcast, I am sharing with you my real life insights to empower you to do legal design, to do more legal design, to do great legal design. And today's podcast is very special. This podcast is part of the virtual open house by Legal Creatives, where we showcase legal design productions from our members in this great virtual legal design art gallery. But also it's a place where we get to learn from colleagues around the world, including Alejandro, who has been sharing his amazing story about innovation through legal design. And we have learned as well with Mauro Martins in Brazil that legal design does not always require either technology nor simplification. It's really about adapting the product, the tool to the needs of the user. So I've had the time of my life today, and I'm really excited for this podcast. So let's get started with some questions, because in this podcast, I am usually the one talking, and I'm usually the one challenging you to take action. But you may want to know some things about me. So it's your time to ask your questions, or maybe to tell your story. So I'm opening the mic to my colleagues who are now in the studio with me for this podcast episode. Karol and Alejandro, who would like to grab the mic first?
Okay, I think I can start. So yeah, I mean, I have a question. What do you think about the hashtag legal apply to design, right? Because I mean, like I mentioned before, for some people it's just design. For some others, is just human-centered design. And I mean, at the end of the day, what is your opinion about like the use of the hashtag legal design, or we just call like design apply to legal, or or what is your opinion about this movement? Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Carol. I've started to talk about it in the previous episode, so and also in our newly released legal design insight video that we are releasing weekly at Legal Design and Legal Creatives, one insight per week. But truly, I believe that legal design, if we really want to do legal design, we should really combine design thinking with law. And I believe that most of the legal design work we do, I mean, I'm talking the legal design community around the world, I think most of it is just about design thinking for law. That means we use this innovation methodology and we apply it for the law. And I include myself in that. I've done a lot of design thinking for law. And I think design thinking for law is great. I think it's a great way to innovate. However, as I was talking today with Sabrina Goerlich from the Design Sprint Studio, who interviewed me also very recently on her podcast, Beyond Design Sprint, I think to do design thinking for law, we need to have a lot of adaptation. And I think to talk about adaptation is an understatement. I think we need to really think critically about what is legal design. And if we don't think critically about what is legal design, then we do just design thinking for law, which again is great. But I think we can walk the talk of legal design and we can merge design thinking with law. And this is what we are starting to create at Legal Creatives. We are actually starting, and I could even show you, although on the podcast you won't see it, but you could always refer to the Legal Creatives website if you would like to take a look. And we have started to combine the two to create a systematic methodology. For instance, litigation by design, we started to consolidate all of our research and all of our insights in applying legal design or design thinking in litigation. And so we started to combine everything together to create a systematic approach to use legal design in the litigation context. And I think Dorra was a great example of an experimentation. I was very successful. But now how can we systematize this experimentation into something that can be reused without the need of reinventing the wheel? And I think this is going to help all of us do more legal design and again, do great legal design. But what is your opinion on, and maybe Alejandro, I don't know if, I have a question for Alejandro actually, because he's with us, he's got a lot of experience as an entrepreneur, as a startup founder. He's the CEO of this very successful company. And I think, Alejandro, you could be sharing a little bit about the number of cases your platform is just incredible. And so what is your opinion about what is legal design to you? I would be really curious to know, actually, Alejandro.
Bien, sí, es verdad, no me lo preguntaste nunca, pero para mí pasa por un proceso subjetivo, ¿no? La decisión de trascender en un ámbito determinado. Cada uno... ¿Se escucha? Hola, hola.
Sí, se escucha, sí.
Sí.
Ah.
Sí.
Sí, a mí se me cortó. Pero pasa por una cuestión sumamente subjetiva de trascender en algo que te apasiona, ir más allá de lo que hoy está establecido, de lo que vos pensás que puede ser. Y es un ejercicio. El diseño legal no es solamente, y creo que esto lo dijiste muchas veces, la aplicación de tecnología
Oh, we're losing Alejandro.
Yeah, I think that we are losing him because I mean, today connectivity was awful because I was joining a live before and it happened the same. Yeah, but this live was with Peru, so I mean, like
I was lucky.
Yeah, you were. I mean, you have all the connectivity in the world during the recording. Yeah, that's why. That's why. Yeah.
That's why. That's amazing. You're back, Alejandro.
Yeah.
Bien. Primero, para hacer, si se escucha, lo que no es solo la aplicación de la innovación y la tecnología a un servicio jurídico. ¿Querés traducirle, Karol?
Yeah, I can translate. Yeah, he just said that he wants to start saying what is not legal design. So for him, what is not legal design is just the application of technology and innovation into the legal sector or legal services, right? So that is the first no. Then
eso es lo que no es. Sucede un proceso subjetivo interno de tener ciertas revelaciones, bien, y la vocación de querer cambiar una situación. Lo que entendemos que la herramienta para ese cambio es el derecho, pensamos diferente, no solamente pensamos en ese cambio como algo inerte, sino como algo dinámico, como es propio de la ley, de la sociedad.
Yeah, so he also says that we need to rethink the legal practice, and also this is from a subjective perspective, right? Because I mean, he has a knowledge about legal services. I have another, but at the end, I mean, we just need to think and how we can redesign the legal practice. So that's the focus. Yeah. Continúa, Alejandro.
Bien. En síntesis, ser un creativo legal es vivir una experiencia dinámica donde podamos expresar a través de diferentes cuestiones como son el diseño, el arte y sobre todo con la concepción humana, soluciones para la sociedad, para la persona, para nuestro cliente.
So Alejandro says that we need to figure out how to be more creative, and apply that creativity to law in order to improve our services to people, right? Because that's the most important thing about justice and the legal system. Yeah. So thank you, Alejandro. Gracias. Está bien.
Yes, I really agree with this. First, we have to ask ourselves what is not legal design. And I think Alejandro did a really great explanation for that. It's not just technology for law. It's not just graphic in contract. It's really it's more refined. It's really about understanding who's the user. And starting with the user, creating a new journey for the user to make progress in his or her legal matter. And so it could be a journey just like what it was a great project that was presented today by Marina. She has presented this project for elderly people. And so there is a journey that they have created to help elderly people in Brazil claim the exemption for income tax. There is a specific provision in Brazil for that. And most elderly people don't even know about it. And so they have created an app and they have created a new experience. A bit like what Alejandro said, we need to first help people understand they have some rights. And then once they understand they can do something about it, then to take them on a journey with us. And I think this is what truly legal design is about. At least for me, legal design is about creating a new user experience of the law. And this experience can integrate technology, but sometimes does not necessarily need technology. And so it depends on a couple of factors. It depends on also the kind of, the kind of product you would like to create. So it's not just about thinking about the user, it's also thinking about you. what do you want to achieve in your career? Would you like to run a tech company, or would you like to do more graphic design for law, or would you like to continue working as a lawyer but infusing legal design in your practice? So I think this is also very important, that you ask yourself, what is it that I would like to achieve?
Yeah,
How do
exactly.
I see myself working? I think this is also very important, because I was in the situation myself a couple of years ago with Legal Creatives. We started to prototype a technological platforms, and we actually started to develop the minimum viable product. We started to showcase it in Lisbon in the Web Summit. And then I had to think myself, is this what I want to do? And then I say, no, I don't want to create my own technological platform. I would rather share with people my knowledge, so together we can create tech platforms, we can have more visual contracts, we can have other type of solutions. So it's really for us to decide what we would like to do.
Yeah.
There are other questions in the chat that are really interesting. Julie Boncompin is asking about the measurement of legal design impact, the number of case a platform received, the number of people who visit the website, what is the return on investment? This is a great question, Julie. And well, what do you think, Karol, about the measuring the legal design impact? Do you have any tips that you're using you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I mean, I think that legal design is just it's not like a standard suit, right? I mean, it's very unique for each client. It's very unique for each person, right? So, for example, that's why I think that it's very difficult to measure legal design. So I won't call it like measure. What I do is to use some OKRs instead of KPIs. I mean, in the world of legal project management or project management itself, you used to use these kind of measures, and I don't know, KPIs to in order to be how profitable you are, or how amount of money do you invest, or how much time do you use in one project or in one step of the project, right? So yeah, I think that instead of using those, we have to focus in the purpose and in the objectives that sometimes could be more specific, in some others could be not. But yeah, I mean that.
This is interesting, using other set of metrics. And can you just dig a bit deeper into those metrics that you would be using in project management, so we can have a bit more info about what would be those metrics?
Yeah, for example, I don't know if you have heard before about the management 3.0 mindset. Have you heard about that before?
No, I haven't heard about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I was telling you about this like in the first conversation that we had a couple of months ago. Yeah, because this mindset is a very interesting mindset that actually applies another kind of creativity and tools to measure how happy is your team, because they focus in happy teams works better, right? So if you have like a happy team that is actually motivated to do any project, I don't know, legal design, legal tech, whatever, whichever project that they are doing, if they are happy and you can measure that happiness of each member of the team, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to be able to get better outcomes, right? So I think that instead of measure the product or the project itself, probably you can measure how involved or how passionate is the people of your and your team members about that project. For me, that would be like a.
So I understand, Karol, it's about using metrics from other methodologies.
Yeah.
And so if you can just explain what is this abbreviation you used, because also Julie has been asking, and I was curious to know as well.
The abbreviation. Okay, yeah, I am watching the questions. Yeah, OKR. I'm gonna say it. Yeah, I mean it's like an abbreviation, an English abbreviation of objectives and key results, right? OKR.
Objectives and key resource.
Yeah, exactly. So in Spanish or in English, it's whether it's well known like that, and you can translate it or you can explain it like the objectives and the key results that people put in each project or in each part of the project that they are working on to reach growth and to improve the outcomes from the perspective of well-being, from the perspective of how this project is going to impact in the life of others, how this project is going to be able to facilitate justice, for example, if it's a legal design project, something like that. Yeah, so that's very important because it's not just a measure of quantity of time or investment. No, it's more about like a purpose measure, right? So how much involved you are in any kind of project because of how this project motivates you, right? How much it's
I like this.
Yeah.
It's
Remember,
a really interesting,
OKR.
OKR. It's a really interesting set of metrics.
Yeah.
I'm using a different set of metrics, and I'm going to talk about it. But before, I really like this approach because I think in order to measure the impact of legal design, we need to borrow from other disciplines in order to create new standards. And I think this is something that is going to be very important for all of us to have standards in legal design. At Legal Creatives, we are applying some standards as to, how to train people in legal design, how to certify them to become legal design experts.
Yeah.
And also we're starting to set standards for applying legal design in different topics. And that's what I want to share with you in just a moment. But before, I really like this. And I think, of course, happiness is really important to do legal design. You have to be
feel
very
motivated
passionate about it.
and passion. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
because legal design, well, first, it's a very creative discipline. So if you have if you feel you are a creative lawyer, it's probably something you're going to be enjoying a lot. I remember talking with Dorra Harrar about this, and when she started to design herself, because she's starting to learn now to design herself, and she told me she just couldn't stop designing. It just, she just couldn't stop because she's really enjoying it, because she's probably, probably like me and like you, Karol, she has this creative vibe. And so she's really enjoying the process of creating those visuals and those designs. If you're not the creative type, you shouldn't worry. Legal design is also something you can do. Actually, legal design there are different steps in the methodology, and creativity is very relevant for one of the steps. But you also need to be empathic in order to do legal design. You need a lot of empathy, active listening, capacity to observe. You also need to be very systematic, because if you like to be very effective in the way you do legal design, you want to be systematic as well.
Yeah, because I think that it's more about like a system design, right? Because at the end of the day, I mean, like legal design have different steps, but I like the way that Margaret actually explains this, because I think that I agree with her with this idea that at the end of the day, it's about a system, because you can create the most understandable contract, easier for everybody and also accessible for everyone. But if that contract is not admitted in a court, or your sue with visualizations is not admitted in a court too, I mean, it's pointless, right? Because how are you gonna be able to proceed with the workflow of the process, right?
This is why legal design first objective, it needs to be making law more accessible, and so for sure it needs to be admissible. As for the metrics, I want to go back to the metrics a little bit, because I think it's a really interesting question. I believe that they are a set of metrics we should use that are both quantitative and qualitative. So it's not just about measuring how much time you are saving with, for instance, the negotiation of the contract, the signature of the contract, and the execution of the contract. This is quantitative measures, and I think this is very important. When Julie is asking about how many people visit your website, this is more marketing.
Yeah, exactly. It's more branding.
Marketing metrics. This is not legal design metrics.
Yeah, no.
For legal design, it would be how many people resolve the dispute online using the platform, how much time it takes to resolve the dispute.
How much contracts were created in the platform?
Or how many contracts were created using the platform, like the Maggiotto platform from Dennis? How many contracts are created, and how long does it take to create those contracts?
Exactly,
how much
using
time
the platform. Yeah, exactly.
And do people actually sign the contract? And this is also a great metrics. So there are quantitative metrics, but there are qualitative metrics as well. And we've been talking about this inside the Academy. It's also about understanding, and I think happiness is one of them, actually. Are users happier with this platform or with this contract? So what is the, what is the degree of happiness before and after legal design? But it's not just about happiness, it's also about engagement. How much people engage with the new contract, with the new platform versus before? Because when you think of a traditional contract, I mean, very likely you just get it done, you put it in a drawer, and you don't really use it. Unless you have a problem, then you go and you don't really understand it, so you're asking your lawyer to help, and then it maybe go to court. Not so effective. So it's also about the engagement. So
engagement and usability. Yeah, engagement and usability. I mean, usability, how easy it is to use a platform, if it's a contract platform, if it's an automation platform. I mean, whichever platform you use that really helps you, how easy for you is to use it. And actually the engagement, like you said, I mean, how much attraction do you feel to that platform? How much attraction do you feel to use that platform to create something, any product, any service? Yeah.
Absolutely. So usability metrics, I think it's very important. And I know there exist as well some measurements that we can use, and we started to use them as well in legal design. But there's another question here from Mauro Martins. Legal design can be applied in the lawmaking process. Well, this is really something, I think, Karol, you have mentioned about our colleague, Kathleen Moon, who is a professor in Vanderbilt University. She's really much interested and involved in legal design for the lawmaking process. Do you know a little bit about her work, Karol?
Yeah, I mean, she always teach about the Delta the Delta mode that includes like the 3 P's. I think it's people, process, and purpose. Yeah, people, process, and purpose. Yeah. So this model, Delta model, I mean, I think it's incredible because actually these 3 components, helps you to focus your legal practice, right? As a lawyer, as a designer that works for the legal services, as a judge, to facilitate justice. I mean, you need to focus, you need to figure out which are your 3 P's: purpose, process, and people. Yeah. So once you figure out which kind of process do you want to use, or do you want to do, or do you want to implement, for who are you going to work for, or for who are you going to design or work for, and also what is your purpose? Because I mean, without purpose you don't do anything, right? So
absolutely.
Yeah, if you don't have these 3 components, I mean, you are going to be like,
talking about purpose, it's a great transition to also me talking about the social commitment we have at Legal Creatives for access to justice. Because at Legal Creatives, we are committed to also helping with the access to justice sustainable development goal. And the problem that we know is that in the world, there are 5 billion of people who don't have access to justice. That means people who have some legal issues or legal concerns, sometimes people that are living in extreme injustice situations and don't know what to do. And so access to justice is one of the UN development goals. And at Legal Creatives, we are committed to bring access to justice to 1 billion people. That's what we call the 1 billion challenge. And that's why we are on a mission to empower you to create new solutions, whether they are dispute resolution platforms, contracts that are easier to understand, automated tools to do legal work faster and in a more effective way, so you can also contribute to the 1 billion challenge. And so that's also what I want to talk to you about.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. And also, I think that people just misunderstood. I mean, people misunderstood what is legal design purpose, or what is like this human-centered people approach that we have. Because I think technology and innovation is not a marriage, right? I mean, they are separate. They can be. I think that it could exist technology itself, but innovation gives technology more purpose, right? I mean, for me, it's in that sense, right? And actually, you can innovate without using technology. So that's what I really think.
Absolutely. And I think you said it so well, Karol. Legal design is, and I like the 3 P's of purpose and people and process. And I think we tend to not think so much about the purpose. And for me, at least in my entrepreneurial journey, understanding what is my purpose, I think was key in me taking the right type of actions and making the right decisions to serve this purpose. And so I remember a couple of years ago, I'm going to tell you how I came with this challenge. It's maybe officially starting today because we're talking about it in a more official manner, but it actually started a couple of years ago when I was doing meditation retreats. I really believe meditation is something we should all do much more, because it's just not helping ground yourself, but it's also helping you have more insights as to you, your values, who you are, and what you want to do. And I remember I was in this meditation retreat, the second meditation retreat I did. That was a 10-day meditation retreat. It's called Vipassana. Maybe you've heard about it. It's a silent meditation retreat for 10 days. And I did it twice. And the second time, I remember, well, you don't speak with no one for 10 days. You just meditate 10 hours a day. So you have a lot of time.
Lovely. I will love that, because I have like thousands of meetings every day. So yeah, I'm gonna go for one of those. Yeah, definitely.
And they take away your phone, and so there's nothing you can do. You just meditate.
Lovely.
And so I had this aha about this access to justice situation, and when I was lying down in one of the breaks, and I said, "Wow, this is something that I feel I'm really passionate about this." I'm also very much interested in people like Gandhi and Nelson Mandela and other, like even Steve Jobs. It's not necessarily working for access to justice, but he's been working really hard at access to technology. Steve Jobs, he's been really the one that empowered us all to be doing this training right now. Because really, without Steve Jobs, I don't know if we would have ever had access to a personal computer. It was just impossible to have one. Those machines were huge. So Steve Jobs, in a way, is helping us doing this, and is helping us doing access to justice, in a way.
You really admire him, right? Because I saw your content, and you always have like messages of him, or photos, or keynotes about him. Yeah, I think that you really admire him. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my colleague Mauro is sharing a lot about Steve Jobs, but I think Mauro Martins is sharing a lot. But I'm really about breaking down barriers for the 1 billion people. And this is really our social commitment towards giving access to justice to 1 billion people. And if you would like to be a part of this, it's really easy. You're already part of the family now that you are listening to this podcast. But you can be taking more actions, just like other members at Legal Creatives. They've been prototyping solutions that will contribute to reducing this gap. And my challenge is going to be to measure the 1 billion challenge impact. I mean, how am I going to measure the progress? I'm really open for ideas, because it's probably going to involve tracking the success of our members, which could be really interesting, but very difficult to do, because also they have to track the success of their clients. And going back to the question of Julie, how do you measure the impact of legal design? Sometimes it's not easy, because as a lawyer, you're working for a client, but they have their own client. And if you would like to measure the success, you have to talk to the end user, to the client of your clients. And sometimes it's a difficult thing to do, because your client doesn't want you to reach out to their clients. And so this is why measuring legal design is very complicated, but it's not impossible. We need to find ways to measure. This is very important. And so the 1 billion challenge is really our social commitment towards change, towards access to justice. And I really hope you're going to join on this journey to learn with us what is legal design, to do legal design, to get mentoring, to get support, to get feedback. And
actually, mentoring is very important. Mentoring is very important, and nobody in the legal sector talks about that. Yeah, I think, for example, you are a NASA mentor, and I know because I'm your friend, and I follow your steps on Instagram and on LinkedIn, and I know that you have attended to a lot of trainings, and you are actually a mentor. You are becoming also a coach, right? So you have been certified, and that's amazing, because I mean you mentor others, but also you have your mentors, right? And that's very important. And nobody is so keen in actually doing that for others in the legal sector. So yeah, that's very important about mentoring. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for that, Karol. Yes, I think mentoring is really important, and also to get support from others. And sometimes it comes from unexpected people. It's not necessarily your immediate colleague. Sometimes it's a random conversation you have with someone in a breakout room in Zoom. And then you realize, wow, I've never thought about this in this way. And then it just opened a new possibility. So this is why we're very much driven by community, building the community, engaging the community. And so what we hope is that you're going to start making bold proposals so you can deliver justice outcomes to 1 billion people. And so I'm talking now to those of you who are really interested more in a social impact. This is not for everyone. I understand some people may just want to do legal design for increasing efficiencies, and I think this is great. And I also think ultimately this is going to help for access to justice and access to legal services. But if you're really interested in making those bold proposals, then engage with us, because you can exponentiate your impact, and you can start creating solutions that even you will be very surprised, that will help you to contribute and possibly do either a social business or not-for-profit, whatever you want to do, but you can take action to deliver outcomes to the 1 billion people. And so we really hope
could be something very easy, right? I mean, could be any kind of solution, because, for example, could be like just create a fiction platform. Could be an example. Another example could be, I don't know, to make a summarize of all the new laws or resolutions in your country about COVID during COVID crisis, right? So I mean, that could be anything, and it shouldn't have to apply blockchain. I mean, could be something as simple as a website using WordPress, and that's it.
Yeah, there can be some very simple solutions, especially those of you who are listening, who are entrepreneurial. They can be great solutions, like Karol said, like WordPress websites and blogging. I mean, blogging can, if you do blogging well, you can have a huge impact. In fact, this is how I started with Legal Creatives, with blogging. I started blogging a long time ago. At the time, I was blogging about other topics. I was not blogging about legal design. I didn't even know it existed. I was blogging back in 2012. I was blogging about poetry, French poetry. And so I had a Francophone blog. And I realized there were so many people from everywhere around the world who followed my blog, who subscribed, to receive notifications. And I was just so amazed because my intention was not to create a community. I was just willing to share about poetry. And then I realized, oh my God, there is a huge potential for having an impact through blogging. And so if you do blogging well, just think about this really creative person. Is it like Brain Picker that it's her name? She is just blogging, Brain Pickings. It's just amazing what she has created. It's a website. Her name is Maria Popova. She created the Brain Picker website. It's called brainpickings.org. It's just a blog, but she is sharing a lot of really insightful pieces of information. And now I believe it has become a business for her, and she's having social impact through blogging. So sometimes blogging can be the solutions, but sometimes it can be technology. There's a lot of other questions here about, can legal design be complement to structural deficiencies in law school? Well, I think education needs a renewal. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, education needs a completely redesign. Yeah.
And
exactly.
Why do you think it has to be redesigned?
I mean, at least in my country, sorry, but it's true. In my country, it's very difficult because we have the same curriculum for about 20 years, right? So yeah, I don't know why is this happening, but we need to redesign the curriculum in order to have these multidisciplinary programs that you can be able to change from law school and also taking some other programming lessons, or if you are interested in behavioral science, you can apply to have some free courses with the psychology school, or I don't know, if you are interested in mathematics, you can take some mathematics with the engineers. So, and that should be allowed. For example, in my country, you need to go to a very tough process if you want to change or take some other courses in other careers. So I think why shouldn't I go to the other school and just start learning new other things that probably can complement my actually legal practice?
Yes, I think the future of education is going to have to be more multidisciplinary, but not necessarily you working with other people, you learning different topics. So you're aware of different perspectives. You don't need to become an expert in psychology or an expert in law or an expert in, I don't know, whatever you are interested in, but at least to know, I think it's going to help a lot for you to open yourself to new perspectives. And at this moment,
a holistic perspective. Yeah.
A more holistic perspective. Yes, absolutely, Karol. And in this moment, the law schools are not helping at all with that because the curriculum is extremely rigid. To change the curriculum is taking a lot of time because the decision-making process is very structured for a good reason. But now, because the speed of life and the speed of technology, the speed of innovation is so fast, it's very difficult to keep up. And so for that reason, we have decided to create this platform that you now know that is called Legal Creatives. And I would like just to share a little bit with you what we have created to help you design your own curriculum with us inside the Legal Design Academy by Legal Creatives, where we're going to really empower you with the 21st century skills for the law so you can learn in a very insightful way, but also in a very practical way. The idea is for you to pick and choose the courses you would like to take, and all of the courses are available on demand. So you don't have to wait for a workshop to be scheduled. You can just learn whenever you need. You access the platform and you can immediately start learning. And when I mean learning, I also mean you can start applying immediately, because each of those modules are designed in this spirit of combining design thinking and law together to create a new methodology to do litigation by design. And for that reason, we have created a very specific methodology for you to apply legal design in every subject matter of interest. So if you like Dorra, you are interested in litigation because this is what you do, well, then you can use this on-demand course, and you can use the content that is very actionable, so you can start doing litigation by design. So you don't need to figure it out. We're not going to teach you how to do design thinking, and then you have to figure out how it's relevant for you in litigation. We are actually going to process the content, and we, based on our research and our understanding, we're going to make this content available for you to do litigation by design immediately after you finish the course. So you don't have to think about how it's going to be applicable. It's already practical. And IP by design is going to be a very big topic, because I believe IP has a huge potential for creativity. I don't know what you think, Karol, but
no, it's great. I think that, I mean, with all these initiatives, I mean, this is new for me, because I have seen the academy, but this new look and feel and these new other services and products I didn't know. So yeah, congratulations, you're doing such a great job. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's about making the content actionable, making your learning experience insightful, and also making your education affordable. And for that reason, you can learn how to do compliance by design. We started to process compliance by design last month with our academy members. And we're just
with Anthony Novas.
Yeah, with Anthony Novas, with Antonella as well. And also you can be learning privacy by design. This is also another really important topic.
Yeah, could be applied to any field, I think. Could be applied. You just have to visualize in your mind, and then just grab a piece of paper and start
Absolutely.
reading. Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is how you can kickstart your project. So inside the community, inside the academy, you get access to this knowledge. So you reinforce your legal design capacities. And because you are part of a community, then you are able to kickstart your own project and to find help, to find support, and to get feedback. And this is how Julian and Arno have created the ODR platform they have presented today, by meeting each other inside the academy and deciding to start a prototype. And now they have something that they can show, which is amazing. It's not just, hey, I'd like to build an ODR platform. It's like, hey, I really like to build it, and I can show you my prototype. It even works. You can test it and give me feedback. And this took how much time? How much time do you think it took?
I don't know. You tell me how much time it took.
Well, it took less than a month. It took less than a month.
It was on a sprint. It was on a sprint, yeah, like a sprint, like a longer sprint.
Yeah, because we actually have sprint session inside the portal for people to sprint. This is part of the mentoring, and this is part of implementation. And Julian is the expert when it comes to dispute resolution, and Arno is the expert because he's an engineer, so he's the expert in legal technology.
Yeah.
And so by them coming together, they've been able to kickstart their own ODR platform project. And then you get reviews from your peers. And I think this is really important.
Feedback. Yeah, feedback is amazing. I think that feedback is powerful to empower your processes, your services. I mean, you and me make feedback like almost every day.
Yeah, we do. We do ask each other lots of feedback. And you don't need to wait to be stuck to ask for feedback. You can ask for feedback just anytime. Hey, I've got this idea. What do you think about it? And then so the person is going to say, wow, this leads me to another idea. And so feedback and peer review is really important. But also we want to empower you with legal design superpowers. because they are superpowers for legal design.
What is your legal superpower?
Well, people say that my superpower is my capacity to listen. Like, apparently, I'm a really good listener, and so I guess this is what people say. I think my superpower is imagination and creativity, but apparently people find me even more better listener, which I'm very surprised because I don't think of myself as a good listener. But what about you, Karol?
I think that in the case of this is sad because a lot of people believes that no, I can enjoy legal creatives because I don't feel myself creativity, right? I'm not creative, so I can enjoy legal creatives because I don't have creativity or enough creativity, and that's very sad because everyone has intelligence and it's proof, and everyone has creativity, but it's in a different ways, right? For example, you can talk about like emotional intelligence, and you can talk about, or I don't know, kinetic intelligence, or I don't know, geographic intelligence. I don't have that. I don't have that at all because when I bike in Madrid, every time I get lost. Every time. Yeah, it will say
It happens to me a lot, even with my GPS on my phone.
Yeah. So for me, for example, my superpower, I would say that it's like empathetic. I'm an empathetic person, and also Julie, Julie has to go.
Thank you, Julie, for
Yeah.
watching live this virtual open house, for being with us on the podcast.
Yeah, thank
Julie,
you.
as has been asking a lot of questions. I hope you're gonna make some really good connections.
Yeah.
With the community, so to stay on track with your journey and to get those superpowers. I think Karol's superpower is friendliness. She's super friendly. It's amazing how friendly she is. Like every time, and she's super responsive. Anytime I have a question and I reach out to Karol usually on
It doesn't matter the timing zone. It doesn't matter.
And it's just amazing. She's just so fast to reply, and it's like you never sleep because you reply almost instantly all the time. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
And so I think the superpower is friendliness, and friendliness brings collaboration. It brings happiness, and that is also very important for legal design. And then we want to also empower you with creativity. So this is why we have structured creativity for legal design.
I love that Rubik.
This Rubik
too. Yeah.
Yes, I used to play a lot with this. And so the intention for this on-demand course is to help you with your legal design creativity, so you can start to understand first what is creativity, and second, you can start to channel your creativity for legal design. And I think this is going to help you a lot with your ability to come up with new solutions. I believe this is how Alejandro got the idea of El Reclamador, thinking, what's the problem, who's my user, and then how can I provide a creative solution? Also, visual contracts is a really big one. And Larissa, today, she's been sharing her visual contract in the virtual art gallery. And we actually started to create some templates for our members to just speed up their legal design process, because not everybody is a good designer and not everybody has time or resource to hire a designer. So we started to create templates. And visual contracts is going to be huge. Especially with COVID-19, we see nobody has time to read long contracts. So we have to just make safety measures with cartoons, with graphics, with visuals. It's just so much more effective.
I think that it's even more powerful because, we are now in a digital era. So that's why we need to adjust and adapt ourselves and our legal practices to this new era.
Absolutely. Yeah. And creating a user experience, can we systematize the user experience using legal design? I think so. I think we can do that. I think Arnaud is doing a great job with this. Arnaud from Gotten Design in France is doing a really good job at creating very simple, easy to use interfaces. And so we need to have those interfaces for the law as well.
Yeah, and also added the accessibility implementations, the UX writing part to make everything easier for users. That's all everything about. Yeah.
And so you can become a legal design ninja as well. We're gonna give you those tricks so you can become a legal design ninja. and be a super skilled ninja in the field. I can't wait for this one. It's probably one of my favorite with the superpowers. And you can create a user experience. We already have created this matrix, the Lego UX matrix. Marina today, she has shared how she used the matrix to create her prototypes, which is not even a prototype. They're actually using it in the law firm with the app for the elderly people. And also, we're going to give you expert reviews. So I'm going to be the main expert reviewer, but there's probably going to be other experts.
What an honor that Tessa Manuello give me reviews. What an honor for all the students.
It's not a joke. I've been giving personalized reviews to our members, especially to present today. I've been giving some personalized review in video, so you can get your expert review from me, but also other experts, because I don't pretend to know everything. There are people like Arnaud, for instance, who know much better how to engineer technology for law. And so I think the expert reviews is going to be very helpful. And so that's our podcast. And I think we're almost done with our podcast. It was planned to be half an hour. So we sort of catch up because we take no breaks. So I've been here live with you all for almost 7 hours. It's been fun. I'm going to enjoy as well a little bit of fresh air because I've been inside for 7 hours.
Show me the cats. You got to show me the cats later.
I will show you the cats, the baby cats, the kittens we have here in our community. But look, it's been a great event, this virtual open house. I really hope that you are seeing all of the potential that you have as a legal professional to innovate, to use legal design, to be more creative in the way you work, in the way you deliver your services, and to really gain confidence that this is not impossible, but you can do it. In fact, the people who presented today, our Academy members, they actually started the journey with me, I believe, in March. Most of them, they started either in March, or we had another round of people entering the Academy. I believe it was in June and July.
During the
lockdown. All of them, they joined either in March or in June, July. And so that means they have been learning for about 3 months or 6 months, depending. And so they have been able to create this in just 3 months. And the ODR app was even created in less than a month. So this is really something that is not out of reach. And as Dennis said from Maggiotto, if you would like to create a more sophisticated tool with a low budget, you can do that too. There are a lot of ways that you can do that. But you have to find the right people. And I believe inside the community, we have amazing people you can work with, collaborate, eventually even do business together.
Yeah, and also the purpose, right? Because now, first you know your why, then you know your how, and then you can find your colleagues and fellows to do this magic happens. Yeah.
Absolutely. 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 So it's been a pleasure to be doing this podcast interview with you.
For me too.
It's so much fun to be part of this bigger community, and
I don't see your beers. I don't see your beers. You fail me. I carry wine. I don't see your beers.
What? You don't see my videos?
No, your beers. We said we are going to have beers. You don't have your beers.
Yeah, because the problem is I've been live streaming straight for 7 hours, and I was supposed to have a 1 hour break, which I didn't. So I don't have any beers. I have to go and buy them.
Take some wine. Some wine for me.
I'll take some virtual wine. But look, there are people watching live, and I want to acknowledge you for being here. If you are watching live, you're probably really interested in this. And so I really encourage you to stay tuned for the opening of the Academy in this format that is about making learning actionable, affordable, and also insightful. So a bit like what our members have been doing in 3 months, you can start prototyping, testing, getting feedback, if you
No,
would
and
like.
you're gonna find true friends. You're gonna find true friends to collaborate with.
Yeah, you're gonna find two friends to collaborate inside the community, and then you can start your projects, and eventually you can have your platform up and running in just a couple of weeks or months. And it's going to be a great way for you to be active in this legal design space. I believe 2020 is the year for legal design. There's just so many, like when I go on my LinkedIn, I see a new legal design initiative or a new legal designer from I don't know where in the world, which I think is great.
It's worldwide. It's worldwide.
But it means also this is the time to get started because I mean, there's a COVID-19 compliance manager that has been created, a new job, because we need COVID-19 compliance managers. And so for that, we need legal design too. We need to have, easy to understand protocols, because if you start drafting a long protocol, people won't understand it, people won't comply. And I think COVID-19 was one of the best examples of compliance by design. And this is what we're talking in the module. So whoever is watching live, please let us know a little bit of feedback. We would love to know who's watching live, unless you only have your video up and you are enjoying some beer and some wine. But if you are really watching, please don't be shy. I would love to know where you are tuning from, who is watching live. I'll give you a couple of minutes to interact with us in the chat. And I'm going to just be encouraging you all to stay in touch with us. You're going to have access to the replays because we know for some of you, it was not an ideal time, especially for those of you in Australia. We're very sorry we've been running this and it was the night time. You're probably waking up now. And so good morning, Australia. Good morning to our Australian friends. You're going to be able to watch the replays. And you're going to be able to also contribute to the legal design space. So I really look forward to seeing you active. So those are the last words. I want to say again, thank you, Karol, for being with me for this show, for this podcast interview. Really look forward to having more podcast interviews. There were a bit more questions about legal design helping people having access to internet. Of course it can help. At least design thinking can help for that. Is legal design the appropriate solution? Again, I think for access to internet, it's going to be design thinking. And Mauro is here. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of this and for being with us on this journey. Thank you to all and every one of you. It's been a pleasure. It's been a delight. I'm going to just give the last words, and Karol, we can meet for the drink
for the after party. Yeah,
for the after party.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karol.
Big hug. I love you. Thank you.
Virtual hug. And so thank you so much for watching this virtual open house. It's been truly a pleasure to have you on the show and to also have you as our audience. I really had the time of my life with you all. I really do believe there is a before and after October 17. We've been bringing people from everywhere around the world. We've been giving a space for people to share their insights, their projects in their own language. It's really about breaking barriers through legal design. I see Cameline is still live with us and saying thank you for the metrics. And I can wait to see you use those metrics for your projects with your students also. And I'm really excited for the Academy, also this version that is coming up, that is going to help all existing members and new members be more practical about legal design. And for the existing members, you're going to have some special modules coming up to help you with your leadership by design, your influence, your marketing, your social media, because this is all critical to your success, to be able to also present well on video. This is something we have for our very most advanced members, and Cameline, she already started with this module, so she's a bit ahead of time, which is great. And so again, I want to say thank you to all of my guests. Sabrina Goerlich from the Design Sprint Studio. I want to say thank you also to all of the virtual art gallery presenters. It's been phenomenal to see you in action And I want to say thank you to the guests for the panel discussion, Alejandro, Dorra, Mauro, and Karol for the podcast interview. There's going to be more events. We are very likely going to have another event for more advanced solutions with the people that have been learning with me this year in the facilitators cohorts. And so we really want to also showcase who they are, the work that they do, because they do incredible work. And so we're very likely going to have another event with those more advanced experts. And Denise was one of them. You have seen the Majodo platform today. And also the Academy is coming up. So you're going to be able to register in your own language. And you're going to be able to start learning for a very affordable price. Because as you have seen, we are breaking barriers to make learning affordable for you and to make sure you are on track to success. So stay tuned for those emails that are coming up in your mailbox. And this is great to hear that the video library is a valuable resource, and you're going to be very surprised when you see what we have in stock for you with the design we have created coming in with those. Each module has its own universe and very actionable micro content to make it easy for you to learn on your own time and your own rhythm. So let's stay creative for the rest of the weekend. Let's also enjoy ourselves. Make sure to tell your friends and your colleagues if you appreciated the virtual open house so they can watch the replay. And thank you again for everyone who's been joining on this live streaming for 6 hours and a half. It's probably the longest I have done, but I'm not even sure, because when we started back in 2017, we did quite a lot of live streaming, and we love to do them. So if you like them, we may do more. Let us know. Stay creative, stay healthy, and we'll see you inside the community.